What's up, everyone joining in? Early morning, early morning. How's everybody doing? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let me make sure everything is completely set up. And then we are going to start getting some debates in here very soon. Only send a guest request if you are a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for some debates. You have to send a guest request over on TikTok. Let's get everyone joining in. What's up? What's up? Got enough sleep? Well, got what I'm gonna get. That's how much I got. That's how much I got. So, I did get less than I usually get. That's actually true. That's actually true because I stayed up later. I'm not trolling because I stayed up later on live. I got less sleep than I was expecting. But we still got sleep. I feel fine. I feel okay. What's up, though, everyone? We're gonna start getting some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet the criteria that I'm listing up here on the TikTok screen. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What's up, Michael? How you doing? What's up, Deborah? Nick, yep, that's totally right. That's actually I think I did get around 7 hours. I think I fell asleep. Um, because I ate food after. I literally got off. I had Impossible Nuggets and fries, and literally got ready and went to sleep. That's literally what I did. And then I have woke up, got ready, and got on live. That's it. That's literally all I've done. So, yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, just shut up, you stupid Nick.
You're disgusting. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We are Charlie Kirk.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. You're disgusting. Why are we just getting a bunch of fetuses that are gross? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are
You
you?
remember we tried to debate last night, but I got a flag.
Oh, wait, yes, I actually do. Send a guest request back. For some reason, I thought you were a troll that I commonly have on my stream. I forgot what their name was. I actually don't remember. I'm so sorry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, can we debate?
Oh, that's the other troll that always comes up on the live. Logan? Okay, I'll look for Logan. There we go.
I see you trying to run. I see you.
I'm not trying to run. I I don't know. I just thought you were maybe I thought you were someone else. I don't know. So you do support Trump, correct?
Yeah, but wait, let me swipe out the app real quick because your voice is really delayed for me, so I'll be right back.
Okay. Alrighty, let me turn on everything.
Okay.
Okay.
So
if
yeah,
the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
okay, go ahead. Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Trump. Wait. I think I'm lagging, so I might.
Yeah, you are. Let's just go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election roll today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Shall I vote for Trump again? I mean, I ain't vote for him, but I'll vote for
Is there a
Trump.
way you can turn off the background noise?
Nah, I'm taking a shit right now. Like, I'm in.
Okay. I don't know why you decided to join the TikTok live and also to announce that. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to join Park.
You're good, you're good. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second. Yo, what's up? Okay. That they're just playing a song. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, do you like niggers? Do you like?
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody.
Please.
Okay, we're just getting fetuses now. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. You know, I think in the long run it might be more better, or it might be not more better, it would be specifically better to do the call-in number. I might try to work with that a little bit and see if I can get that to work or something like that, where I can have a specific call-in number and I can run it that way, because it would be a lot easier to limit people. What are people going to make new numbers just to be able to send guest requests, you know? Like, that would be brutal, dude, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. If I can find something that has a lot of an ability to move that around and, like, see who's calling and stuff like that, and also have a different line, that would probably be beneficial. I'm going to look into that. More better. Yeah, it would be more better. For real, for real. My mouth is so dry. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. I'm sorry. We're just going to get a bunch of trolls right now. I'm just kind of letting it sit because, like, we're getting a bunch of, like, fetuses and trolls. So I'm just going to let it sit and, you know, wait them out. Because, honestly, later into the stream, we are going to get more people because they're going to get bored. And I'm like, okay, if you want to do this, this is wasting your time. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
W sure, Parker.
We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Okay. We're just getting a bunch of trolls. Let's go to the next individual, or people that don't know that they're sending guest requests. It could be accidental. So you just give it a quick second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election roll today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, probably Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
All I'm going to say is just don't do that number thing because people can get fake numbers. It's really easy to do. Just so you know.
Okay. Well, yeah, no, that's something I was going to look into, but I mean, they're able to do that here on TikTok as well. So, well, I guess I'll look into what's better on that. But so, why do you support Trump?
Well, I was hoping to talk about something different, but is this the only thing that you do is talk about Trump?
Yeah, on live at least.
Wait, where do you do? Do you have other things that you do?
I mean, every once in a while I'll stream on Twitch and like talk about random stuff when I'm gaming.
Oh, you're gaming though?
Yeah, like that's
Oh.
typically what I'm doing when I'm gaming. But you're saying like you want to debate me on like Christianity, I'm assuming, or something like that?
Oh, hell no. I'll
Okay.
let you go. I'll let you try to deal with these trolls.
Okay. Alrighty, I guess. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen, everybody. No one wants to defend the Trump regime, literally engaging in blatant. Literally, let's just talk about the fact that the Trump administration right now is clearly using a war in Iran in order to distract away from the Epstein files. I think that's an important thing to acknowledge. And Trump supporters are just scared to actually address that right now on the stream. Yo, it's a paladin. So we're getting trolls right now because Trump supporters aren't sending guest requests. Because Trump supporters exist. They're out there. There's a huge portion of the population still that are Trump supporters. They're just not likely to send guest requests because of the fact that the administration right now is making them look horrible. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, so that's the kind of why I'm here, right?
Okay. Election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I think I'd lean towards Trump.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because of his abortion policies, but I do have a question about why people still support Trump. I know that doesn't make too much sense, but there's this thing I was reading about the pardoning of the 4 guys that killed people in Iraq in like 2007, and it was like Nisour Square, I think it was called. And I was just wondering why he would pardon those people, and then why people would still support him if they knew about that.
I don't know who you're talking about. I'm confused. You said 2007. Who got pardoned in 2007 would be under the Bush administration.
No, Trump pardoned. It happened in 2007. Trump pardoned them in 2020.
Yeah, who did Trump pardon?
It was 4 guys that worked for like Blackwater, like a.
So you don't support Trump?
No, I'm just like trying to talk about that and wonder like why that isn't more like a national headline.
Well, I haven't heard much about it. I have to look more into it myself.
Because that's something that conflicts me. That's why I'd say I'd lean towards Trump, but like that's why I'm not like fully like full on like a.
But
Trump
what gets you
supporter.
to support Trump?
Abortion.
Okay, but why does that get you to support Trump?
Because I think abortion is bad.
Okay. And do you think it should be illegal?
I do think it should be illegal in all 50 states.
Okay. So you're saying you support Trump because he reduces abortions from happening?
Correct.
Have abortions reduced after Roe versus Wade was overturned? They just left. Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. This is what I mean. Trump supporters are not wanting to defend the current administration because it's currently engaging in indefensible actions. No new wars happened to turn into literal war supported by the administration. So looks like a lot of MAGA's base is just scared to defend him. That's what it looks like right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual to just give us a quick second to get the first person up here for debates. Some days it takes a little bit longer for us to be able to get debates up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Please play Farm Sim, Parker.
Might have to play Farm Sim because no Trump supporters will debate. I'm just kidding. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 30.
Do you support Trump?
No, he's a nigger lover and a kike.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Most likely Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I think it really goes down to just family upbringing of being more on the conservative side. I think I think his out of character actions, as far as trying to do things even if they fail, maybe is a reason that I swayed in his favor. Not necessarily your typical standout political character.
Why do you want a candidate that tries to do things even when they fail, knowing that they're going to fail?
Well, that's when you put it like that, it makes it seem like it would be silly to vote for somebody like that, I guess.
Yeah, right. So like, I guess like, why do you support Trump?
I do like the controlling of the borders. I'm not for how he's gone about it with the overall exile of everybody within the country that was here illegally, but I do think that, you know, there needs to be rules and restrictions on how you get in.
Okay. You know that Democrats also agree with that, correct?
Well, I guess, but I mean, they didn't really do a whole lot to stop it.
I mean, they did. They tried to work with Republicans in Congress to get bipartisan legislation to address the situation at the border. And Donald Trump said, blame it on me if the border bill fails. He said that they're going to get something better. What have we got that's better? Over militarization of ICE? Right? Literally not even making the legal system go quicker. And it's just through executive action. So when the next administration comes through, we're going to get rid of it all. All of that's going to be gone. I'm serious. Every single aspect of that will be gone when we're in office. Because the vast majority of the American people now realize that this is incredibly fucked up, that this is an abuse of power that has been allowed under the administration.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, look, I'm not hugely, as far as debating wise, into politics and able to understand it. I wanted to come on here and just throw a couple of things out and have you help educate me as well. I know that's what you do a lot, is in your time on trying to get people. I think I've watched a video from before that said, look, I think the problem is that a lot of us, like you said, don't care about politics because it's just gotten so corrupt and confusing, when really in reality, a lot of us need to understand it more so that we all can get on the same side. And I think that's where I'm at, is I want to tell you some of the things of why I guess I voted for Trump, but I don't have defenses to come back at you for, of like, this is why he's better, this is why he's better. I mean, this whole war on Iran thing, I think is wild. Just something that's, I don't understand it. I don't know why you choose to do it, but I also understand that the U.S. for some reason has been under the thumb of Israel for who knows how long, and that it's something that I feel like the U.S. presidents in general across time have just succeeded to anything that Israel wants them to do.
Yeah,
which in my eyes is maybe why this is happening currently, is because Israel was crying wolf and President Trump was just like, well, we got to do it. Let's just go.
Yeah, so then that would obviously be an indication of something that should be changed, of course, on both sides. One thing that I would say is that, yes, corruption is something that gets us to disengage. And again, like I said, I think that's a reason to get us to engage more, to get us to involve ourselves so that we understand more, and so that people who are genuine make up a greater percentage of the people who are involved in politics. Because if we don't involve ourselves, then there's a lot of disingenuous people that make up a greater percentage of the people that are engaged in politics, because they always have an incentive to do that, because it's how we control society, what impacts people, right, in literally the most substantial way that you can possibly imagine, right? So I think that's in the most substantial way that we can create as a society. That's what I would say. But in terms of
Absolutely.
like control the borders and everything like that, Democrats agree with that position. They don't disagree with that. Democrats advocate for policy specifically to expand access to people who are in the middle class and for people who are in need, whereas it seems like Republicans like Trump are more focused on disproportionately helping the richest Americans, whether it be through cutting the EPA, which vastly benefits our society. There's significantly more benefits comparative to cost, according to the EPA studies. So like it's economically more efficient to actually support those EPA policies, but because Trump believes climate change is a hoax and doesn't believe in science, he doesn't accept the determinations from those studies. So he cares more about benefiting the corporations in terms of them being able to pollute our skies, pollute our waters, pollute everything about our environment, right? Because of the fact that it benefits them in terms of their profits, right? Even though it hurts the health of American citizens.
I can agree with that. I mean, I think that's one of the big issues with putting a money mongol at the head of the state. You have things like that occur. You know, I don't, like I said, I don't have a whole lot else to give. I appreciate your perspective that you give. I wish I could provide you a better debate when it comes to back and forth on the politics side, but you know, I'll always listen in and see what you have to say to give the perspective to the people.
Well, Trevor, I just appreciate you very much. Keep looking into things. I appreciate you. Have a great day.
Absolutely. You too, Parker.
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Is this going to be Farm Sim Kid? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Play Farm Sim.
Yeah,
Parker?
I guess it was the tractor in the profile picture. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Robbie, you there? Okay, looks like they accidentally sent a guest request. Let's go to the next individual. Just give us a quick second, everyone. A lot of Trump supporters seemingly are not joining the stream like they typically do, I would say. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Colt, are you there? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Just give us a quick second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I hate niggers.
Okay, you're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? You there?
23.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
Election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I would probably go with Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Oh, I was actually wanting to go back to something you said a minute ago on he's starting the war to cover the Epstein files.
Yeah, literally.
Can you elaborate on that a little more?
Yeah, absolutely. He's literally starting war with Iran right now because he's weak, ineffective, can't negotiate, and literally wants to deflect away from the Epstein files, which is clearly demonstrating that his administration does not give a shit about children who have been trafficked, about victims and survivors that have been trafficked, and explicitly about the ones that have, engaged in allegations against the president that he's tried to literally suppress by the DOJ, literally trying to scrub all the interviews associated with the allegations targeted towards him. They didn't like that we were talking about this in the media, so what they decided to do is engage in conflict and war, right, in order to be able to distract away and get people focused on that rather than being focused on the fact that Donald Trump literally, right, is in the Epstein files, incredibly accused by a minor, and is scrubbing the Epstein files of those interviews.
Well, I guess my thing would be is if all this is true, blah, 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 why are we not going forward and imprisoning all these people that are involved with it if we have cold hard facts that they're guilty?
Why are other countries doing it and we're not? Because of the fact that we're not applying
So
accountability to them.
everybody in the Epstein
So that's
files
actually
is
a good
guilty, we're
question
just
that
not
says
doing
that we
anything
should be
about it.
holding them accountable, because we're not right now holding them accountable.
Feels like there's another piece to the puzzle that we're not getting.
Yeah, again, why are other countries able to hold people accountable based upon the information that's coming out, but we aren't? Maybe the person who's in
And I
the
don't see how.
DOJ, based upon the president's orders, is ensuring that these people are not gone after by protecting them.
Well, I feel like they would have to make some arrest at some point to kind of state a point saying we are doing something about this.
Well, they try to act like they are. That's why they release some files and don't release all of them, to make it seem like they're doing something.
And you think it's straight Republicans that are in on this? Or Democrats too?
Any Democrats, any Republicans, any independents involved should be prosecuted at the fullest extent of the law. I have no partisan affiliation when it comes to holding people who are horrible accountable. Like, is it? I don't think that this should be, even a thought in our minds to consider whether or not they're Democrat, Republican. If they're associated with doing any of these things, they're a horrible person and should be condemned, right? Like I think that we should all be able to bipartisanly agree upon this, right? We should be able to say this. Hell, I think it should be illegal for people like this to even be in the position that they're in.
Absolutely,
I think they shouldn't even be able to run
but
for the position of Oval Office, right? Given that they've been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, given that they specifically have been credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files, right? And is trying to scrub it up. I think that would be a reason to literally impeach Trump, and it is a reason people should go out in the midterms and vote for Democrats so that they can get in office and call for the impeachment of Trump.
Well, if that was the case, then the Democrats are doing the same thing in a way.
Hold any of those Democrats accountable.
It up too.
Hold any of those Democrats accountable. I want who represents the Democratic Party to be individuals such as Ro Khanna that are holding individuals accountable through the Epstein Files Transparency Act and working with the other side to be able to get that done. He's also introduced the War Powers Resolution Act specifically that is saying that in order to be able to engage in a conflict like this, you'd have to go through Congress, that the president cannot do this, to limit the abuse of power from the executive branch, right, in these situations. And that's what Ro Khanna is doing, working with the other side. As the American people, we should stand up against all of this corruption, all of this horrible shit that they're doing, and stand for better people within our parties, whether we're on the Republican or Democratic side.
And you think if Kamala would have got elected, all this would have been Kamala, however you fucking say it. I don't know. I ain't too big into pronouncing names. You think all
Harris
this would have been brought down and they would have been arrested by now, or she's in on it too?
Yeah, so I do think that the files would have been all released under the Harris administration because she would have followed the law, and I do think that she would not have gone to war with Iran.
Why were they not released when Biden was president?
Why were the files not released? Well, that was because the DOJ was acting independently under their administration and under prior administrations. Donald Trump is the one who's made it not independent, and he's tried to limit the release of the Epstein files by working and doing the dealings of the administration. Plus, I do apply accountability to Mayor Garland, but it's within a slighter timeline than people think, because the entire files were secured through 2024, not secured, sealed through 2024 specifically, and there was no ability to access them because, again, under investigation. And literally through 2025, there were investigations into co-conspirators and appeals to Ghislaine Maxwell. So here in 2025 was the best case to release all of them, but any files that they would have had access to between 2024 and 2025, Mayor Garland should have released. But that doesn't mean that Biden or Harris had the information. That would mean that it would be Merrick Garland's fault, right? And you could say that Biden could have had some issue specifically in picking Merrick Garland and all the people who then nominated them as well. But again, that would also not be that he had knowledge that Merrick Garland would do this. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that that's like a good argument against people like Biden or Harris. And
No,
like,
I see what
I
you're
don't think
saying.
that Biden or Harris would have been that really had much of an issue if it following the law in terms of releasing the Epstein files, given that there was a law that Congress got through specifically to release the files. The Democrats are all about literally following the law. The Trump administration is acting lawlessly.
Well, I wouldn't agree with that, man. But I'm getting to my next job. I'm in the trade, so
Okay.
it was
Alrighty.
nice talking to you. And
All right. Appreciate you. Have a good day. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
No, but why are you trying?
So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I actually voted for him in the last election. I don't think Harris was a good option.
Okay.
At
Why not?
all. Just the mishap of her being the last, like Joe Biden not running for president for his second term, and then being like in the scrambles of having this election and having Harris be the ultimatum. Democratic Party, like, you know what I mean? What I'm trying to say.
So, I actually don't think that Biden should have run for a second term. I think he should have been one term like he said he was going to do.
Yeah, but
I don't think it's Kamala Harris's fault that, again, the situation is present. She's the best candidate in the situation. 80% of the Democratic Party supports her as the nominee. She's the vice president. The president just stepped down.
I
And
understand that.
she is the
I
vice
understand
president,
that.
steps up in that scenario because she's the only nominee that is running, right? The only nominee specifically that has the ability to win in the scenario, and literally is incredibly qualified to be in the position. And by the way, she was stepping up from the vice presidency to the president position when the president steps down from a ticket that got through the primaries.
I understand
Like,
that.
that's
but
what
that
we would
was
typically expect
such
with
a
a democratic
short
process.
notice.
What
That
I
was
don't
such a
understand
short-
with people is that they specifically put so much criticism on this, but then failed to put that same criticism on Donald Trump literally trying to undermine the 2020 election, calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. He sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election in 2020 and tried to pressure Mike Pence to certify those false slates of electors by sending a mob to the Capitol, literally, that was calling for the HA&Ging of Mike Pence because he wasn't doing so right away, right? That literally he pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots.
I understand. I was 18 when I voted for Trump, and I'm still learning about both parties. Right now, I obviously am Republican, and I will be voting for James Fishback as governor.
Are you like Groyper?
Sorry?
Are you a Groyper?
What does that mean?
Do you like his affiliation with Nick Fuentes?
Who is Nick Fuentes?
He's literally, like, I'm just going to be totally honest with you. He's literally a Nazi that is parading himself. He's trying to parade himself as a little bit more moderate now these days, but he's literally a
Do you have a
Nazi that
political
denies how many
position?
people died in the Holocaust. And he literally...
He currently has a political position?
What?
Does Nick Fuentes have a political position?
Does he have a political position? Yes.
In Florida?
I'm saying he has an affiliation with James Fishback. James Fishback is affiliated with Nick Fuentes. He's likable. He tries to act like he's likable. You know that, right? You should look that up. Look into that.
Gotcha.
I'm just telling you to investigate that because it sounded like you
No, I
didn't know
understand.
anything
I
about
understand.
them. And
I'm
obviously,
still.
Nick Fuentes is someone who's absurdly horrible.
I understand. I'll look into that, of course. Like, I'm not subject to not look into or research more into like what I'm voting for. I just want
Totally
to
fair.
say, like, at the time that I voted for Trump, it seemed the most reasonable nominee in my point.
Okay, why?
Well, first, I do agree with some of the policies that he's implemented, securing the border. Obviously, I don't agree with some ICE operations that have been done, if you know what I mean. Stuff that happened in Minnesota.
You mean
I
like the
don't think
murder
that's
of
right.
Alex Preddy and Renee Good?
Yeah, I don't think that's right.
Okay.
But I can for sure tell you that we have a more secure border than when Biden was in office.
Okay. How do you determine that the border is more secure? Is it based upon less border crossings?
I think I don't remember the exact fucking but yes, something like that where it was like less criminals crossing or less drugs, stuff like
Okay,
that.
okay. So, by the way, you can't say any DRUG names, just letting you know, because it's TikTok
sorry.
TOS and it'll limit the push of the stream, just letting you know so that you don't
My
have to
bad.
get kicked.
What other word could you use?
I say like M drug, F drug, things like that, and that's fine. Just say those
My bad.
that specifically like verbatim, and you won't get kicked.
My bad.
But yeah. So, sorry. What was the point that you just made? I apologize. I literally was just trying to make sure you knew that information, so that I didn't have to kick you. You were just.
Oh, I was just saying the F drug being crossed were much lower than under Biden administration.
Let me be clear.
Criminals were less being.
Let me be clear real quick. That major decrease in the level of F drug ODs and stuff like that in the country has started reducing under the Biden administration. If you look at the graph, it was majorly decreasing under Biden's administration.
Is it still dipping?
Yeah, it's just it continued on a trend from Biden's admin, and then you're taking credit for that?
Yes, I am actually.
Okay. Why would you take credit for something that already was happening prior to his
You
administration?
could see numbers being decreased even more than it was.
Where do you
Even
see
if
that?
they were being decreased under Biden, they are still being decreased under Donald Trump.
You said they're being decreased under Donald Trump. Okay, but like they were already under that trend under the Biden administration.
And what is that percentage? The percentage is higher with Trump.
What's your source for that?
Charlie Kirk?
Charlie Kirk is not a source for that information.
I use his sources as well.
Okay.
Trust me.
Well, I don't know what sources those would be.
The DOJ.
The DOJ. Okay. So the DOJ, you're claiming, has made a claim of how many people have died of DRUG overdoses.
Sure.
Wouldn't that be like the CDC or like the
Yeah,
National
that one.
Institute
Sorry.
on like drug abuse, you
Sure.
know, or something like that, and
Sure.
not like the DOJ?
Sure.
Okay, so then why did you just say you got it from Charlie Kirk's source and the DOJ?
His sources is what I meant to say.
Yeah, but that wouldn't make any sense to use that as a source.
Okay, then we can completely disregard me saying Charlie Kirk.
That's okay. But with the
something I also
CDC,
wanna-
we only have data up until 2024. So I'm really confused where you're getting this data in 2025, because I'm looking at the CDC right now and it only goes up to 2024 and it was already decreasing. I don't know where this updated data is that you're seeing, you know, the Trump statistics. Maybe I
Can you
can
share your
look at a
screen or
different
no?
one. I can, but I don't know what the point would be.
Okay. Well, I want to touch on other points as well.
Yeah, that one steps to 2023. Like,
Can I ask you who appointed what's his name? Merrick?
Merrick Garland,
Yeah.
that was Biden.
And why
And then
would
he was
why would that
nominated by Congress.
why didn't they release the Epstein files when Merrick Garland was US Attorney General?
Did I just explain this to you? I'm pretty sure I did.
No.
No, I explained this to the last person. I apologize then. So the DOJ was independent under the Biden administration and under prior administrations. So the president wasn't dealing with the daily concerns of the administration, right? Along with the fact that it was completely sealed through 2024, or in their investigations into co-conspirators through 2025 and appeals into Ghislaine Maxwell. So I definitely think that Harris, if she were in office, her administration would have definitely followed through with the release of the Epstein files.
I mean, Trump has followed through with the release of
No,
the
he
Epstein
hasn't.
file. The
His
redactions
DOJ has
are
been
ongoing
scrubbing
investigations.
allegations against Trump.
Are these not ongoing investigations on these redactions, and that's henceforth why they are
No,
redacted?
no, it's not ongoing investigations, right, that we're referencing. We're referencing interviews associated with allegations targeted towards Trump, things that were investigated and that we should be able to have access to, and that they're scrubbing.
I mean, we can give credit that Trump did follow through and release these Epstein files, redacted
Not
or
all of
not.
them have been released. Like, I don't know where you're getting that
No,
information
they're
from.
still
That's
getting
definitely not
released.
true.
They're
No,
still
they said
getting
they're
released.
done. They said they're done.
Who is that? Who said they're
The
done?
DOJ.
Can you state some like?
Do you know who
Can you
Pam Bondi is?
Pam Bondi?
Yeah. Do you know who that
I do
is?
not. No. Parker, I am still learning, man. I'm 20. I just turned freshly 20, and I do want to learn.
Dude, I did this when I was 20 years old.
Okay, well, you have other
I was younger when I started doing this,
problems than
bro.
me. Okay, well, I don't know how to explain it, but I've always just
I'm also 23, man. Like, there's a 3-year
no,
difference.
I
Like, I get
understand.
it, and I understand you're just making the move. It's not about age, is the point I'm making. It's about you're making your first steps right now. Does that make
Of
sense?
course, yeah, and that's what I'm trying to
It,
explain
y-
to you.
that could be when you're 40. That could be when you're 60. That could be when you're 80. You're making your first steps in terms of politics now. So I'm telling you to get involved, to get yourself critically thinking. It's a good thing to be questioning these things. And these questions, although they might seem abrasive right now, are relevant towards you questioning your own views, internally speaking.
Gotcha. Okay, well, I just we can all agree that Charlie Kirk had more influence on people,
Sure, yes, he had lots of influence.
and I can agree that I was part of that influencing, and I always viewed him as a person with good morals. Uh, it's very unfortunate what
I
happened to him.
definitely don't agree with you.
Why is that?
Wait, let me clarify because that's going to get clipped out of context. I obviously think he did not deserve to die. I obviously think he was murdered. I was 30 to 40 feet away
No, I
from him
understand.
when it
I
happened,
feel for
but I'm
you.
saying he's not
I
a good
knew you were
person.
there.
Like, just because right, something horrible happened to him does not mean that he's a good person, is the point that I'm making. Fuck,
No,
I know
I
that's going to be cut
understand.
out of context. Shit, dude,
No.
that's going to be something I see on my For You page later. I swear to God, I'm going to see that on my For You page later.
Parker,
Watch
I
that
think I
happen. There's
heard
going to be
you
Trump
say this
supporters
last
coming up
night.
on the live asking me about that. Jesus Christ.
Parker, I think I heard you say this last night. You were like, that was murder. What happened to him? It
Yeah,
was
I know, but
completely
like,
wrong.
I know it's gonna get cut out of context. This
Oh,
happens all
yeah.
the time. So
Okay. I'm sorry.
no,
I didn't
it's
mean
okay.
for
It's
you
okay.
to
It's not
say
your
anything
fault
out
at
of
all. It's
context.
just like I just honestly, it might not even happen, but it probably will. This is kind of my thoughts.
Okay.
But
Okay, well, let's move on. Why do you think his morals were not morally correct?
yeah, I mean, he thinks that his 10-year-old daughter should be forced to go through a pregnancy.
I think he was thinking that
He
let's make
was
something
saying that like
beautiful
trans
out
people
of
were
a
the what's that?
terrible thing. Why would you make terrible from terrible? A terrible situation into a worse situation is what I'm trying to say.
I care way more about the individual that's pregnant in the scenario that was assaulted and their autonomy than I care about a cellular human life that is not going to ever be sentient if there's an abortion.
Gotcha.
Like, I mean, do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Can you say that one more time?
Do you think that it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
No.
So there's nothing about Christianity that necessarily entails you have to believe that it's valuable at the point of conception. You can believe it's valuable later on, and to believe that literally children should be forced to go through pregnancies is genuinely crazy. Like, actually insane.
I understand that. I understand
like,
that.
by the way, you can still be pro-life without holding that
position.
position, by the way. Like, that's just a wildly absurd position.
No, I understand that. I think it's all about the gratitude of the situation and turning something that's obviously horrible, like it shouldn't happen to anybody, into something that's like, okay, yes, we can turn this into something good. Is that not morally like thinking about the human that is
I don't know how it could be necessarily considered good when the child was assaulted.
No, I understand that. Parker, I'm not trying to say that. You're taking me out of context a little bit.
How?
I'm
just
saying-
repeating back what you just said.
No, I said that's terrible and that should never happen to anyone. But in this case, if it does, then turn the situation into something good. Why would you turn the situation
By allowing them
worse?
to have autonomy, right?
Yes, why would you live on the rest of your life knowing that you killed your can I say that word?
Dude, do you care about the sperm that you've killed?
Okay,
Those
that's not
cellular
the
lives.
same.
Oh my God,
One
I'm really.
is-
Every
is-
time I go to sleep, I'm so sad about every single time that I think about a sperm has died. Every single time. Oh my God,
Parker,
those cellular
no.
lives. I'm really so sad about
No,
them.
Parker,
No
that's
one
not
thinks
what
like
I
that,
meant.
dude. You know what I mean? Like, so the point that I'm making is that, like, we care so much about the person, the subjective experience they have. We don't care so much about just cellular human life. Okay, is kind of my point. Now, could you have some value that you place upon that? Sure, but nowhere near enough to say that someone's autonomy shouldn't be maintained in this scenario, given that they're sentient and that they have to go through an experience and they have to undergo so many risks associated with a pregnancy. People forget about
yeah.
all the risks that people's bodies go through when they go through pregnancies. And the fact that they should have to go through those risks under many people's worldviews, right, without even a consideration of that, is absurd.
Gotcha. I understand. That's not a bad argument. I'm not saying that's a bad argument. I just think in a Christianic like view as well, I think it's just wrong to have an abortion in general.
Okay.
And I think that's just
I
that's just-
disagree. Do you think it's wrong to have an abortion if it's to save the pregnant individual's life?
No, because that's medically like that's just a medical thing. That's just like no.
That's just a medical thing. Isn't all abortion medical?
No, I understand.
At what risk of death does there have to be in order for someone to be able to have legal access to an abortion?
Sorry, can you say that last part?
Yeah. What risk of death does there have to be in order for the person to have a legal access to abortion?
I think any pregnancy has a risk of death.
Exactly. So at what percentage risk would you then say that there is enough risk to say that someone should be allowed to have a legal access to abortion?
When it's certain death.
Certain death. So if there's a 90% chance of death, you're okay with them not having legal access to an abortion?
Certain death. 100%.
So if there's a 99.99% chance that they're going to die if they don't have access to an
No
abortion,
one's gonna say
you
there's
think
a
they should be
99.99.
Wait, let me clarify. Let me clarify. There's a 99% chance that they're going to die. You're saying that they should not have legal access to abortion in that scenario.
They should not, or they should?
Do you think that 99% right chance of death, they should be able to have a legal access to an abortion?
Sure.
Okay, that's not certain death. So let's
But that
clarify
is-
that you have some sort of
Bro, that
percentage.
is like
Because, by the way,
point-
the fact that it would have to be 99% is nuts, by the way. If it were 75%, right, would you say that they should have legal access to an abortion?
Okay, more than half.
Okay, so now we've got us to more than half. So if there was a 45% chance that someone was going to die if they don't get access to an abortion, should they be legally obligated to go through that pregnancy?
Guys, I have a uterus, bro. Don't say that. I'm a
Okay,
transgender individual.
Dude.
I'm sorry.
Are you actually
He's
trans, or are you
going
lying right now purposefully in order to be able to
I'm
just get
lying
away with that?
purposefully. I'm sorry, Parker. I did not
Okay,
mean
don't
to
do that.
disappoint you. Yes, sir. Aye, Captain.
Can you engage the points that I'm making, please?
Yes, I'm sorry.
What was the last point that I just made?
That if they have 45% certain death, it's still... I think just everything has a certain death thing, like percentage.
So if there's a 45% chance of death, should they be able to have legal access to an abortion? Yes or no?
No.
No? So you think someone
No.
should have to go in a risk of 45% death in order to be able to
Yes.
maintain a pregnancy for an individual that's not sentient, and if you had an abortion, would never be sentient? This is what I'm saying. Your worldview is so wildly fucking absurd that you'd be okay with people having to undergo such an obligation or risk. That's fucking insane. I guarantee if you applied that to any fucking man, you would never be okay with applying that standard. That is fucking ridiculous. 45% chance of death. And you're like, yeah, they shouldn't be able to have legal access to an abortion. I guarantee if there's any circumstance where there was a 45% chance of death, right, of
Parker, I
someone
don't think
specifically
there's-
dying,
there's-
that you
there's
think a man would be
proper
justified
way-
in killing someone. Hell,
Parker,
wait,
there's not really a proper way to for sure know you have a 45% chance of life.
if an
or
officer
death.
had a 45% chance of death, do you think that they would be justified in using lethal force?
This is so like.
I'm
in
asking,
theory,
wait, do you think an officer, a man who's an officer, had a 45% chance of death, that they should be able to use lethal force?
Against a perpetrator, that's... I mean, it depends on the situation, honestly.
Okay, well, I guess I'll give a different circumstance because you need a little bit more context than that. If there was something that was applied to you, like literally, I threw something onto you, right? It attaches to your body. It's a human, right? And you have a 45% chance of death if you don't disattach this human from you. Are you saying you're legally obligated to hold it for 9 months at 45% risk of death of yourself and many medical complications that can come from that as well?
Holy
right? That are
fuck.
long-term medical complications as well that can be debilitating, right? All of those considerations. Would you say that you're legally obligated? I can force you to go through that.
Okay, I'm starting to see what you're trying to say here.
Wow. Wow. Do you see how quickly
Yes, I know,
it made
I know,
sense
Parker,
when I
I
literally
know.
said it's applicable to a man?
Okay,
Look at that.
okay.
That is evidence right there that if it literally was applicable to men, they'd be okay with it being legal. That's literally evidence right there. You just proved it in real time. Thank you. Keep going. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure that that point was well known.
Sure. Okay, maybe you had a point, Senor Parker. I'm trying to learn is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't really like... What's the term?
And it's
Where you're
really
just
good
in the
that
middle
you're
and-
trying to learn, but I think you're taking it to extreme extents. Like, I understand trying to learn,
A little bit,
but I
yeah.
mean, you're quite literally saying that 10-year-old rape victims should be forced to go through pregnancy. That's not learning. That's called having horrible positions that you're going to have to learn are bad. So you are learning that they're bad positions that you shouldn't hold to. And I'm giving you the reasons why you shouldn't hold to those positions. It's cruel. It's
Gotcha, but
unnecessarily cruel.
We have different points. Like you're I'm assuming you're an atheist.
Dude, you can be Christian and hold my perspective. There's nothing about being an atheist that means that I have to hold my perspective. You can literally be Christian and hold my exact worldview. There is nothing about being Christian
that's
that prevents you from
contradicting a little
agreeing
bit,
with my
no?
position on abortion. Literally.
Is that not contradicting?
No. I'm going to let you think on that for a
Having
second.
the
I
same
have a few people to think. I'm like 50 minutes into the stream. I'm going to thank some people real quick. I apologize. I'll let you keep addressing that point. I just want to thank some people and catch up. I apologize. Creed, thank you so much for the $1. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll definitely make sure to look into that. Thank you. Junior, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Aw. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Definitely do. Courtney, thank you so much for the $5. Happy Monday to you. Jesse, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. That would be definitely more base than what we have right now. Lexington, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm glad that I'm able to. And again, best wishes for you. Completely best wishes for you, Lexington. I hope that you recover very well. I hope you recover very well. W's for Lexington in the comment section right now. Joe as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. That would be. They said 45% chance you expire if you don't remove your balls. Keeping them is a huge risk of keeping them. Be honest, guess you keeping. I'm confusing. I'm actually confused. I think that they would say definitely not. Probably. I think because you're saying there's potential, but maybe they would just view because there's not cellular life already. At least if they know what they're talking about. Shanette, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Conway, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I know that's ridiculous, right? Cassie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you so much, Cassie. Linda, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Said Massachusetts has some of the best medical care in the country, but even with insurance, it is not affordable for many. It's very true. That is very true. Healthcare is extremely unaffordable in this country. Even though it's more affordable in some areas, it's still incredibly unaffordable. They said it now costs between $80 to $120 just to schedule an appointment. Many can't pay upfront costs. Seriously, though. Exactly why there should be no copays, no deductibles, no premiums for any of these things. It's ridiculous that people even have to consider that when thinking about whether or not they go to the doctor or get access for medical help, which, by the way, will reduce healthcare costs in the long run because preventative healthcare access literally helps us address chronic healthcare conditions that can exist in the long run due to the fact that it was not addressed in terms of preventative care. Phoenix, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yes, I'll have to bring that one up. Brian, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2 as well. Thank you. And then hey, actually, I have a question. Unmute your microphone real quick. I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you think that if a woman cheats on her husband and becomes pregnant, that she should have to get an abortion?
She's making a decision from the get-go.
Do you think that she should have to get an abortion?
No.
Okay, well, you should read your Bible. In Numbers, it literally says that in that context, that a woman should get an abortion.
Can you state your citations?
Mm-hmm.
Have you read the whole Bible? I'm just curious.
It's Numbers 5, 11 through 31. And have I read the whole Bible? No.
Gotcha.
Do you know the first 4 books of the New Testament?
I do not know. I'm not a Christian.
So
I grew up as a Christian.
Oh wait, you're not Christian?
No, I grew up as a Christian.
You literally earlier tried to use it as a critique against me that I'm not Christian.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. You said you're not Christian.
I'm not Christian. I don't go to church. I don't read the Bible, but I do like his Christian views, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
That makes no sense at all.
Okay. Well, I just think that he's just, I don't know, morally like. Never mind. We can pass that.
So you're not Christian, but yet
No, I'm
you
not.
want him to force Christianity upon other people.
I didn't say that. No.
That's what he's doing, though.
He's forcing.
Yes, he's literally overturned Roe versus Wade, which in some states forces people to have restricted access to abortion.
Is that a forced Christian? Like, I'm pretty sure he's not Christian.
So now you don't care about Christianity. Okay, so then what about your view
But he's
means
not.
you
He's not forcing a
want to force
Christian
people?
view.
Okay. So
Does that make sense?
you mean the Trump Bible isn't him trying to force Christianity in schools, for example? Like
The Trump what? I'm sorry?
the Trump Bible?
Bible?
Yeah, the Trump Bible. Did you know that exists? That's a real thing?
Hell no.
I'm
Where
not
is this
trolling.
from?
There's a Trump Bible. Look
This
it up.
sounds AI.
I'm not kidding. Oklahoma, I'm pretty sure passed a resolution specifically to use it, right, within many contexts, right? That I don't know if it's been completely enforced in all of Oklahoma, but I've definitely seen the fact that that was passed.
Parts of Oklahoma are required. What? And what is this Trump Bible? Like, can you tell me the specifics of this Trump Bible?
You look into it. Look into it. Click on it.
Where are you getting this information from?
Where am I getting it from? It's been vastly reported on him himself. I'm pretty sure he talked about it on countless occasions. I could bring up a video of him talking about it.
A Trump? I've never heard of that in my
It's
life.
so crazy that he can't even believe that Trump's done this shit.
I understand. I was freshly 18 when I voted for him.
Wait, by the way, that's what makes this so funny. Is because
I know.
like that's such a genuine response to this.
Parker,
Right?
I know.
Like it's such a genuine response. Like literally, it's so fucking unbelievably stupid that you can't even possibly believe that Trump did it.
Yeah, I see.
Like
I
I
mean-
think that's a funny and a good thing, by the way, because you acknowledge that it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. Not gonna lie. I think every administration has its terrible shits they're passing and fucking agreeing on, and every administration has a good thing that they are doing and whatnot. I think it's a good thing that what he's doing, what he did in Venezuela, that whole operation that took down Maduro. I have not spoken with a Venezuelan that has not agreed on that. I agree with what he's doing in Iran.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know how it materially benefited the Venezuelan people at all. Like literally, they kept the same regime in office.
This is he took down the communist leader of Venezuela.
But he kept the same regime in office. He just put the vice president there, and then secondly, he also
Okay,
just literally
that
stole
is
oil.
that is a
do
huge
you think
step
Venezuelans are happy
into
about the
the
fact that
right
they
direction.
stole oil?
He's stealing oil.
Yes, literally. They said,
From
"Give
a-
us oil, or we're going to bomb you."
He said that.
Yeah, I'm not trolling. Why is that funny? Like that? Like actually, that's insane. Like that's actually like literally stealing.
He's taking down a communist regime.
Oh wait, again, that's what they're selling to you as propaganda. Are you really gonna buy that propaganda? Like genuinely, is that convincing to you?
It's still a step in the
Come on,
right
then.
direction.
Don't let this be convincing to you, because that
Venezuelans are happy he's gone. The only people that are not happy.
That makes sense. That makes sense being happy, but there's no material benefit because he kept the same regime in office. He didn't even put the people specifically who in the position that rightfully won. The point I want to make is that his incentive with doing these things is not because he cares about any of these people. It's because he wants to distract away from the Epstein files. Genuinely, I
think that's a red
believe
herring.
that Donald Trump could give a fuck less about
That's a red
any of
herring.
the people in these situations. One, because it doesn't materially benefit them. Two, because he literally stole from them. He actually disenfranchised them. Three, because what he's doing with Iran is doing the exact same thing.
I think it benefits both U.S. and Venezuela.
How? Gas prices are going to go up how much now because of the fact that he started war with Iran? Tell me. How much do you think gas prices are going to go up?
Iran. This is
We-
not a
we have-
war. These are
We're currently at war with
operations.
Iran.
No, we're not. Have we deployed these ships into the sea of
Then why have
Iran
U.S.
and-
service members been killed in conflict?
Four.
Does that
This is
mean
not
we're
a
not at
war.
war?
No, this is not a war. Yes, there are casualties.
You don't think in what?
But this does not
There's
conclude that
casualties
it's-
in what?
What do you mean?
There's casualties in what?
And what or in what?
In what?
In Iran?
Casualties in war.
No. Okay, there's casualties in conflicts.
There's casualties.
This is not a war. This is a conflict. This is an operation that's being done by the U.S. There was casualties in the Venezuela shit.
There were likely people
This is
reviewed
an
that will literally die. That will literally die. But I'm willing to actually give it up. I'm willing to. It's something I'm willing to do. These Americans, I'm willing to let them die. That's exactly what you're saying right now.
These Americans are willing for them to die?
No, that Trump is willing to let the Americans die. By the way, what is this? You know that one Lord Farquaad from Shrek? This is literally what he did.
I've never watched Shrek.
L.
I watched it as a kid, but I don't remember what happened. I don't have time for that anymore, unfortunately. Which Shrek is this?
I don't remember which Shrek. They've morphed in my head.
Damn.
I just remember it was from Shrek.
Oh.
So he said that there's likely going to be more U.S. casualties. Likely more will die because this is a war.
But this is not a war. This
Yes,
is
it
not
is.
like get ready for war.
Define
This
war.
is not
Define war.
when I don't know. This is it's people are saying this is the start of a World War III, and I think that's a
Do you like BBC
exaggeration.
News?
I don't follow any news channel. I go
Okay,
on
well,
Grounded.
they literally, the title of their article that they've dropped is Trump warns of more U.S. deaths in Iran war.
Iran war. I don't follow BBC. Grounded, not Grinder. Grounded.
What?
It's like a bipartisan like news thing. If that makes sense.
Ground news?
Oh yeah, ground news. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
Because you thought ground news was Grinder?
No, they're saying Grinder, and I'm saying Grounded.
Oh, okay.
The chat is saying Grinder.
Oh,
No,
okay.
guys. No, guys.
So you got rage baited, is what I'm hearing.
A little bit, yeah.
Vanessa, thank you so much for the $20, by the way. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Very true, very true. As well as Austin, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said that, okay, superintendent tried to force the Trump Bible in schools, but a judge shot it down after they bought thousands of them. That's crazy. As well as Jesse, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I bet he would call it a war if the Democrats were in office. Rachel, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Rachel. I really appreciate the $25 on PayPal. Thank you. Wait, do you actually agree?
No, I was just joking.
Wait, no, I actually do think that you would say that, though. I'm not trolling. And Jane, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much.
No, honestly, no. I think he stopped. Can we both agree that he stopped the war in Ukraine and Russia?
No, he didn't.
So they didn't pull the troops out of Ukraine.
No.
I do live in Florida, and I do see a lot of what do you call it?
Wait, you actually thought the Russia-Ukraine war was over?
It is over, man.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not. You want to bet?
Ukrainian people have returned to like their
really. How confident are you in that assertion?
Like 8 out of 10.
Okay, so do you want to bet? 8 out of 10 odds?
Sorry?
Are we doing 8 to 10 odds too? 8 out of 10 odds?
Hell no.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, obviously, because you know that it's not 8 out of 10. But so, how much do you want to
bet? It's up to you.
How much? Give me a number. Highest number you can do.
Highest number? Shit, I just paid rent. Nah, let's just not bet.
That's smart.
But my 8 out of 10
decision.
confidence.
Good decision. Because you'd be wrong and you'd lose your money. That's the only. By the way, I just want to let you know the only reason I would ever accept a bet on the live stream is because I would know I would make money. Like that's the only reason I would ever do it. Otherwise, you don't accept a bet. If you're not like, for example, if someone wanted to make a bet about something I said and I wasn't sure about what I said because I get elevated all the time, I would be like, yeah, I'm not gonna bet on that because I'm not confident enough about it because, you know. That's hard to remember everything you say.
Yeah, sure. Well, Parker, I have to go.
Okay,
It was
alrighty.
nice talking to you.
Bye-bye.
I'm gonna follow you actually. I don't even follow you, but I'm gonna follow
And
you.
you're not going to support Trump anymore, right?
I can't guarantee that, honestly.
I can guarantee it if you keep watching the stream.
By making what point? What do you have to like convince me?
I've noticed a trend amongst people that initially hate me. They tend to like me more over time if they keep
No,
watching my
I
stream
never
all the
hate
time.
you, man.
No,
I
by the
actually,
way, sorry, let me clarify. I wasn't trying to mean that you hate me. I meant like people who disagree with me, right? If
sure.
they keep watching my content, they tend to like me over time and tend to then agree with me more because I make points that are agreeable.
Sure, okay. I understand. Uh,
Okay, all right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
all right. Well, it was nice talking to you. I hope you have the great rest of your life.
You as well. You as well. Have a good day. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What is a chicken? You're a chicken.
So the next individual, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody.
Dude,
Yo,
stop running, bro. Stop running. Seriously.
It's always the same troll. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of
Dude, are
criteria
you
listed on
still
the TikTok
running?
screen.
Genuinely, you need to
A
stop.
whole second account that you just got lucky I accepted. That's crazy. Right away, too. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, my bad. I didn't even see my thing. Internet.
You're good. You're good. If you meant to send a guest request and you are a Trump supporter, send a guest request back. But I'm assuming that's because you didn't mean to send a guest request. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm old enough, I promise.
Do you support Trump?
I'm much too old. I'm sorry.
Do you support Trump?
I do. I have for a long time.
All right.
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
I have a simple question. I've seen you off. I'm much, much older than you, but I've seen you off and on, and you do make some valid points. And I think everything you say, you have the right to have your voice, and that's what the world is about. But here's a question I've always wanted to ask you. What has kept you from joining the military? Why did you not join the military?
Never felt a calling. Not very physically inclined to do so.
Okay, you're honest. Okay, I
I
get
got a
it.
degree
Okay.
in economics. I specifically am more like math oriented, things like that. That's what comes easier to me. Never had a want to like join the military in my life. I think that service for your country isn't specifically just through joining the military. I think that you can provide service to your country through anything, really, that provides a benefit to your society or makes your society better, whether it's community service, mutual aid,
Mhm.
working in your communities to help people around you, volunteering, uh, working in politics and trying to make the world a better place by trying to get people involved and critically think and things like that. There's so many different things that can specifically benefit our society and provide service. I don't think you have to specifically go into the military to provide service to your society. I think you can provide service through any means. Like for example, I think nurses and doctors and people who work in the medical industry, right, for example, are providing a service to our country, but yet they specifically aren't like joining the military in every instance, right? There are some that work in the military, but most don't.
No, I agree with you. And being married to someone who was medical during Desert Storm and have a desert, they'll tell you how old I am. I have a son who's a Desert Storm child, so that'll give you my age bracket right there. Um, I have a hard time when I hear people start talking about what's happening right now. We do not have ground troops there now, but just the patriotism. Do you consider yourself very patriotic with do you consider yourself a patriot for our country?
Yeah, I would. But I also think that includes like calling out when people who have done bad things in positions of power are in those positions of power. I think that's a fundamental aspect of loving your country is calling out your country's leaders when they do wrong.
And I agree. And I had a lot of that prior to Trump coming back into office. So I do agree with that. I mean, I think speaking your voice is important, absolutely important. I think there's a lot of things that you and I disagree with, but then there are some things we do agree with, for example, what you just said. So I think it's sad the gentleman before he was pushing along and then he made us look really stupid when he said that the Ukraine war was over. So that was embarrassing. So that didn't look good. Yeah, I just have a hard time when I hear people come on sites like this, or whatever, start talking and say things about what's happening with Trump. To me, it doesn't matter who your president is. You should always be backing your president. I get they have flaws, but we do live in the best country in the world. No matter how bad things can be, we still live in the best country. Do you agree with that?
I don't think that we're designated the best country, and I think that holds us back from actually like doing things that would better our country. And I'll tell you things that we could do that could catch us up with the rest of the world.
But
But
can
I
I
don't
stop?
think that we've done.
Can I ask you a question?
One
though?
thing, one thing before you do is I wanted to say,
Okay, go ahead.
I don't
Go
think
ahead.
we should always back the president. And I think that many people that come from countries where they have tyrannical leaders will tell you that's not something that you should do, especially those that are from Russia, right? They'll tell you that what they see with Putin is that you definitely should not trust every single person that gets into the person of the political office, right? And also back them, right? Because that could then mean you end up with someone like Putin or a wannabe Putin.
Okay, well, let me think how I'm going to answer. Okay, let me back up. For example, for me, when I hear our leadership in the past go into other countries and apologize and apologize and apologize, that bothers me. I do not ever want to hear us going into other countries and apologizing for who we are. That's kind of what that is not good.
I
That
very
is
much
not
disagree with you.
strength whatsoever. Oh, it's not strength whatsoever to go into another
is.
country and apologize for who we are.
Yeah, it is strength. It is strength. Like, for example, if you're in the context of a loving
Not at all.
dynamic, like think about this in a relationship, right? Does it take strength to admit that you've done wrong to your partner?
But we're not talking about love. We are talking
Well,
about
yes,
strength of a country.
we are.
We're
Yeah,
not talking
because
about
like,
love.
because like think about it this way: in order for us to be able to acknowledge that we've done wrong, in order to make ourselves better, that takes strength. I don't think it's a weakness to acknowledge that we've done wrong and to say that we're on a different path than what we were historically speaking. It's not a weakness to say that we want to do better than what we've done through history. It's not a weakness to hold ourselves accountable and to do better. Based upon that argument, we would never progress.
Okay, and I do hear what you're saying, but I'm going to have to say I still never, ever would I ever say, I would never go into another country and say, we are the strongest country. We don't have people begging to get out of America. We have people begging to get into America. I don't see where we have people clawing
you
and
do have
crying,
both.
trying. Okay, in my lifetime, I'm not aware of that. Okay, that's me. I can't argue you saying that because that's a place where you're coming from.
Well, I do still say there are a lot of people that don't like being in America that are living in America,
But yet they
and
don't
would
leave.
wish to live
But
in
they don't leave.
because it is hard
They
to
never
go to
leave.
because it is hard to go to other countries, right?
And why is that though? Why is it hard to go to other countries?
Because of costs, because of the fact that there are immigration
Okay.
processes that you have to go through.
There you go. The immigration, and then we're back to that. But I'm not going to
But
open
that
that can of
doesn't.
worms.
But that doesn't mean that there isn't a system to say that we should make our legal process go significantly quicker. There's also, by the way, language barriers that exist, right? Like, for example, if you want to go to certain countries, right, in the context of Europe, you might not speak the language. You'd have to go learn it. So there's also structural issues, or not structural issues, but issues in terms of learning, right? Certain things that would be relevant as well.
But if you want out bad enough, like some people have flip-flopped, if you want out of
What
a
about
country bad
family?
enough, you will get, I'm going to say again though, if you want out bad enough, you will find a way to make it happen. And that's what we have seen happen to us. And just to give you an idea, I live in the Austin area and you just saw what happened in Austin, did you not?
Yeah,
You know, it
it's
just
really
happened,
sad.
right?
Yeah, I
It
did.
really was. It is. Because a lot of us in Texas, we, of course, as you know, we started all that way before anyone else in the United States started the flood. And again, not going backwards, but what I'm saying is, you know, there's more people trying to get it. I'm just saying, if you want something bad enough, you will do whatever it takes, and you will claw, and you will do, and you will fight it to the death. But no, I do appreciate you. You're young, and I see that you're out there and you're having people think. Obviously, the gentleman before, because he didn't do his he didn't do his research before he came on. So I think you're making people think. I think you and I are not on the same page, and I think sometimes age can have a lot to do with that too. I am going to say that. I do live in Texas. I'm a Baptist conservative woman, and that's never going to change for me. But I think what you're doing is important. So I give you a gold star for that. I do. And I don't know if many conservatives will come on here and say that to you, but I think talking is important. And I appreciate the fact that you're out there and you're making people think, and you're making people argue it with you. If they argue, talk, whatever. I call it talking. Too many people aren't talking. And a lot of the younger people fight just as many as the older people fight. So people need to talk about this, and they need to get off their chest, and they need to get out there and learn. And again, example is the gentleman before me. So keep it up, keep doing what you're doing. But I would say always just think about it. Think about it. I think what we're doing right now is we have someone who's finally this is my view, someone who has finally stepped up and is saying enough is enough. He is trying to protect the next generations. Nobody else will do it. And he's finally stepped in and said, I'm going to take care of this, and let's whoop them now and get it done. And like I said, in Austin, this just keeps happening and happening and happening. So that's pretty much all I have. I don't want to keep taking up all your time.
You're not taking up too much time. I typically will have people up for an hour, so you're totally fine. The point I would want to say in response to that is that I don't think that this is him saying enough is enough. He wants to address the conditions that exist there. I don't think he cares much about the conditions that exist there. I think he's more focused about specifically trying to distract away from the Epstein files, like genuinely, because he has realized that it's a huge story on him specifically, and the fact that his DOJ is scrubbing certain interviews associated with allegations targeted towards him is clearly concerning, along with the fact that they were redacting co-conspirators' names and protecting other individuals involved. So I think that is a main reason why they're trying to engage in conflicts like this, because it gets us distracted and talking specifically about all of those things, right, that are happening in the media and the war and everything that's happening, rather than talking about specifically what Donald Trump does has done in the Epstein files. And I also just want to address the fact that, like, this is against everything he ran on. He ran on no new wars, that he wasn't going to put us in any wars, and that he was the peace president, and then is advocating to put us at war now. And it seems like Kamala Harris clearly has advocated against that war. So it seems like in this circumstance that Kamala Harris was the one that wasn't going to put us in war and is the peace president.
Okay, and I do have answers for those three. Give me just a second. So as you were saying, that was going through my mind. Okay, I truly, and this might be an age thing again, I do not see, well, God, there's so much I could say. Honestly, the whole Epstein thing, that doesn't, I just do not, that's ridiculous. No, not at all. That there's too many people. Think of all from A to Z, all the people that are on that list. If that was the case, all those people right now would be running for their lives, thinking they're in all kinds of trouble. Think of all the people on that list. Just because your name is somewhere, somehow, does not mean you're guilty of something. And also remember, he was, and it has been stated, that he did make a phone call and said, there's something going on. Someone needs to look at that. Where else on any list have we had it said or stated anyone else called, even Clinton, who just went through his whole series of interviews? Where was it stated anyone else called and said what Trump said to the authorities? Something's going on here. Maybe I missed that. Have we heard that from anyone else on that list from A to Z? Anyone else on that list? Have they said that?
That was after Epstein was arrested. So that's one thing to take into consideration.
That was before he was arrested. That was before
it was
Epstein
actually
was arrested.
after he was arrested.
Okay, well, I wish I was quick enough to find that for you, but that's not what I had found because I was ready for that with someone else who made that comment to me, and I wish I could find that. So I can't prove that. You'll have to take that. That's a hearsay for you then. But that is not what I had found. I had found that on something, and also I had heard, doesn't even matter because I can't prove it at the moment. But who else from A to Z, has there been anybody else that has, I forget what year it was, but it was not after that, is what I understood. It was not after that. And no one is talking about that. There's only one station, we won't go there, but only one station who's even come close to even discussing that. And they've gone over that many, many a time, but nobody else is discussing that. Well, of course they're not, because they don't want to put that out there. Okay, so that was one. But when it comes to, you said Kamala,
Can I
right?
ask
With
you a
all her,
question?
I don't trust it. I don't trust anything with her. I mean, that's, we all know that's, for me, at least for me, that's craziness. Her and Biden, that whole thing. I felt sorry for him. Anyone that would have put him in that position, that's a whole fiasco. I felt sorry for them. I'm grateful to God that we even survived that whole administration. But that's just me, the way I feel. There's no facts behind it because that would take all day. But that's just me. That's a feeling.
Okay, so
That's I'll just stick with
I have a
that.
question. If Bill and Hillary
Sure.
Clinton can testify in front of Congress, why doesn't Trump?
Maybe he will. I can't answer that. I cannot answer that. Maybe he will once all this is said and done. I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know. I can't speak for people. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with all that. I do not know what's going to happen with all that.
Okay.
That I have no answer
Um,
for. I mean, I
Here's
won't
my
sit here and
point: is
lie.
that
I don't know.
people on the left and on the right, regardless of their
Mhm.
political affiliation, should be held accountable if they're implicated in these files. And the thing that I'm saying is that Donald Trump has people in his administration, such as Howard Lutnick, that went on the island. There's pictures of him on the island with Epstein,
Mhm.
right? In
Mhm.
situations when she said he was with his family just going there for dinner, which clearly his family was not
Mhm.
seen. He was not sitting down for dinner. He was hanging out with Epstein. And there's a picture of that. And he was on the island, and Donald Trump has not
Mhm.
fired him. Why would Donald Trump not fire someone who he's known has been on the island and lied about him being on the island?
Okay, so he was on the island. So were a lot of other people on the island. So I'm sorry. So ask me that again. A lot of people were on the island. Who was
Yeah.
that? I don't even watch The View, but I saw on whatever, one day I was flipping the channel, I saw her begging everyone to understand why she was on an airplane with him and she had gone here. All these people, are coming out of the woodworks from A to Z again. There's that laundry list of people. Here's why I was on the
We're not
plane
just
with
talking
him.
about
Here,
on the plane. Trump was on the plane.
no,
We're
no, no.
talking
I'm
about
saying
on
that's
the
the one I
island.
heard.
I
Okay.
think that we need to be clear here what island this is. This is an
No, I hear you.
island that Epstein literally notoriously used to traffic children. So let me just clarify. I think anyone that went to this island that's an adult, right, that's knowingly going there, that's not a victim or a survivor, I think that
Mm-hmm.
they are obviously knowing what's going on there. I don't
I
think that there's
can't, well,
anyone
I
that's
can't
innocent
speak
that
for
went
it. Like I
there
said,
that's an
no, and I
adult
hear
that
you.
intentionally went there and isn't a victim or a survivor, specifically went there with good intentions.
No, I have no answer for that. I do not know because I wasn't there. I don't know these people and I wasn't there. I wasn't there. But I also know how many people, you or I, how many of us have ever been accused of something that we know we haven't done. I'm not just saying I'm saying in the big picture. How many of us have ever been accused of something and we know we didn't do it, but yet we still have been accused of it? Just step back. Sometimes we have to step back and say, I know I didn't do that, but yet I'm still being accused of it. And there's no way to prove it. There's no
It's
way to
not about
change
being
someone's
accused.
mind.
There's photo evidence of him being there.
Okay, I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I
We know,
don't
but
have I
there's
can't speak
literally
for other
photo
people.
evidence of him there.
No, I hear you. I hear you. No, I hear. I don't know. I can't speak for people. I don't know why that stuff's happened. I don't know why someone didn't do this or someone didn't do that. I don't know. That I do not know. I can't speak for other
Well, it's like
people. I
there's got to
can't
be
speak for other
accountability
people's
for these things. I
actions.
think it shows weakness that we can't hold individuals who have done things like this accountable.
Sure, sure. No, and I agree with you 100%. But I will say what I can say right now is with everything going on in the world, if I had to have someone do something to take care of my family, and what I refer to Trump is as a bulldog. That's what I always say. He's a bulldog because most people will fear him because he's already shown when he puts a red line in the sand, cross it, I'll get you. He usually gets you. Not the typical, what was the word? Don't, don't, don't from the last administration. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just saying that was always their comeback. Don't didn't do anything. Don't just continued. Don't just meant don't.
I
Don't.
think
That didn't mean a
you're not
thing.
looking at the things she did, right? Like, for example, the bipartisan border bill that they were working with Republicans in Congress to pass, that Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine, and then said, blame it on me if the border bill fails, and then hasn't got the border bill done that he said he would get done through legislation.
Well, I will tell you what's the number now. How many people are coming over the border right now?
So just because there's less people coming over the border does not mean the border is more secure, necessarily speaking, in the manner in which we'd like it, right? So I do have a few things to address in terms of that. One is that there were less border crossings at the end of the Biden administration than there were at the end of Trump's first administration. Do you
I
think
will
that the
differ with
border
that
that
since I
Biden
live in
inherited,
Texas.
do you think the
Here,
border, do you think the border
well-
Biden inherited, right, was less secure than the border that he handed over to Trump?
So let me, and I say this kindly. A lot of the time, the last couple of years, well, let me just say this. For those of us who live in Texas, and for those of us who are local news, what state are you in, may I ask?
California. I live in LA.
Okay. So, all right. So you have a different, of course, you have a different life than what Texas does. You know how that goes. We've inherited a lot of people. I say this respectfully. We've inherited a lot of Californians. So we have that group that have transformed. They are like, we love Texas.
There's a lot of
We
people
love it
who
for-
live in California from Texas. You know that, right? And from the
I
Midwest.
know.
I'm
I've
from the
heard that
Midwest.
as well. I have.
I grew up in Iowa,
100
and I moved
Yeah.
to LA.
Yeah. So, yeah, I've heard that as well. I get it 100%. And now we have a lot of people from California, after being here a few years, they just showed statistics, and I can't remember that number, that have left to go back to California. So, you got that flip-flop thing happening. But I will say, before anyone else in the United States really realized how crazy it was, we were already enduring the crazy, just the invasion of people that were coming. So when I hear people say these numbers, and I hear you say these numbers, I just really don't believe any of them, because here in our state, I personally know people that live down on the border, that have the ranches and so forth, that their houses, they had people breaking into their houses. They had people taking their horses. They had people just coming in, taking their stuff, stealing their cars. But this has been going on for us for many, many, many years, along the border, before it became a major ordeal. It wasn't until our governor decided to, let's start sending people across the United States so people understand this is what we live with on a daily basis. So I only bring that up to say, sometimes I hear these numbers and I hear you, they're not really right as far as we're concerned, because we've dealt with this for many, many years.
So
Many,
undocumented
many
immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit property crime, violent crime, drug crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. Actually, border cities have disproportionately less crime comparative to the rest of the country. So although you're fed this propagandistic narrative that immigrants specifically are committing crime at vastly higher rates than natural-born U.S. citizens, that's not true. I understand that you might see and have personal experiences with the fact that some people who have come to the country undocumented have committed crimes. That does not allow for you to generalize this is the case, and that's why we use statistics and studies and evidence in order to be able to factor in what is true. Because although you see immigrants committing crime, the rest of the country sees U.S. citizens committing crimes at higher rates. And people in border cities that don't have the same bias as you see the exact opposite as well. They see less crime in their country based upon statistics and based upon what they see in their daily life. And they don't see immigrants committing crime in the way that you do. They see immigrants, right, coming to this country, building businesses, working for a better life, right, treating people with respect and dignity. A lot of which the president isn't done, right?
Well, I hear you, but I'm just going to tell you, when you're here, that's just not the case. When you live somewhere close to the border, that's not the case. That's just, that's not the reality. And I do hear what you're saying. It's not the reality. It's not the reality. It's not the reality. It is not the reality.
Saying
at all.
no isn't a response to my point, because I told you statistics justify that their border cities have less crime compared to the rest of the country. And there's a
That's just
bibliography
not
in my
true.
bio.
It's just
There's
not.
a bibliography in my
I'm
bio that
not
shows that
fault-
undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime compared to natural-born U.S.
That's-
citizens.
Well, okay, but I'm just telling you, you can talk to most people, you talk to a lot of people who live where we live, and they're going to tell you that's just not, you should watch our news. You can watch our news. You can, I mean, like I said, again, I'm not the type that sits and argues. I talk. I never argue with people, but I'm just going to say that's not the reality we live in. It's not the reality we live in.
Are you willing to question that? Because it sounds like if I give you evidence, statistics, and facts that justify my argument, you're willing to dispute it with just no. Because again, I understand that you've had a personal experience where you've heard a certain type of narrative, but that doesn't necessarily mean that
It's
that
not a
narrative is
narrative.
correct.
It's people that we actually know. It's people that
I understand,
it's
and I
down
know
on the border. But let me say that. Well, here's where the whole thing got started, though. And again, I'll go with that. Here's what I was going to say, though. But with, as I call Trump Bulldog, it has slowed down a lot. It has slowed down. We don't have the chaos. We don't have these things occurring. Now we have a whole different thing happening in our state, a whole nother thing happening in our state. I won't even open that can of worms, but we have a whole nother thing happening in our state that we're having to deal with and endure. But so what I say is, for me and for my family and for my friends, we have for the right person in the office getting done what we want done. And I'm sure this is going to make a lot of people mad. It might make you mad too, but we're getting done what we want done right now. And, you know, you vote what you need done. You vote what is going to protect your family, just like you voted for what's best for you, best for business, best for the, so what's being done right now is what we wanted to see done. And I guess that's the best way to say it. So, again, I say to you, because with you being much younger than me, the conversations need to continue. So I hope other people like myself will come on and they will talk with you and they will say there are the good, there are the bad. There are things that have happened that maybe we don't all agree with that he's getting done, but for the most part, absolutely, he's getting done what we want to see get done. I just feel like instead of all the negative, when he does something right, he should be applauded for what he's done right. Don't you believe that? When he does something good, he should be applauded for what he's done good. And I don't hear
I just
people
think
doing
it's
that.
very unlikely that he's going to do something good because a lot of what he's doing is horrible. I think that he
You
needs
don't
to be
think he's
called
done
out.
anything good for you and your
I
family?
think that if we're going to hold that standard to be true, I think that we need to actually hold him accountable when he does things that are wrong. And I think the
Well,
point
and
you
you
made
do, 'cause
earlier
I know
that we
you
shouldn't
do.
be apologizing to other countries was actually showing that you don't believe in that standard yourself. And I do,
I
but do
don't.
you do that? Does your side do that? Is the real question.
I just do. Hey, I was never an Obama fan. Ever would I have been. But I do. I respect The Office. I've always respected The Office. Always have I respected it.
Trump
We have
didn't.
a
Trump literally said that he was born in Africa and wasn't born in the United States because there, even
Well,
though
I
there's a birth
can't.
certificate
Hey,
of him
but I
born in the
can't.
country.
But see, I don't sit and nitpick. That's what I was. That's what I guess that's what I'm getting back to. I don't just sit there and just nitpick every little single thing. I look past some of the little time that, okay, we're not perfect. You and I, neither one of us are perfect. We're going to have our flaws. There's going to be things we mess up on. There's going to be things. Nobody is going to be perfect. Kind of like when, well,
I
you
I
know,
don't think we're
back
looking
the
for
very,
perfection. I think we're looking for a basic standard. I think there's a difference
no, and I
between
hear you.
looking for
I hear you.
perfection and having basic standards.
No, I hear you. And some people's standards are different than other people's standards. But I can remember the first time when Trump ran and when Clinton ran, a lot of people, which made me irritated, said, "Well, I'm just not going to vote." I'm like, "Okay, then you vote the lesser of two evils. If that's your idea, you vote for somebody. You vote for somebody. You have to." People fought so that you could vote. Get out and vote. You vote for someone.
This
There's
is
got to be
one thing I totally
something.
agree with you on. I think it's really
Yeah.
important to vote. I do disagree with how you're voting, but I do think it's incredibly important to vote because we want people who are genuine in politics. Now, I think a lot of people will take and see the corruption that exists within our society, and they'll take that as a reason to not involve themselves because there's so much horrible stuff that exists within our society. But I say take that as motivation to involve yourself so that there's a greater culture that is involved in this that is actually better.
Well,
And if
I
I
tell
use that same
people,
argument as well, I wouldn't be running these live streams right now.
sure, I think the people who are out here moaning and groaning and griping and I don't like this part. I don't like Trump. I don't like this. I don't like that. I don't like Obama. I don't like Biden. Well, you don't get to say anything if you didn't vote. If you don't vote, you keep your mouth shut. You say nothing.
Well,
If you're voting,
I do think
okay,
that
then you can say.
I do think that someone can change over time. Say they didn't vote in the past, but now they changed their mind and they're like, okay, I've changed my mind, and I think that they can make sense in saying it. So I think that there's a point of
Mhm.
saying that. But then I do think that there's another point to say that, like, yes, you should go out there and vote. And if you are saying that voting isn't effective, then you shouldn't be, obviously making that argument because it's not justified in reason, right? If it was the case that voting didn't matter at all, why would there be all these campaigns specifically that are trying to restrict people from voting? Why would there be all these campaigns specifically to get people to go out and vote? Why would they spend so much money on all of these particular advertisements to get people to vote? If voting did not matter, none of that would ever happen.
Okay,
They
now
wouldn't
you
be
opened up.
buying
Let me.
these elections.
So here's something you just brought up for me. I'm glad you brought this up. So maybe someone who's listening will say something, and I'm just curious about this. So this whole thing about voter ID, which Texas is really strong for voter ID. We should have voter ID, and I'm sick and tired of hearing people tell me that that is keeping people from voting. It will not keep people from voting. I
Yes, it will.
absolutely know some. Okay, see, I love this because even right now, someone who is much younger than me, they cannot get a driver's license, but they went and got their Texas ID. Okay, there's always someone that can get there is a form of ID. There are ways that you can vote. Someone just got married. There's a way you can still vote. You can
So
take your
can I
driver's.
explain? Can I explain?
No, go
So
ahead. Go right ahead.
yeah, so there already is identification required to be able to register to vote in the first place. But if you specifically require it in the manner in which they're trying to ask for it to be required, there are going to be married women that literally cannot vote
No, that's
because
wrong.
of
That's
differences
wrong.
in the ability to be able to get documents in some circumstances, right?
What
That
is
is
the
a fact.
circumstance you cannot do that? I remarried. I got my information. So tell me, and I'm not arguing, but just express to me how is it that a woman cannot go get how? Because all I would have to do is take my old information with my new information to show what I've done. My marriage license, she has a marriage license because she got married.
I'm not saying it's not possible in all circumstances.
See, that's the
I'm just
key.
saying
It's
I'm just saying that it restricts access to voting when it shouldn't be in the first place.
How? I'm
Because of
so
the
glad you
fact that
said that
there
because
are,
I need someone to explain it.
yeah, because
It makes
people
no
need to
sense to me.
pay to be able to get extra documents that they didn't have prior, right? And they specifically literally have limitations in terms of being able to go out and get them in the first place. The extra steps that you're creating for them to be able to vote when they clearly already are a citizen is obviously going to restrict them from voting.
How are they driving? How are they doing all the other things needed in life to get by? But yet voting is
So
the
think
one
about it this way.
thing.
Do
I
you
don't
think a poll
understand
tax would be okay?
a poll tax.
Yeah, a tax on poll,
I don't
on
know.
voting. Like
I
people
don't
might
know.
be able to pay a few dollars to vote. That might be allowed in order to keep, quote unquote, keep the functions of voting continuing to happen, but it would restrict
When
people
was that
from being
ever
able to
brought?
vote. Well,
I've
it was
never even
actually
heard.
determined by courts to be literally racist in application. I'm not trolling.
I've never even heard that brought up anywhere. That's why I'm sitting here just thinking. I
Well, the point
didn't
I'm making
even.
is that, like, we live in America. We want to incentivize people to vote to a greater extent. And if we see something here that's restricting people from voting, and it's not really preventing undocumented immigrants from voting, then I don't understand what the point is. Because again, there's only been 10 cases of undocumented immigrants voting, like, in the past 40 years. It is not a big risk to our system. So I don't understand why we want to restrict millions of people
But
from being able to vote, because we're making it even harder for them to vote, literally for a concern that's not even present.
so let me
Because
go
why
back
would an
again. This may
undocumented
set.
immigrant risk being deported by trying to vote in
But
our
they
elections?
have. But they have. There
Like
have
10
been those
cases over the past
people.
40 years.
But there's been some in Texas through the years too. I can't obviously
Wait, that's
blurt them
10
out to you.
across
It's
the
this
entire nation.
very. Oh, I think it's a lot more than that. I believe it to be a lot more than that. I just
I
don't
would
have
love
it
to
here
see
in
a
front of me.
source for that, yeah.
Oh, I wish I could find it. Because if I could, I would bring it back to you. How about that? If I could find it, I'd bring it back to you. But I find it to be, and I hate to use the word racist because I hate that word, but I do find that very tacky to say that there are people that can't, they're just not capable. They're just not capable. I find that to be so ugly. I find that to be so ugly. And I think that women are very capable of getting married, getting their paperwork, because there's other things you have to do. You have to have your paperwork to get through life, but somehow when it comes to voting, you're just not capable of doing that. And I find that I find that crazy. I find that absolutely crazy. But see, these are things that we all, again, these are things we all should be talking about. And I love to hear other people's point of view. I love to hear other people's point of view. I just find I find it, I don't know. I don't know what keeps that from people from going and getting their paperwork. You get a job, you get there's so many things you have to have. You have to have it for other things. But for some reason, anyone can just walk in if they choose and vote and never be questioned.
That's
if
just not
that be
true. No one can just walk in and vote. You have to register to vote. In order to register to vote, you have to have proper identification to
I
be able to
do
register to
know.
vote.
Well, I can give you an example. My mother, she passed away 2 years ago, but a year before, she did a mail-in, which she had never done that before. She had done a mail-in prior that year for the very first time, and she did her voting and sent it in. But then later on that year, she got a second one. She was an example of that. She did call, who would have been the county clerk, whoever it was. She did contact them. They said, "Oh, just go ahead and throw it away." She was shocked. Whoever it was she talked to, they said, "Oh, that's okay. Just go ahead and throw it away." And she's like, "Why am I throwing this away? I mean, that didn't even there was something along those lines."
Did you look into it and ensure it's the exact same thing that they sent twice?
It's been so many years now. I can't remember what.
So
I don't even remember.
It very well
now.
could have been a different election, or it could have been a second thing sent for like a referendum, for example. That's one thing.
I mean, you make a very good point.
It could have been a technical error. Like, by the way, technical errors like this doesn't mean that there's enough issues with an election to say that the election can be overturned. So what we have to look at is, are these risks credible enough to say that we should be restricting people in any meaningful way? Because we don't want to restrict people from voting, right? We want people to go out there and vote. We want it to be accessible, very accessible for people to be able to vote. So unless there's really good concerns, there's really no good reason to create all of these extra restrictions when already we have a process to ensure that people have to have identification to register to vote. So I think it's just like an unnecessary process. If we could ensure that everyone could be able to vote while ensuring that we have voter ID, would we want to do that? Sure, think we could agree upon that. But I think that I don't think there's like a policy that they've advocated for that would ensure that accessibility would be increased.
I'm just a firm believer of have your ID. I'm a firm believer. I just think it's so simple to have your ID and vote. But again, that's just the two sides once again.
But again, you have to have that to register. So it's like, isn't that saying that you have to have ID to vote?
I believe you should have to have your ID to vote. Just flat out, have your ID to vote. I just feel like you should have your ID. You have to have your ID for so many things. And when this is the biggest decision, one of the biggest decisions you will make, I feel like it's a big decision that you should have. And it's, well, you know how I feel.
I keep repeating this point. You already do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And you already do need ID to register to vote. So that's already a thing. I think the Republicans are trying to confuse people and act like Democrats are advocating against ID in terms of registering to vote, when that's clearly not the case, in order to be able to make people angry with Democrats in a situation in which it seems to be pretty unreasonable to be angry with Democrats in.
Well, see, I come from a time that when I was in my 20s, and you're too young probably even to remember this, but I hate that I even talk like I sound like an old person, but see, I came from a time when there were Democrats and Republicans, and for the most part, there would be a time where you couldn't really tell much of a difference, just a few here and there's. But now we're in this world where it's either this side or that side. And if you're not on one or the other, it's hate, one or the other. And I hate to tell you this. I know
this sounds partisan, but that's because of Trump.
Not only because of
him. It's not only because of him, but it's massively because of him. Was it like this prior to 2016? Really? Was it this bad?
No, I think it's another generation group that has come through. And I think I know we went through a Tea Party group. I know that y'all have got your group, you know who they are on the Democratic side, which I think they're kind of crazy, that bunch. I call them crazy. But that side, there's just these other young groups that have come through, especially on, it's just a whole nother way of thinking, because I have a 34-year-old son and I've never told him how he should be, what he's supposed to do. He has done it all on his own. And for him to even, he's seen it, he has watched it and he has seen it. And, he just knows for business what he needs to have done. He knows morals and values, what he wants to, what he wants to see done. But I just, this hate thing is what's ripping everyone apart. I hate that. I hate that people don't come together and talk. It drives me crazy. I hate that every time you turn on the TV, you got one group bad mouthing another.
Do you notice
group.
that you just said you hate all those things you hate hating?
Excuse me, I dislike. I shouldn't say the word hate.
Well,
I dislike.
So I'm like,
I'm sorry.
so here's my point, is that like, you very much dislike is kind of how we use the notion of hate. But the point I'm making is that this notion of division exists because of the fact that people are stifling the division. Okay, so what people in political office are stifling the division? I think the main examples you can point to are for individuals like Trump calling for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, which is clearly not something that they should have been called for their execution because of.
Now, in all fairness, in all fairness, do you really think he wanted him executed? In all fairness, do you truly think he meant that word?
Yes.
Oh, goodness.
Do you want me to explain why? Because he said seditious
No,
behavior.
don't even explain it, because no matter what you're going to say, I do not.
Even if you're going to disagree with it, let me say it. So,
go ahead.
So again, he called it seditious behavior punishable by death, and then reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington would. If I said the same thing about Charlie Kirk, would you be giving me the same excuse that you're giving Trump?
I just don't think in this day and time. Yeah, I mean, in this day and time, we are not. If Biden or someone had said that, no, I do not believe they would truly, that we don't live in that world. We don't. No, I do not. I do not.
So if I said the same things about Charlie Kirk, would you have given me the same excuse? Because it was just something I reposted, or it's not, Parker didn't mean it, Or would it be that Parker did mean it? Yeah, like literally, if I reposted the exact same things, but literally insert Charlie Kirk's name into it, would you be okay with it? Because,
but you're not the
by the way, there's a better argument to say that Charlie Kirk.
Saying it, though. But you're not
What's
the
that?
president. I'm saying the president saying that.
Yeah,
I mean, you're someone that's on a TikTok saying blah,
exactly.
blah, blah. I don't know TikTok people.
I'm sorry. That's kind of my point.
President of the United States.
I know. That's like my
No.
point. That's like my point. Doesn't that make it worse? Like a million times worse? Like you're willing to apply this accountability to me as a TikToker and someone on YouTube.
No, I don't
But you're
even
not willing to
think-
apply
I don't
this level
fall
of a
for all
standard
these-
to the president of the United States of America because
I
he's
hear-
ideologically
listen.
on your side.
No, here's what I'm saying. I guess I'm old enough now. I don't fall for this stuff. I'm old enough now that I don't.
Do you
fall
support the
for
war
this
in
stuff.
Iran?
I don't believe we're at a war. This is not a quote
We
to
are.
me. The war.
But do you
War
support,
to
at least,
me
hold up.
is-
Do you support
Okay, go
the
ahead.
military involving itself in Iran? How about that?
I think it's time something be done. Yeah, I think we're. It's time.
You do
Let's
buy the
knock
propaganda.
I don't think this is a propaganda.
That is straight up
I don't
propaganda.
think
That
we're-
totally is.
No.
I know it doesn't seem like that right now
We
because the
have a
propaganda is
future.
so in
I've
effect
got
right
young
when it
little-
happens.
Well, hold
But like
on, well,
a
hold
few
on.
months from now, everyone's going to be like, oh, it was ridiculous. I don't agree with Trump doing this. Like everyone's going to be saying that multiple months from now, multiple years from now. They're going to be saying that about the war in Iran. But right now, when the propaganda is in full effect, people think it's something to justify because the propaganda is working.
Okay. I hear you. Here's what I say. Right now, my hopes are that what people are saying is that this is a few months. Let's get in there. Let's knock this out. Let's get this done. What they're
That's what
talking
they always
about.
say. That's what they always say.
I know they do.
Again,
I
they're
know
always
that they-
always going to
Hey,
accept
but
the
you
propaganda.
have to remember too. I was a part of had a physician that was involved in Desert Storm. I've been through something like this before, so I've lived through something. I mean, I don't know did you have a family member or anyone? I know you're young. Did y'all have any family members that went through the closest war for you would have been Desert Storm? Did you have any family members?
I don't know specifically in Desert Storm, but I do have family members, like extended family members that, I went to Afghanistan. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. So yeah. Okay. So what I'm saying is, I think I'm just too old now. I just don't fall into all that anymore. I'm a patriot. I want America first. Before that was ever the term people are. I am all about me first. I want my family protected. I want my country protected. And whoever's going to do that, that's who I'm going to stand behind. But I'm
How's this
tired
protecting
and
our
tired.
country?
I don't need for all of that, the nuclear, all that. I don't need for any of that to keep brewing. I don't need for them to continue to grow, not grow, but all of that to continue over there, so that one day when they finally have had enough and they've decided, they keep saying death to America. They've been saying that for how many years now? How many years? And I even have a very, very good friend who her parents, she had we're the exact same age, born on the same day, who's from Iran, whose family, who's still over there, but she's over here. She came to America many, many years ago, who lives our life. Her family is over there, and her family, her mom and dad, a doctor and a physician, a physician and a lawyer, they come from the generations where they didn't go through all this craziness. So she's like, I have family who remembers when we didn't have all this. So she's so ecstatic. She's just excited that there's finally a world that she never really knew much about. She was too young. She's excited about this. So I started thinking about her, and I'm thinking, okay, those are the people. Those are the people who are excited. Now, I know we have people involved, and like you just said, we're in a war or whatever, but I mean, someone's going to have to do something, and we'll just see what happens. Let's just see what happens. I mean, I hate to say that, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I don't know.
Okay, so I'm going to show you a few
anything.
things, and I want to explain a certain point. I want you to take this into consideration real quick. This
Sure.
is what Trump said about Obama in 2011.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran.
So that's what Trump said, and Obama actually got a deal done with Iran, specifically for to have surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities. All right, and by the way, Iran has said that they're willing to give up their nuclear enrichment capabilities and their uranium.
But how many times have they said? How many times have they said all this stuff?
Wait. Let me clarify. They've done this, and Trump signed off on it, like that they were doing this under his first administration. Let me just clarify. But like, that's something that they have been doing, and they said that they would do that. It's just that they don't want to give up their ballistic missiles on top of that, because that would utterly make them like subject to control of surrounding countries. So if your concern specifically is the nuclear weapons, well, they already had the capability to do that through negotiation, but decided to go to war because they don't even want them to have ballistic missiles. So that tells me that they just want Israel to subjugate Iran. That's literally what that tells me, like, to be totally honest with you. And by the way, just to clarify, he said that the reason why he is going to go to war with Iran is because he cannot negotiate. So isn't he critiquing himself?
Well, here's what I will. Okay. But see, you and I can't always answer all these things. I think we know only what everyone tells us, right? We're not in these meetings. We do not know what's been said. We only know what they tell us. Am I correct?
We know what we have evidence of, we can
Okay.
make
So it's
judgments
all-
based upon the evidence that we have.
Okay. Based what we're told, what we see, what we know. Right. So as far as I know, go back to when what you just played, what he had said. So what year was that? 2016?
2011.
2011. Okay. So whatever was occurring in 2011, that's what was occurring. It was occurring in 2011. So what's happened since then that's brought us to now? I can't speak for now. I don't know what has changed. I don't know what the difference is now. So obviously what is occurring now has brought us to this point now. So I can't go backwards, and I can't say that's what was occurring then.
Well, no, the point I'm making is that his criticisms are applicable to himself now, right? And the point that I'm making is that he had the ability to negotiate, but decided that he doesn't want to negotiate because he would prefer war. That's literally the reason.
But that's what you're saying. You're saying because
in order for him to engage in the action, that would indicate that he preferred war. Like,
but
literally.
hold on a minute. But what you have to say is you keep saying what he think. We don't know what he's thinking. Neither one of us know what he's thinking. We're
It's
not
implied based upon
there.
the action. It's implied, like, think about it this way. We know that he wanted to do this because he intentionally engaged in this action.
Here's what I'll say. Here's what I will say. I'm not there. I'm not in these meetings. I'm not seeing firsthand information. I know that I can only go off of what I know. I'm not there. So I do not know what all this is based on. Only what we know is what they allow us to know, is what I'm trying to say. I cannot speak for what these officials, what these people of authority are doing. That's all I can say. I cannot speak for what he is doing. All I can do is hopefully trust what is being done is going to protect my family and protect this country. That's all I can do. It's all any of us can do with any president that's in the office, is that they're going to do what's best for us and do what's best for our country, protect us. That's the number one thing. Are they going to
Here's my
protect
issue.
us?
They're giving us reasons to not trust them. So if they give us reasons to not trust them, we shouldn't just blindly trust them. The
And I hear you,
issue
but
is
see, I don't
blind
feel the way.
trust.
No, and I hear you. I hear where you're coming from, but see, I'm not feeling the way you're feeling right now. That's the difference, and that might just be me. Don't know, but that's not how I feel right now. So that's why I continue to follow and I watch and.
Can I ask you a question? Is there anything
Absolutely.
Trump could do in specific that would get you to stop supporting him?
I'm sure there is. I mean, I'm not a diehard. I mean, I'm not like worshiping the man. Some people think these MAGAs, I hate that term, but worship. Nobody, I don't worship the man. He is who I feel will protect me. He is getting done what I want done. And yes, if he ever should do something that I absolutely 100,000% disagree with, I would say it in a heartbeat. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So could you name anything off the top of your head that he could do in specific that would get you to stop supporting him?
Not right this moment because you put me on the spot. I mean, I just can't think of something
That's
at this
fine.
very moment.
Would you like me to give you examples, maybe?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
If he called for the execution of his political opponents unreasonably.
The execution
Yeah.
of an opponent?
Yeah, political opponent unreasonably.
Well, I'm sure probably so. I mean, why? I don't even see that happening in our country, that we would ever execute somebody in our country.
No, I'm saying explicitly calling for it. So if he called for the execution of his political opponents, would you?
Well, I would have to see that.
Unreasonably,
I would have to
would
see
you
that
say that?
happen. I would have to see that happen. I wouldn't have to
Yeah.
hear from somebody.
I
See it.
understand.
I would have to see that happen because there's so much said that someone says this, someone says that. I don't believe half of what I see
So you
hear
don't
anymore.
believe what? Okay, so let me just clarify real quick. So
Sure.
if Donald Trump himself said this, called for the execution of some Democrats unreasonably, would you say a reasonable person would still support him?
Oh, you're talking for the gentleman that we just talked about a moment ago. What's his name? I can't think of his name right now. The Democrat, the one that told the military not to follow Trump's orders. You're talking about him? We're back to him again?
Well, it's not just him. There were multiple Democratic
Well,
veterans
there were
in
three of
Congress.
them.
There were
The three of
multiple
them,
Democratic
yeah.
veterans in Congress that said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, which is something that is literally ingrained in the Constitution. It was like, if you get an unlawful order, don't follow it. It's totally okay to
that
say.
statement.
And
I
Trump
know where you're
responded
going
saying
with that,
that
but
was
see, I'm not going to
seditious
go for that. I'm
behavior.
not going to go backwards on that one, no, because I do not believe he meant truly going to execute them right there for all of us. No, I do not believe that that was what he meant by that. No, I don't know. Again, him saying that, I hear you, but that was not I'm with you. Trump is someone who is very outspoken, and I know that drives y'all crazy. Just like when you see him say things, I'm your very favorite president. That's humor to me. That is humor. I'm your very favorite president. I'm this, I'm that. He's cocky. That's why I call him a bulldog. He's cocky. We all know he's cocky. Is he not? He's very cocky. But that's part of what, when I put a line in the sand, don't cross it. He's that person. He's one of those. He's a different mix of any president. You and I would both have to agree.
So why can't he do Why can't he do the, I'm going to release the Epstein files in all of its entirety? Because I just feel like it. I'm going to be so cocky. I released all of the Epstein files I possibly could have. Why can't
You
he
do
do
have a good
that? Why doesn't
impression.
he be
You do
cocky
have a good
there?
impression.
Why doesn't he be
I
cocky
can't.
there? Why
I
can't he
can't
just be
speak. I
cocky
don't
with
know. I
releasing the whole of the
cannot.
Epstein
I
files?
don't know. I can't speak for him. I wish I could tell you these things. I
I would
cannot
say
speak
because it
for him.
incriminates him. That's what I say.
Well,
That's
I
why they're
don't.
scrubbing the allegations
I
targeted towards him.
can't
But
speak. I can't speak. But here's what I'll say. I've had a good talk with you, and I appreciate you giving. I did never dreamed I was going to talk to you this long, but do what you're doing. I mean, we all need to be talking about this stuff. We need to be talking about it. There's a lot of people like me. We do want to talk about it. We do want the other side to know that, you know, we agree with what's going on right now. And just like questions you asked me, yeah, there are things that could be done better. There are things that maybe we don't always agree on, but there's still a lot of things maybe we do agree on. And let's give credit where credit's due. And, you know, let's come together. Let's talk. So
we can't do that with people
what
like
you're
Trump in
doing.
our politics. You can still be a conservative Christian. You can still be a Republican and not support
Mhm.
people like Trump. I think that there is an
Mhm.
ability to come together as a society if we actually have unifying figures. I just think Trump
Mhm.
is the epitome of a dividing character in politics. The epitome of it.
No,
Like
I
literally calling for the execution of your political opponents unreasonably, even if you think that he's not going to do it, is something that you should never accept in the political sphere of things, because it creates so much division that it does not allow for us to come together, to compromise and work together. Like
That's
literally,
pretty
that's
abrupt. I'll tell you, it's pretty abrupt. But I knew when he said like that's.
it's
But
not
see,
just abrupt. It's something that we
it's
shouldn't
rough.
even be okay
It's
with the
rough.
fact that
No,
is
I
happening
gotcha.
in our politics. Like if a Democrat did
There's
this, we would all be against this.
there's many of us. There's many. Just know there are many of us that have said sometimes it's better just not to say, not us, but for our. Sometimes not saying anything is the best thing for him to do, and we all know that that's not always going to happen. We know that. We know that. But on the flip side of that, we also get a very hardcore gonna get things done. So I go back to what we said before. You vote. They're not all going to be perfect, but you vote for the things you know you can get done also. So which ones are you going to pick? And you know, I am a conservative, and I'm going to stick with my conservative values. I want small government. I don't want a big government. I want a small government. That's what I'm shooting for. I'm always shooting for the small government. I don't want all this other chaos in my life. I don't want all that. So
Isn't a
you know,
paper please society not small government?
what's that again? I'm sorry.
Isn't a papers please society not small government?
Paperless, you said?
Papers please. Like
Oh,
literally there are people going up to individuals asking for identification, right, who are literally federal agents just because people have an accent.
I don't. So yeah, that's another thing that. So now you're opening up the whole thing with ICE and all that other stuff. That's what you're building up to, right? With the
Yeah,
ICE and all that.
I mean that's one thing I could point to is like that doesn't to me sound like small government, because I think that there are plenty of people on the right that can criticize that and acknowledge that that's not small government, and that actually if we were more small government when it comes to this, we would want to make a quick legal process, right? And because we want to incentivize people to come to our country because that's good for the economy, because
But
it
only
allows for
come
the
to the country
market
the
to
right
respond to
way.
that.
I'm all about coming to our country. Just come the correct way. But
The
you know,
legal process
since
just
we've.
takes several years on average. And if you say
Oh,
that
absolutely.
if you say that undocumented immigrants need to go through the legal process, even though it takes too long and costs too much, why don't you say or say the same thing to Trump, who violates undocumented immigrants' due process rights because it would cost too much or take too long to go through the legal process to deport them?
But also, I hear. Well, that's just. I mean, we could be on here all day talking about this stuff. I mean, you bring up valid points, but there's so many other things that lead up to all of this as well. There's so much, but you know, I think in a year's time, for a lot of us, we're seeing progress. We're seeing progress. There's a lot more to be done. There's a lot more to be done. I just feel like when some things have been done, it's okay to applaud someone like, hey, that's a pretty good job. It's a pretty good job.
And by the
I
way, you
just,
could even do that from your perspective and still acknowledge that what he's done is so bad that you are not willing to support him. And by the way, like what progress are you referencing? Like actually, like What? Because
No,
I
I'm
mean, I could
saying
say
overall,
corporations are making
anything,
progress, but is the average
anything
person
anything within the Conservative Party, anything that they've
like
done,
what?
anything that they've done. No, I'm not picking anything right this moment. I'm saying overall.
Well, do you have anything
Back when
specific that you
Obama,
like?
well, here's what I was going to say. When Obama was in office, wasn't a fan of his. Like I told you, was not a fan of his. Respected the office. When he did the insurance, you could, what was it? You could stay on your parents' insurance till you're 26 years old. Hey, great job. That helped kids in college. That was a great thing. Kudos to him. We were grateful for that. I mean, there are those. I mean, we thought that was a great thing that he did. I think that's still in place, isn't it? Is it not? I mean, ours are too old now, but I think that's still in place.
Well,
A lot of
I'm not on my
families benefit.
parents' insurance anymore, so I'm not quite certain. I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
it
I
is.
mean, things like that. Many of people
Um,
benefited from that. That was great for kids through school and starting off in their new jobs and stuff. I mean, many of things come out of different parties. I don't think it should have to be the party. It should be whatever they can get pushed through that can help everybody. You know, people just need to quit arguing and just start saying, now let's fight for our country. Let's quit fighting for a team. Let's fight for our country. Let's fight for our
if we're fighting for the
country.
country, what progress has Trump achieved? Because we have to compare the level of progress of each side in order to know what's going to progress the country to the greatest extent.
For me right now, the best thing, I can honestly say the very best thing right now, I would say keeping people from coming over the border like they were, the great invasion, because I'm in Texas. That would be the very best thing right now. We call it the great invasion. And that sounds harsh, I'm sorry, but that would be the very best thing right now. I think the thing with the, tips and so forth, help these people who have tips. We know many of people at restaurants that we go to that we're regulars at, and we know the management, these young people that, they want to be able to keep their tips and not have to do,
Yeah,
our
Democrats also
just
supported that, to clarify. But in
yeah.
terms
Well,
of a secure
see,
border, like Democrats still wanted to deport those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, and people who are in the country that have come to the country undocumented, but they just wanted to make the legal process go quicker. So, by the way, I disagree with Democrats because I want to provide a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants that are in the country that have not committed a
sure.
violent crime or bad crime, to allow for our border
Mm-hmm.
enforcement to focus on those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
Mm-hmm.
And I also don't think that we should be violating people's due process rights. I don't think that immigration enforcement should be allowed to literally search and seize without a judicial warrant. I think that's a huge issue. I don't think they should be masking up and not identifying themselves. I think that just like police officers, they should have to have identification and verification and a badge. Take
I
off the
agree with
mask
that.
and
I will
have a
tell you, I
badge.
agree with that. I do agree with that. That would be, I do see where that could be scary. Someone come up and I do agree with that. See, here, right there, that's a good one. I do agree with that. I could see that. Could definitely see that.
So, like, it
Um,
seems like Democrats were willing to work with the other side in terms of border enforcement to actually, like, have a bill to get things through, and Donald Trump's the one that undermined that bill. So, if you wanted to address the border, I think Trump is actually not doing that to a greater extent. I think he's claiming he is, and that's the short term because this is through executive action. But through the long run, this will be shot down by the next administration. So, it's not long term. What the Democrats were trying to do was a long-term address of it. That's actually why Biden didn't want to do his executive order right away, because it would create an incentive in the short term to stop the negotiation.
well, I'm that, well, I'm that person. I don't think Biden was one really doing all that. I think whoever else was around him doing it, but bless his heart, poor Biden.
So then you think it was Harris doing it?
No, I don't even think it was her. I don't know who it
So
was.
who
I'll be
around
honest with you.
Biden?
I don't know. I'm trying to be kind. I felt sorry for him. At first it was funny, but then it became sad. I felt bad for him. Felt bad for him actually.
Well,
I
then you
don't know.
should
That
feel that
whole
way for Trump because I mean Trump's looked at the eclipse literally with his bare eyes. He said we should look into
bless his
disinfectant
heart.
by injection to fight COVID-19. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote in California.
Oh, no, you're not being nice now because I said that about Biden.
Wait,
And I
wait,
said bless his heart.
wait. By the way,
And I said
you're
bless his
saying
heart. I wasn't being ugly.
I just want to clarify. You're saying I'm being mean because I'm simply just talking about the things that Donald Trump has said. That's
No,
ridiculous.
I said bless his heart, Biden. He had a rough time. And you got back at Trump. No, don't do that.
Well, the point that I want to make is that you were saying that Biden wasn't doing anything and that he wasn't
I
in
just
control
don't
of his
think, hey,
administration.
now you and I
think that
both know. I
although we
think
can
he had a rough
acknowledge that he
time.
had Although we can acknowledge that he had cognitive decline, that doesn't mean that he
Yeah.
wasn't running the position of office. Obviously, he had an administration in the same way that Trump has an administration.
Yeah, no, but I
But that
felt
doesn't
sorry.
mean
You,
that
you got to
everything else
admit
was being
that.
controlled.
Now, come on now. Didn't you feel kind of sad for him?
Biden?
Yeah. He was worn out. He was worn out. And I'm saying
Yeah, I
this
mean,
again
I
nice.
definitely
He
think
was
he
worn
shouldn't have
out.
run for a second term.
Yeah, he was worn out. Let's be kind now. He was worn out. I felt sorry for him. Forget he's president.
I would say the
He's
same thing
someone's
for
grandpa.
Trump. Trump shouldn't have run.
Oh, well.
Trump's too old.
But he did. We got to move forward, but he did. But I do feel sorry for that little Biden. He was tired. He was tired and worn out. But yeah, so someone called that right. Bless his heart.
Okay.
Like I
Alrighty,
said, I try to be kind. I try to be
Alrighty.
kind.
Is
Well,
there
I'm
anything
going to
else you'd
go.
like to talk about before I go on to the next person?
No. I appreciate you. Keep doing what you're doing and just be kind. Keep being kind like you are. I appreciate you doing that.
All right, appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the
All
next
right,
individual,
bye-bye.
everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. If you're on the YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I have a few people to thank real quick. Ava, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Lexi, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. True, thank you so much for the appreciate. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that is a very, very important point. That was from a bit back. Sydney, thank you so much for the $1. Tom, thank you so much for the $10. Jesse, thank you for the $2. Brittany, thank you for the $5. Jesse, thank you so much for the $2. Jesse, thank you for the $2 as well. Jordan, thank you so much for the $10. Haley, thank you for the $5. Jesse with the $2 again. Thank you so much. Thank you. As well as Shannon, thank you for the $2. Wesley, thank you for the 10. Jeff, thank you for the 10. Rebecca, thank you for the $5. Valkyrie, thank you for the 5. And Jen, thank you for the 5, as well as Lawton, thank you for the $2.50. Taylor, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Title, thank you for the $1. Dawn, thank you for the $5. Dustin, thank you so much for the $10. Mary Ann, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I just saw this now. That was from almost an hour ago because I literally haven't thanked people in the past hour. I'm so sorry. I was so caught up in the conversation. Can we have some W's for them in the comment section right now? Let's get this next person up here. I probably have some people to thank on YouTube. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me on YouTube Super Chat as always. Let's go on the next individual here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Iffy right now because of the Epstein files, but I mean, I used to, but like
If
there
the
in
election were held
2016.
today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably like, I don't know, Afro Man or something. Make my vote pointless.
So the next individual, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are, again, just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Again, everyone, please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You puppy nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. So this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You dumb nigger.
You're disgusting, dude. It's like they are purposefully trying to do this because they don't want to debate, and they're disgusting fucking people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, sorry, I'm 26.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Right now, probably Harris.
Oh, okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, pale.
So the next individual, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do only send a guest request again if you do meet that criteria. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Play Farm Sim, Parker. Play Farm Sim.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone, for the 3.9 thousand people. Hit that thumbs up on YouTube. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. For the 8,000 people here on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes real quick. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd still vote for Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank over on YouTube, and then we'll move on to our conversation. Just give me one quick second. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get out to more people as always. Mike, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. You're good. Don't worry. Virginia as well. Thank you for the $7 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Because of W's for them in the comment section. Jerry, thank you for the $2. Han Solo, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Mr. McSkittles, thank you for the $5 as well. Tree, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. These have been great things to bring up in the conversation. Fruit Punch, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Jacob, thank you for the $5 as well. Sarah, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. As well as Mr. James, thank you for the $5. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Keone, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's very true. Thank you. Mr. James Bond, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Keone, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Jake, thank you for the $5. Tim, thank you for the $10. Blue-Eyed Batman, thank you for the $2. Silver, thank you for the $5. Jackal, thank you for the $5 as well. Herbie, thank you so much for the €6. Keone, thank you for the $10 as well. Ask Yourself with the 5. Cody, thank you so much for the 10. Isaac with the 10 as well. And Ricky, thank you so much for the 10. If I missed your donation, I really do apologize, everyone. It took me, I didn't even thank people over the last hour. I do really apologize. I'll make sure to keep up a little bit more with that. I apologize, everyone. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as well as Lawton, thank you for the $4.20. I might do that here pretty soon. As well as Jody, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. As well as Melissa, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. And Deanna, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And honestly, that is really true, Melissa and Ian. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
Well, I wanted to, I don't know if you remember me, but we had a conversation like 2 weeks ago about unitary executive theory and the Constitution and kind of like.
I've talked to them recently, so we're going to go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. They can send a guest request back. If I end up can't find anyone, I'll bring them up, but I bet I can find someone, so. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
3 years old.
Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria on the screen on TikTok. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Play Farm Sim, Parker.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You gotta go, Parker.
Appreciate you very much. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's get this next individual up here.
Well, this is Dirk here. I'm 30 years old. How old
Have
are
I
you?
debated you before?
Never, never.
I totally have. Don't lie to me.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
How long ago was it? Because if it was a long time ago, I'll let you stay on.
It's been years and years, Parker. Years and years.
No, be real. Don't troll with me.
What do you think? I mark in my fucking calendar when I talk to you, Parker? What do you think this is?
Do you have a general idea? Was it like months ago? Was it like a
Months
few
and
weeks
months ago, Parker. Months and months and months ago. Many months ago.
I feel like it has been months.
Absolutely,
So,
absolutely. Let's go with that.
are you a troll? Because you haven't answered
No, I'm
any
not a
question
troll.
directly yet.
Well, you're asking. Oh, you're like, oh, what time and date did we talk? How the fuck would I know, Parker?
I didn't ask you for the time and day.
You're like, oh, what was it? AM, PM? What hour? What time
Okay,
zone was
this
it
guy's
in?
totally
I don't know,
trolling.
man.
By the way,
I'm
if you
not
keep this
trolling.
up, I'm gonna
What,
kick
is this
you
an
because
excuse
you
to
clearly
run?
sound like a troll.
Is this an excuse to run? Is that what I'm hearing? Just call
No, go
anyone
ahead.
that disagrees
Give me the
with
reason
you
why
a
you
troll?
support Trump.
Well, I support Trump because we have the safest border in the history of our country. He passed the largest tax cuts in the history of our country. He gave the largest funding in the history of our country to ICE, over $170 billion. He's executing the largest deportation campaign in the history of our country, which is the will of the people. He's basically solving world peace right now by getting rid of Iran's nuclear capabilities. I mean, what more do you want from this man?
Okay, so you said he's getting rid of Iran's nuclear capabilities.
Right.
So they actually were already willing to negotiate and get rid of their nuclear
Oh, yeah?
capabilities
When
in
did
terms
those
of the
negotiations
enrichment.
happen?
Hold up. They were willing to get rid of all of their enriched uranium, right?
Oh, yeah.
And literally, Donald Trump decided that he wanted to go even further and wanted to get rid of all of their ballistic missiles as well. Therefore, he decided to
thank
go
God.
to war to do that. So it's about
Thank
the
God.
ballistic missiles. It's not about the enriched uranium.
Right. Thank God we went to war with them. I think the Iranian government is full of sick individuals who wake up every single day saying death to America and thinking of ways to destroy not only our country, but Western civilization as a whole. These are people that Democrats such as yourself support. You and the rest of the Democrat Party support the 30+ thousand
I don't think I've ever said I
citizens of
supported Iran. I have a
Of
question.
course you do.
When did I ever say I supported
taking
Iran?
out their capabilities? You're crying about Donald Trump taking action for the first time in 50 years
So let
to
me
get
can I
rid
can I
of their
pause real quick?
leadership.
Can I pause
You
you there
have
real quick?
permission to pause. Go. I give you my permission to pause. Go ahead.
Okay, good boy. So in terms of the war with Iran, I think one, regime change has not been effective with Iran. That's actually led to this in the first place. Two, I think that in terms of the war with Iran, Trump claimed that he was going to do no new wars and that he was the peace president. This isn't very much establishing that peace. This is very much going after and undermining that peace by
This has been a
literally
50-year war,
starting
by the way.
war in the region. So
Not a new war. It's been ongoing for 50 years. But go ahead.
this is a new war. This is a new
Right.
war that Trump started. Let's
Right.
just be clear. So that's
Right.
one.
Thank God he did. Finally,
then
have a president who takes action
Can I
and
keep
has
going?
balls. You have
So
my
then you
permission
also
to keep
said then
going.
you
Go
also
ahead.
said that I support Iran. When did I say I
You do.
supported the Iranian government?
You crying and bitching about our president taking action is you supporting Iran.
That's not true. So
Yes,
me
it is.
disagreeing with military
You
action.
crying and whining about
Okay.
their leadership getting
I have a
dismantled
question.
is you supporting Iranian leadership. Of course it is.
Okay, so do you think that we should use the military to take over North Korea? Should we go to war with North Korea?
Well, I don't think North Korea is as big of a threat as Iran is on the world
So
stage.
you support Kim Jong Un.
Well, again, I wouldn't bitch if we
You
went
support
into North
Kim
Korea and took him
Jong-un.
out. If we took Kim Jong Un out, I wouldn't be bitching.
So if we went to war with North Korea, you wouldn't care?
No, I wouldn't be complaining. I would be rooting for America.
Okay,
to
so
succeed.
any country around the world, right? You'd be okay with going to war with them that you disagree with.
Well, not any country around the world. Any country that is threatening the United States of America and Western civilization as a whole. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so when you say threatening Western civilization, what was Iran doing? Did
Yes.
Iran say that they were going to
Iran
go
is
to
the
war, or that they were
largest
going
funding
to?
of
Wait, actually,
terrorism in
did you
the
know that? Did you know that
world.
U.S. intelligence actually indicated that Iran was not going to strike?
Oh yeah, I couldn't care less what intelligence you're reporting.
This is
on right
from the
now.
White House, by the way.
The United States of America
admitted this.
elected Donald John Trump to have the foresight and the ability to determine when we feel threatened. And unfortunately for you, Donald Trump won in a landslide. And Donald Trump is
No,
using
unfortunately
his
for the country,
capabilities
and it
as
wasn't a
commander-in-chief
landslide.
to take action. Of course, it was a landslide. He won every single swing state.
That's not what
7
we
out of
designate
7
as a
swing
landslide.
states. Well,
So
a landslide is an opinion. You understand that? And this
no,
is
it's
a
about
widely held opinion
percentage that you
winning.
won
Oh
by.
yeah, what is the percentage that a landslide is? Go, give me the definition. Go ahead. What is the
Well, I mean,
percentage?
that's going to be
You're saying it's a
subjective or
fixed
contextual to the
Yeah,
situation.
it is subjective. That's what I
It is.
just said.
So
But you
when
go,
I give you,
technically, it's not a landslide. So give me the definition of a
okay, wait. So
landslide. Go ahead.
if what you mean by landslide is that
Yeah,
they
every single swing
specifically,
state, yeah,
okay, so
dominated the electoral
so do you
counts. Yeah.
think a less than a 2% margin change?
Won the popular vote for the first time in decades that a Republican has done it. Yeah,
I know
it's
you're
called a
crashing out right
landslide.
now, but let me speak.
Well,
So
it's
would you
called
say
facts,
less
and
than?
the Democrats are not a
He's
fan
crashing
of those.
out. He's crashing out. Would you say
They're
less
called
than?
facts. I
He's
know
crashing.
Democrats
Look at
don't
this
like
crash
those.
out. Look at this crash out.
I
Well, let
know
me
facts
speak.
scare you
He won't let
guys.
me speak because he's scared of
I know
facts.
facts are scary, big scary words. Go
You're
ahead. You have my
projecting.
permission to speak. You have my permission. Go ahead.
Speak or stay quiet.
Well, like I said, you have my permission
Good
to
boy.
speak.
What
Go
a
ahead.
good boy. What a good boy. You're such a good boy.
Go ahead.
David, by the way, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, wounded combat vet here. War isn't peace. It's blood, trauma, and unintended consequences.
Who
If
said
you
it
are
was peace?
celebrating it, listen. If you are celebrating it, let me read the full thing.
War isn't peace. What great insight from your guest.
Stop talking. Stop talking. If you are celebrating it, you've never had to live with it. That's very true, David. Thank you so much. Can we some W's
Very
for David
true.
in the comment
War
section
isn't
right
peace.
now?
Today we
I
learned.
really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you,
As
David,
well
for
as
that.
Barbara, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Barbara in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Barb. Thank you. Can you thank Barb for the $50?
Thank you, Barb. This is a booming Trump economy. Keep it coming. Lots of expendable income.
So
Keep it coming, fellas.
Wait, answer this question. Name one metric about the economy that's better off since Trump got in office.
Yeah, $18 trillion of pledged investment coming into our country.
So why has real domestic manufacturing investment declined every single quarter of Trump's administration, and real business investment has declined under Trump's administration?
Well, because it's been declining every year for decades since Bill Clinton got in
Wrong.
office.
It massively increased under the Biden administration. Do you want to bet?
Well, I mean, you're looking at short-term trends versus long-term trends.
Wait, you said it's been decreasing. You said it's been decreasing. That's wrong.
It's a long-term trend of a decrease.
Really? Because let's take a look.
Really? Yeah.
Let's take a look.
Up. Yeah, pull it up since the 80s. Go ahead.
So, by the way, you say since the 80s. Take a look what it's been. We can say increasing. We can look at different time periods to be able
show
to
us the
determine that.
long-term trend since the 80s.
I don't have
Go
a
ahead.
specific graph on that right now, but I do
you
have a
don't
graph
that.
that
You
shows
just
you
said,
this.
Let's look at it. You just said,
take a look.
Oh, and
The
what's
graph
the
goes
start and
back
end
to-
year?
The graph
goes back to what?
Yeah, the graph goes back to the early 2000s, right?
The early 2000s?
So take a listen. Take a listen. I know it's hard for you to listen
So we're looking
because
at
you're a
what,
little child.
2006?
I know. Oh, man-child can't listen. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Shut the fuck up or I'll mute you, bitch. All right, take a look at this right here. Do you see this?
I see this, correct.
Okay, 2017. This is when Trump got in office under his first term.
Right.
This is when Trump left the office, right here. It was way less. Trump gets in. This is when Biden gets in office right here. Massive boom! Trump gets in the office, and then boom, decrease for 4 straight quarters. Decrease,
great.
decrease, decrease. Decrease,
So
decrease,
again, I love
decrease.
how you're deflecting from the fact that there's $18
Oh,
trillion
get
of
cooked.
pledged investment.
This is not $18 trillion of investment. This is decreased investment.
This is called pledged investment. Can you show me any trillions of dollars flooding into our country from foreign countries and companies?
That's not
under
happening. So,
Biden?
by the way, pledged is not investment
Show
that's
it
gone
to me
through.
under Biden. Go ahead.
So I just showed you real business. I
No,
just
you
showed
didn't.
you investments
You showed me a line graph, right? Of like
real
20 years.
manufacturing investment. Yes.
Right. I told you to go back to the 80s, which you couldn't do because my claim was it's a long-term declining amount of manufacturing jobs that we have in this country. You refused to show the facts there. And my original claim was that it's $18 trillion of pledged investments coming into our country under the leadership of Donald Trump. And you failed to provide any sort of counterfactual statement to that. Thus, Dirk wins as usual.
If that makes you feel better, or
That's
sleep
a
better at
common
night,
Dirk
okay.
W, by
But
the
let me
way.
tell you some things real quick. Real GDP grew at a lower rate in 2025 compared to 2024, right?
Oh, yeah.
Real
What
median
was the
wages
GDP in
grew.
2024?
2024 was
Pull that up.
2.2%, and
Pull that
it
up.
was 2.8% in 2025.
Pull that
Or
up.
sorry, I apologize. 2.8%.
Oh, yeah, thank you for that. Oh, 2.4 and 24 and 2.
I actually missaid it.
Oh,
It was
okay.
2.8% in 2024
pull that up.
and 2.2% in 2025. I apologize.
Great, pull that up. Pull that up.
I got you.
Common Dirk W, by the way. Appreciate it.
So when I prove you wrong, are you gonna admit it?
Well, you haven't proved wrong the $18 trillion of pledged investments.
Well, I did. I
You're
just
the one
showed
who
you how
brought up
that was
GDP.
wrong. I know it hurts your feelings, but I just showed you how it was wrong.
Well, you didn't show anything about pledged investments. What are you talking
I
about?
quite literally did. I showed you about investments
What
as a
was the
whole.
y-axis on that graph?
I told you about
What was the
investments as a whole.
y-axis on that
We're
graph?
talking
Go
about
ahead.
nominal investments overall in
What
terms
was
of
the
accounting for
y-axis on the
inflation.
graph? That was pledged investment numbers?
You're not listening. You're not
You just
actually
said you
engaging.
proved me wrong, right? You proved me wrong showing that graph.
We're
What
not
was the
talking about
y-axis?
pledged
Can you tell?
investment. We're talking about investment that's actually undergone.
Yeah, but I was talking about pledged investment. And
Yeah,
notice
but
how you just
but
admitted
pledged
to pivoting to
investment.
something
Listen.
else.
Yeah,
Notice how
pledged
you-
investment is
notice how you
irrelevant
just
because it's
admitted
not
to
actually
pivoting.
going to go through.
Oh, okay, so now your argument is you didn't prove me wrong. You just don't think my point is worth proving wrong. That's your new claim?
No, it's just that. Well,
No.
it's that I proved you wrong. It's just that there's
No,
no
you
use
didn't. You
of
just admitted you
continuing to
didn't
repeat
prove
it
me
over and
wrong.
over again.
You just admitted that you didn't prove me
I did.
wrong. Oh, you did? So what
And
was
you
the
can- you can
y-axis
cry
on
about
that
it.
graph? What was the y-axis on that graph then?
What was the y-axis on what graph?
The graph that you showed that you keep saying prove me wrong?
Tell me, what was the graph?
What was the graph of manufacturing jobs year by year? No?
No, it was a graph specifically of manufacturing investment year
Okay.
by year. So real
So
domestic
show-
manufacturing
so pull up-
investment.
pull up the
So the
y-axis.
Y graph was billions of
Not the y graph, the
2017 dollars.
y-axis. A graph has two axes.
I meant to say the y-axis. I apologize.
Yeah, I forgive you. It's okay. So go ahead, pull it up. What was the y-axis?
I already told you, billions of 2017 dollars.
Billions of $2017 of real investment?
Yes.
Okay, so
That's when
like
you say
I
billions
said,
of
you didn't prove my
$2017
claim
that's
wrong
a
then.
listen, when you
You
say
didn't prove
billions
my
of
claim wrong. I
2017
said pledged investments.
So
Thank you. Thank you
I don't
for
know
the-
why you asked for the y-axis to determine the pledged investments, whether or not that would be the case. This is real
It's 'cause
dollars.
you keep saying you proved me wrong when you didn't.
Hey, Dirk, please be quiet. I know you're emotional and you can't let me speak, but I want to be able to finish here because you won't engage with this point.
All right, you have
This
my
is-
permission to finish. Go ahead.
This is accounting for inflation, right? This is referencing the state of affairs in terms of inflation that's going to exist. And it's obviously saying, given the level of inflation that's happened, there's been a decrease in the level of investment under the Trump administration after there's a massive boom under the Biden administration. That's what it's saying. Okay.
Right. So
You're
nothing to
saying,
do with
oh,
pledged
but what about
investment.
this
Thank you.
pledged investment? Well,
Thank
I
you.
don't care about just pledged investment because it
So you'll
literally
admit
means
that you
nothing.
didn't prove my point wrong, correct?
It literally means nothing without there being any impact on business investment.
So like I said before, you think my point is not
on business investment
not worth proving wrong.
or real manufacturing investment. So unless it affects investment,
Common Dirk W.
there
as
is
usual.
no relevant point.
Common Dirk W. as
So
usual.
are these just claims? So you're
So
saying
go
the
ahead
Trump
now, pull up-
administration.
so you made
So
the
by the way,
GDP claim.
his
Let's
his
pull 'em up.
his big win here is saying the Trump administration can claim things but can't do anything.
Well, there's sources for all of them, by the way. There's press
Hey
statements.
Dirk, your big win here
Countries and companies.
is that he can claim
Sources for
that
each
they're
of
going to do things and not that he can actually do things.
It's not him claiming.
So you're not
It's
coming
him
to us with
citing-
results.
him
You're
citing-
coming to us with claims
You-
of what they're going
you
to
mute,
do.
you lose. You mute, you lose, by the way.
Hey,
It's
by
not-
the way, I'll mute
it's
you
not
when I
him
want to
claiming it.
finish saying what I'm saying because you are insufferable
lose.
and won't stop
You mute,
talking.
you lose.
And
You
by the
mute,
way,
you
well, thank you
lose.
so much, Gary. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate
mute,
it. Thank
you
you.
lose.
Doing some W's for Gary in the comment section right now for the $15. I know, right? He's honestly incredibly beta. It's ridiculous. Misty,
Yeah,
thank you
that's-
so much for the
that's why I have
$10
to
as well.
mute you
I
every
really
3
appreciate it.
seconds,
For
right?
$10 to
Because
tell
you
the guest
can't-
to
you
shut the
can't
fuck
keep
up,
up.
please.
You can't
David,
keep
thank you
up,
so
so
much
you
for the
gotta mute
$5. I
every
really
3
appreciate it.
seconds.
Thank you so much. Put some W's for David in the comment section right now for the $5 as well. Cassowary, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well for pledged investment. Means nothing until it's realized. I pledge to go out most weekends, but I rarely do. Zumba, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Big Schmiel, thank you so much for the membership subscription. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can you thank all the donors for the gifts?
Thank you, donors. The Trump economy is booming. I appreciate you
Good
spending
boy.
your
Good
expendable
boy.
income.
Good boy. Good
Keep
boy.
it coming. This is a booming Trump economy. Spend your expendable income.
So, by the way, you understand that basically every metric in the economy is worse. We had the worst year of job growth in the past
Well,
4
pull
years.
up the GDP
We
numbers.
saw
You
less.
just said the GDP was
Oh yeah,
way
wait. Oh
higher
yeah, I
under
can give that
Biden.
to you.
Pull it up.
Oh yeah, I went back to the real manufacturing investment because that's what you asked
Yeah, I
for.
know.
But
No, I asked for the pledge numbers, which you failed to provide, and you admit I
the
beat
pledge
you on
numbers
that.
are irrelevant.
Okay, so now your claim is it's
I've always said
irrelevant.
that
Your
they're
other claim
irrelevant.
before was
Yes.
that you proved me wrong. That's weird.
I
Now you're
already did
pivoting.
prove you wrong because there's nothing been actualized.
You proved me wrong by
So again, you
not
can't do
proving me
anything. You can
wrong?
just pledge that you're going to do it.
Well, again, I mean, they're
He can't do anything.
all
He's just going to
cited.
pledge that he's going to do it, everybody.
It's
Look
not
at this.
he pledge.
He's all
It's
talk,
all
no
these
action.
countries
Look
and
at this right
companies
here.
that have
The
pledged.
Trump administration, all talk, no action. Look
You can
at that.
pretend you don't know what pledged investment means all you want. The American people understand.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
You could pretend to be like low IQ or whatever if that's your thing. You think pledged investments means Donald Trump is just saying they're pledging investment? Is that what you think that means?
If this makes you feel
I
better.
mean, honestly,
By the way,
like,
so
you're
go to
just
the Bureau of
pretending to
Economic
be dumb
Analysis.
for your,
So by the way,
for
you
your
can go to the
donations?
Bureau of Economic Analysis, right, and you can see that the based upon the numbers they have listed, that the average for 2025, right, is 2.8 or 2.2%, and then the average for 2024 was 2.8%. Sorry.
Where am I looking?
On the Bureau of Economic Analysis. Sorry. You can also find it on the St. Louis Federal Reserve.
world does this show that 2024 is higher? I'm looking at bar charts that show the complete opposite of what you're talking about.
Well, you're obviously wrong. If you calculate the difference, which, by the way, I know it's very hard for you to calculate things and do math. I know that's hard for you.
I know,
You can
this
see
is
that
brutal.
the growth
Teach it
rate
to me.
for 2025 is
Teach it to me.
2.2%, and the growth rate is 2.8% for 2024.
Weird. This is 25. This is 24. That's so strange. What the heck is going on here? That's weird. Why are these numbers so much higher? That's really strange. It's almost like you're lying to us. Let's see.
Do you see Q1, which is negative?
Let's see. Oh, by the way, what month is Q1? Do you know what months?
It's the beginning of the year, January, and
Wrong.
it's
Wrong.
What? Yeah, it is.
You think Q1 is January?
It's January to
Yeah, I know the year starts in January. Thank you, Parker.
It's January to March, the first 3 months.
All right, let's see the let's
So
see
by the way,
average.
he cut me off when I was saying it, and he's like, "Oh, you think it's just January?" By the way, you just tried to show us the graph like that makes your point better. You understand that GDP growth, real GDP growth, was lower if you literally do the math. 2.2% in 2025, 2.8% in 2024.
I'm trying to find these
I know that it
averages
hurts your
that
feelings. Do you want me to give you an economist that's going to tell you that as well? Do you want me to play a video of an economist saying that?
Go ahead. Play a video of an economist saying that.
Okay, absolutely. Her name is Econ with Sarah on TikTok, and you can find her stuff.
Oh, someone on TikTok.
She's
It's a TikTok
PhD
economist.
Yeah, she's a PhD economist. I know that hurts your feelings, but PhD economists have reliable information. So all you have to do is you have to look up Econ with Sarah, and she always does an analysis specifically on the new numbers that drop. So what we have to do is we have to click on. Oh, it's not going to let me click on users. Give me 1 second. Why is it saying something wrong with the server, bro? And I literally can't click on it. What? Bro, why is it doing that? That's so weird. Users. There we go. Alrighty. Let me get the numbers. GDP. Here we go.
Numbers detailing the initial estimate of gross domestic product for Q4 of 2025. And as an economist, I want to walk you through these numbers and talk about what exactly this means for the economy. Because these initial estimates, paint a very interesting portrait of the economy, but they reflect a lot of the things that we already know about what this current economy looks like. So real GDP, right, which is GDP adjusted for inflation, grew by about 1.4% for the months of October, November, and December of 2025. This 1.4% growth for Q4 is a lot lower than the 3% growth that most economists estimated for GDP growth in Q4. This is in comparison to Q3 of 2025, where real GDP grew by 4.4%, Q2, where real GDP grew by 3.8%, and Q1 of 2025, where GDP declined by about 0.5%. If we average all of those estimates together, we find that real GDP grew by 2.2% in 2025, which is slower than the 2.8% growth that we experienced in 2024.
You looking
Now,
at
the
my
question-
screen, Parker? You looking at my screen,
Owned,
Parker?
owned. He's so mad. He just got owned. By the
What
way,
is Q1? What is Q1, Parker? Do you see
Q1
this?
of what?
Q1 of our fiscal calendar in the United States of America. What is Q1? I thought it was January, February, March. It's so strange. What the heck? What are the fiscal quarters in the U.S. government?
Wait,
Q1,
maybe I was wrong. Let me look it up.
October 1st to
Maybe I was
December
wrong.
31st. Whoa, weird.
Okay.
That's so weird. I thought it was January, February, March. Oh, look at him panicking right now. Look at him panicking. Who is president in that negative
So if you
GDP quarter?
literally look up
Who
what
is
is
president?
Q1 2025, it says January 1 to
look
March
up
31st.
Yeah, I understand the
That's literally what it says.
I
Look it
understand
up.
the calendar Q1. Look up the U.S. government's consideration of what Q1 is, genius.
Dude, we're looking at what the consideration is for the economy, you dumbass.
Yeah,
We're looking at
and the
economic
economy
data.
is based on
We're looking at
the
economic
U.S.
data.
fiscal calendar, genius.
We're looking at the economic data.
It's
This is
based
from
on the
economic
U.S.
data.
fiscal calendar, genius.
The new fiscal quarter for businesses is based upon this. What are you talking about?
No,
You're
not
lying.
for business. Businesses are all different. What are you talking? Do you
Wait,
know
this is
anything
for business
about
and
anything?
for the economy. Yes,
This
it
is for the U.S. government. What are the fiscal
I
quarters
I
that
think
the
that
U.S.
what you're
government
referencing
uses
is
to track
something a bit
metrics?
separate. We're talking about for
Wrong.
data.
No, for data. We're talking
Let-
about how
yeah.
the U.S. government collects data, you idiot. We're talking about what is quarter
Let
one
me make sure that's
when the
the-
U.S. government tracks data for quarter one.
Yeah, just give me a second.
Weird. It's almost like you're wrong
I'm
about
pretty sure I'm
everything.
accurate with this. I don't think I'm
well, you're well.
inaccurate
That's
with
called
this information.
delusion. That's called delusion. That's why you're pretty sure you're accurate about this. I'm showing you the proof that you're wrong, and you're going, I'm pretty sure I'm
So by the
right,
way,
actually.
so I'm gonna show you
Um,
this. Yeah, watch this. This is gonna shut him up real quick. Watch this.
Yeah,
John.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to take a look at the Bureau of Economic Analysis and what they tell us the first quarter is. So if you zoom in real quick, it tells you the first quarter in 2025 is January, February, and March.
Where does it say that?
The first thing, it says real domestic product.
Real domestic 2025, January, February, March. Where does it say first quarter? Move to the right. Go
First
ahead.
quarter
In the first quarter of
2025.
2025. Okay.
And what months does it list?
January, February, March. That is the first quarter of 2025. That's correct. That is correct. I don't know why you think that's a win.
You got
First
cooked,
quarter of
bro.
2025
You were so
is
overconfident,
January,
and you just
February,
got owned. How does it feel? How does it feel, buddy?
When did I say the first quarter?
You
of-
just got
of
owned.
2025
You
is
just
not
said the
January,
first
February,
quarter
March.
was not those months. After I just said it was
the
those
first quarter
months.
in the U.S. fiscal calendar is not those months. That's
Wait,
correct.
I'm referencing economic data, so what you're saying is irrelevant to what I'm talking
Economic
about.
data coming from government agencies.
From the Bureau of
that
Economic
utilize our
Analysis. And
fiscal
you just
calendar.
read off from the Bureau of Economic Analysis that you're referencing the first 3 months of the year.
Well, in that paragraph, it said the first quarter.
Dude,
of
this guy's
2025,
ridiculous.
January,
I'm referencing
February,
the
and March.
economic data. You might be right
The
about some
economic
other
data coming from the
Listen,
U.S. government
Hey,
agencies.
dude, I
that-
understand, Dirk. I understand. You're honestly grasping for straws at this point. That might be something that's true for other things within the government, but not specifically for the economic data. So, dude, you're fine.
Yeah,
You
prove
can
that.
acknowledge that you're wrong.
Prove
It's
that.
okay.
Prove
This
that.
is. I just did. I showed you
Where-
from the Bureau
where
of
does it
Economic
show
Analysis.
Q1?
I know that
Where
you
does it
struggle to
show the
read.
Q1
He struggles
of
to
these
read, chat. That's what it
metrics?
is.
January,
He's
February,
struggling to read. He's struggling to read.
Pull it up again. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I know that you struggle to read, but just take a look at the screen again.
Okay.
It literally says the month.
It says the first quarter of 2025.
And
January,
what months does it
February,
list?
March. January, February, March. Yeah. And how does that prove your point?
Because that's what I said was the first 3 months, and you said I'm wrong, and you said it was actually starting in October, right?
Well, the first quarter of the U.S. fiscal calendar is October. That's correct.
Okay, but that's something that's irrelevant
And how is that irrelevant?
because
Tell
we're
me.
talking about economic
When you're
data.
looking at Q1 of government data, they're talking about October, November, December. That's
wrong,
what Q1
wrong.
means when you're talking
Dude,
about
I'm
government
telling you
data.
what it's. Dude, the Bureau of Economic Analysis told you what they're looking at, and you're just lying now. You're not comprehending.
Well, I just gave you the proof.
A
that
big part of
Q1
reading is
in the US
comprehension. You
government
clearly
is
lack
October,
comprehension
November,
skills.
December.
His
I literally
comprehension
just-
skills are
I
dog
literally
shit,
just
dude.
showed you what Q1 means when we're talking about government financial data.
Wow, he actually thinks he's right. He actually thinks he's right.
So you tell me, what is Q1 when it comes
This guy
to
thinks
US?
he's right, dude. This guy's like delusional final boss, dude.
Okay, if I'm delusional, tell me when Q1 starts. When we're
Barbara, thank you so
referring
much
to
for the
government
fireworks.
data.
For the economic data from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, it starts in January.
Okay. What about every other piece of data?
Okay, for the data that you're referencing, it starts in October.
Well, the data I'm referencing, as in the U.S. fiscal calendar.
Okay,
Is that the data I'm referencing? Is that what you're talking about? The data I'm referencing?
No, the data that I am talking about. No, the data. No, you're wrong. The data I am talking.
Is that data to you?
Dirk, the data I am talking about is from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. That's what I've been citing this whole time. Okay.
Right.
So if I gave you the Bureau of
And
Economic
you read a
Analysis,
paragraph that said January, February,
Dirk,
March.
if I showed you the Bureau of Economic Analysis telling you that literally it's between those months, that is indisputable because the data is from this. So what you're bringing up is so irrelevant. Like, you're grasping for straws and coping right now. I almost feel bad for you. Like, genuinely. Like, this is your best possible attempt to deflect away from taking accountability for you saying something wrong, because you literally
I'm just
can't
saying a
accept
fact that our
you said
US
something
fiscal
wrong.
calendar starts in October. I'm saying a literal fact that you're disagreeing with.
Okay, yeah, the sky is blue right now.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
And you've never made a woman
And
finish.
wouldn't you think I'm insane for fighting you on that? You saying the sky is
yeah,
blue?
you would be insane for fighting me on the two things I just said.
If you look at this Wikipedia article,
And you would be insane for fighting me on the two things I just said, because they are undisputably true.
Well, it is true that the first quarter of 2025 is January, February, March. I agree with you. When did I say that's not
Undisputedly
true?
true, Everett.
I understand how the
Undisputedly.
calendar year works. Do you understand how the fiscal calendar year works? You understand those are different things, right? I just want to make sure you know that.
I've already clarified that to you.
Okay.
I actually had to explain that one to
you clarified that to me. You said
Yeah.
the fiscal calendar starts in January.
I'm talking about the economic data from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. You asked me, when did Q1 start? We're talking about the economic analysis and the data from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. So obviously I would reference
From a government
Q1.
agency that has a fiscal calendar starting in
so
October.
obviously I would reference what the Bureau of Economic Analysis indicates are the first 3 months. Can you stop doing this? This is so painful.
Well, I'm
Genuinely,
simply
like, you're
saying the
so
fact
blatantly
that the
wrong,
fiscal
it
year
hurts.
starts in October and you're disagreeing.
Okay.
It's pretty funny.
So until you can acknowledge reality, I'm going to thank some people. Edward, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. They said the White House proves guest wrong. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Edward. I really appreciate it. Give W's for Edward in the comment section. Robert, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So while the government operates on October 1st through September 30th cycle, political campaign and corporate financial data is reported based on quarterly calendar year, January 1st. Tell Dirk he's stupid. Well, he is.
I'm on the BEA website.
Lawton,
Where
thank
does
you so
it say
much for the
January,
$2. I
February,
really
and
appreciate it.
March?
Thank you, Lawton. Thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Michael, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Michael in the comment section right now? They said no, the widely reported figure of 18 trillion in pledged investments in the United States is not an accurate measure of the actual new investment, and it's been widely disputed by independent fact checkers and economic analysts. Very true. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Michael in the comment section for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Seriously, W's for Michael in the comment section right now. As well as MM, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. They said if the fiscal calendar for the government ends on September 30th to reconcile the budget, but economic activity is measured the same as normal calendar year. True. Nick, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for love this loser crash out, but he's really a good boy, though. I know, right? Renegade, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, be quiet, buddy. Be quiet. But good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Alrighty. Let me make sure to catch up completely on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube. Super chat, as always. Christmas Cat, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. MeTube, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Lucy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Storm, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. A lot of these are really funny. As well as Petty, thank you so much for the $5. Christmas Cat, thank you for the $2. Dawn, thank you so much for the $20. Sarah, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I try my hardest. Captain, thank you so much for the $2. Carly, thank you for the $2. Captain with the $2. Marianne, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Literally, it means absolutely nothing. Alrighty, I think I'm fully caught up outside of Justina. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I know. They said they just told my finance/actuary meeting that I am watching a Trump supporter argue about the months in Q1. The laughter that erupted. And seriously, though, he's literally trying to say that the economic data is incorrect when he literally read it off from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, and I showed it on screen. So, again, because he was disputing it and asking me where on the page it shows that, again, the very top fucking paragraph below gross domestic product first quarter 2025 says it's between January, February, and March, okay? So no other point is relevant
Q1
at all. Literally no other point is relevant. You are undisputedly wrong. And right now you are coping with the facts of reality disproving you wrong. Emma, think of the $10. Thank you.
And again, that paragraph you highlighted still doesn't say that's Q1 of the data they're referring to. I mean, it's very obvious that you're just you just control.
You want to bet? Wait, do you want to bet? Do you want to bet?
Well, bet what? That it says January, February, and March? Is that what you're saying?
It says January, February, and March is the first quarter of 2025.
Well, I agree with that statement. Correct. It is the first
so it
quarter
does
of
say
2025.
that. Oh,
Well,
it is
it
the
doesn't
first
say
quarter of
that. It's
2025?
the first quarter of our financial calendar. That's what it does. say.
According to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, correct?
What do you mean according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis?
Yeah, according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis.
It doesn't say that the first quarter of 2025 in the U.S. financial calendar starts in January. That's what it doesn't say.
What? It literally does. It says the first quarter of 2025 starts January, February, and March for the data from the Bureau of Economic Analysis.
And does it say our fiscal calendar starts in
Hey,
January?
I don't care about this. No, it doesn't say whatever other calendar you're referencing is. It's talking about this calendar. I don't know I don't know why you keep bringing this up.
That's fantastic. Hey, I got to drop in 3 minutes, but real quick.
He's gonna run away. He's gonna run away because he got dunked on, chat.
Well, I don't
Can we get
just
some
sit on here
L's
all
in the
day,
chat for Dirk? L's in the chat for Dirk because he's run
Why
away.
did
He's
the
running away
Democrats sit
because he's
down
scared.
when-
He's scared. He's gonna run away because he's got
Why did the
destroyed by
Democrats
facts, by
say
reality, by this
when
fact
they-
check,
when
by
the
something that he
president
couldn't
of the
take
United
into
States said the
consideration,
government
by the
is for
biggest
American
facts that you've ever
citizens
seen,
and
that
not
you've ever seen
illegal
on the
aliens?
planet ever. Actually, I'll tell you, you lost like you've never seen before.
Why did the Democrats
This
sit
Trump
down for
supporter
that
came on the live stream and he
Can
got
you back it
whipped.
up?
He got destroyed. He got literally, absolutely destroyed, crucified
you
on the live
crash
stream.
out
I
for
would
a
say
minute or so, and then I'll
absolutely
ask my
destroyed.
question.
And he literally sits here and still defends everything that Donald Trump says and all the bullshit that came out of his mouth. It's ridiculous.
So why did the Democrats sit when the United States president said the government is for protecting?
Oh, nice propaganda
citizens
message.
rather
I have a
than
question, Dirk.
illegal
Dirk,
aliens?
how do you feel
Why
about
did
the
they
war in
sit for that
Iran?
one?
How do you
Why
feel about the war in Iran?
Well, I think the war in Iran is extremely justified. I think we
You do?
took out a vicious. Yeah, I mean, didn't we already talk about this? Are we just
Well, like
looping?
I just
Are you trying
wanted
to
to
pivot from the fact that
Well, I just
Democrats
wanted to
care
play
more about
something for
illegals
you
than
real
citizens?
quick. Can you listen to this quick?
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran.
Oh, that's great. Is that the gotcha that you think it was? That's fantastic.
Oh, wait, I'm not done. Hold up.
Okay. You have my permission to play another clip. Go ahead.
Have no more wars. I'm going to keep you out of wars. I kept you out of wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. We don't need the wars. I will end the chaos in the Middle East. I will prevent World War III. We will expel the warmongers from our government. I will restore peace. Look at his rhetoric. I said, no, my rhetoric's going to keep us out of wars. We're ending wars all over this planet. Under Trump, we will have no more wars. I'm going to keep you out of wars. I kept you out of wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. We don't need the wars. I will end the chaos in the Middle East. I will prevent World War
Trump
III.
saying
We will
we're gonna bomb
expel
the
the
shit out of them. Play
warmongers
that
from
one.
our government. I will restore peace. Look at his rhetoric. I said, no, my rhetoric's going to keep us out of wars. We're
We're
ending
gonna
wars
bomb
all
the
over
shit out
this
of them.
planet. Under Trump,
You don't want to play that one, huh?
I played it 2 times in a row just for you, dude.
You
Because
played the
really,
we're gonna bomb
you're
the
just
shit out of
coping.
them
He's supporting.
compilation?
So by the way,
Wait, play
Trump
the we're
does
gonna bomb
this.
the shit
You're
out
like,
of them compilation. Play the we're gonna bomb
Trump
the shit
does
out
that.
of them
You're like,
compilation.
Trump does thing that contradicts what he said.
I know taking out vicious terrorist funders is such a horrible
Trump
thing.
literally undermines Constitution.
I know. Taking out the
Trump
world's
literally
leading
is
terrorist
credibly
funder
accused
is,
in the
is
Epstein
a bad
files
thing
of
according to
sexually assaulting a
Democrats.
minor.
According to Democrats,
Trump
he wants
literally
terrorists to be
increases
funded
taxes
across
on
the
working
board.
class Americans and decreases
Orange man
taxes
bad.
disproportionately on the rich and wealthy.
Orange man bad. Orange
Trump
man so
literally
bad
puts
taking out
corporations over the
terrorists.
American people by saying that climate change is a hoax
Please,
and that
Orange man,
they
please stop taking out
literally
all these
cuts the EPA by
terrorists.
40%.
Orange man, please stop taking out all these terrorists. I love them so much.
Donald Trump
Orange
pardons
man.
a person that trafficked over 400 tons of sea drug to our country, right? That is the ex-president of Honduras that would be considered a narco-terrorist. Trump pardons violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th that are literally domestic terrorists.
I just want to say to all the illegals
Trump
out there,
literally pardons people who beat cops.
CBP home, you'll get $3,000 to get sent back to where you came from. Go to dhs.gov/CBP home. You'll get $3,000 to get sent back to where you came from. Again, go to dhs.gov/CBP home. And you'll get $3,000.
Donald Trump's administration gives checks to undocumented immigrants.
Absolutely. And you can go to dhs.gov/CBP home to get sent back to where you came from.
Literally,
Again,
you just advocated to send thousands of dollars to undocumented immigrants.
Absolutely. That's how
You want to
don't
send
them here.
$3,000 checks to undocumented immigrants instead of sending them to the American people. You're putting them right above the American people. And that's absolutely atrocious that you're doing this. $3,000 to undocumented immigrants, and our American people don't even get that for a child tax credit. It's ridiculous. He ran. By the way, he just advocated for $3,000 checks to be sent to undocumented immigrants so that they can leave the country. Yeah, you heard it here first, folks. Now MAGA is advocating to send stimulus checks to undocumented immigrants. What stops an undocumented immigrant from taking the money and not leaving the country? like seriously, what prevents them from doing that? Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. It's 1,000 or isn't it? Or did it go up? Well, they said it's 3,000. So, we're just going off his number. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. Election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Alrighty. I have a few people to thank. Then we can move on to our conversation. Zach, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I know it was really ridiculous. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. This is called fiscal year because it relates to government finances, not the calendar for economic measurements. True. Peace. Thank you, the Galaxy. Thank you very much. Captain, I really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as who told you this? Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. Megan, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. As well as for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, I don't know why they were trying to make that point. That was utterly, absolutely, and fundamentally ridiculous. I think I am fully caught up. If I missed your donation, I really do apologize, everyone. Let's go into the conversation. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Danielle, thank you so much for the $10, by the way, on PayPal. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
Immigration policies.
Okay, what immigration policies?
The deportations.
Okay, what deportation policy?
His executive orders.
Which executive order?
You having fun, Parker?
No. Would you like to respond? I was literally
Yeah,
trying to do the
I'm
Jeopardy
working on
music.
it. I'm working on it. You know, I don't remember the specific executive orders he passed. It's been a minute.
Okay. So, is there anything that
Okay,
he's
so
done that you
first
like?
of all, the
Like,
birthright
do you
citizenship,
like?
that was perfection.
Okay, what has he done with birthright citizenship? Are you purposefully like not responding?
No, I'm reading.
What are you reading?
The executive order.
Oh, okay. Do 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 do.
All right, denying birthright citizenship to children born after February 20th, 2025. If both parents are undocumented or if the mother is unlawfully present / temporary and father is not a U.S. citizen / permanent resident.
Wait, repeat that, sorry?
Okay. Attempts to limit birthright citizenship by denying it to children born after February 20th, 2025, if both parents are undocumented, or if the mother is unlawfully present / temporary, and father is not a U.S. citizen.
That's unconstitutional.
It shouldn't be. Because we know that people are utilizing that as a method to circumvent legal immigration.
So again, what you're not understanding is that this is constitutionally protected. So regardless of whether or not you feel like it should be in place, it legally will be.
Okay, well, we treat the Constitution like you know how we use it. Okay, so come on, that shouldn't be in the Constitution.
Okay, so then you're saying the Constitution should be amended.
Yeah.
Okay, so amend the Constitution. Get support for that. Don't try to do an executive order without amending it. That makes no sense.
Okay, so if Congress is not in support of that and it's an objectively bad thing overall, at least in my opinion, what else do we do? Sometimes by the will of the American people, a president needs to do something for us that Congress is less inclined to do.
So you can't amend the Constitution as president. That's not how our checks and balances work.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying, okay, at the end of the day, if Congress comes out tomorrow and they say, we need to execute everyone with these immutable characteristics, and then Trump comes out and he says, executive order, we're not doing that. Nobody's allowed to do that. Are you going to disagree with that?
If they did that, that would be an unlawful order. So you would agree that if they've been given an unlawful order, that they should not follow it, right?
No, what if they made a constitutional amendment?
Wait, what?
Tomorrow? They're like a constitutional amendment. Everybody with these immutable characteristics. So I'm saying when they propose a bad
so you're
policy,
saying if Congress passed an amendment?
Am I tripping? Which chamber is it, bub?
If Congress specifically has to amend the Constitution with a very, very huge, I think it's 2/3. Plus, they
all
need,
right. Well,
the
I'm
states.
just saying hypothetically. What if they do? So is it going to be an issue if he passes an executive order that's like, okay, we're not going to do that. We're not following whatever,
What? Wait, I'm sorry. You're saying, are you trying to say it makes sense to engage in a lawful or to not follow unlawful orders? Or are you saying you should follow unlawful orders? Or what are you saying?
If Congress were to amend the Constitution to execute everyone based on these immutable characteristics, whatever they may be.
No, I don't think you should follow that.
Exactly. So maybe we shouldn't follow objectively poor, parts of the Constitution.
Okay. This is objectively poor, though.
Do you know about the Patriot Act? Do you not feel that violates the Constitution?
Yeah, you could say that it does, but that doesn't mean that this doesn't violate the Constitution. And also, I'm not in support of the Patriot Act.
How do you feel about the Second Amendment? How many laws do we have against the Second Amendment? And it shall not be infringed, Parker.
What? You understand that the Supreme Court said the only thing that's really protected is a pistol.
Yeah, no, the Supreme Court has brain damage, Parker.
Okay, don't say that as a joke. 1, 2 is related to this. You understand that the Supreme Court was literally put in the position, a huge percentage of them, by Trump.
Okay, so when we founded this country, we had full right to have literal warships and cannons, and they're telling us, oh, you can only have a pistol. What do you think the Second Amendment is for? Is it for personal protection of yourself, or is it protection against the government?
Do you think Elon Musk should be able to legally buy a nuke?
Sure. I don't think not under the Geneva Convention. Bro, you know I'm trolling. Come on now. No. Okay, Elon should not be able to purchase a nuke. Nobody should be able to purchase a nuke. In fact, countries should not be able to use nukes, and that's why we have the Geneva Convention, okay? There's obviously
next point.
a subjective limit.
Stop. Next point. Do you think that they should be able to buy miniguns?
Yeah, that's a lot more reasonable.
Okay, so should I be able to walk down in public on the street in Hollywood with a minigun loaded?
They don't have open carry. They're infringing on our rights.
So do you think that there should be open carry for miniguns in LA?
Should be open carry for any kind of weapon in LA.
So RPGs?
It'll sort itself out, won't it?
So
if
you
I
want
have an RPG,
so hold up.
you have an RPG.
You unironically want GTA in real life.
What happens?
You think people should be able to drive down to Ammunition, get a literal fucking RPG and a minigun, and to walk down the street without the cops arresting them? You believe that we should make GTA 5 in real life? Okay?
And I know
you're
believe
fucking
this,
nuts.
Parker.
You are literally
Parker,
nuts.
I know that you believe this. Hold on for a second.
No, I don't. I do not believe that.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying I know that you believe that governments can turn tyrannical. You believe that this current administration is tyrannical. You probably think that Trump is a fascist. So what happens when he starts instituting fascistic laws and then utilizes the military against us and they force us to do these things? How are we going to defend ourselves? With a pistol? Are you going to defend yourself with a pistol, Parker?
I don't think that you have the capacity to take out the U.S. military already. Okay? So, I'm confused. Do you think we should have the same access to fucking weapons as the U.S. military? You're fucking delusional.
Why doesn't Tifa
I do
have
not think the
rifles?
average person should be able to get the same armaments as the literal fucking military. No. I don't want militarized citizens. What are you talking about, dude? I don't want to live in a fucking society where the average fucking random ass fucking redneck can have an AR-15 that's fully fucking automatic next to his minigun with an RPG and a tank. I don't think they should. I don't want to live in the fucking Wild West. What are you talking about? Literally, you believe GTA 5 should be in real life because you're a delusional maniac. Literally, you want fucking U.S. citizens to be walking down the street like it's GTA 5. I'm saying that, and that's comically insane. You are cartoonishly evil.
You can own an RPG, Parker. You can own an RPG. You can own a tank already.
You should not legally be able to own a tank and drive it down the fucking street.
So now we're gonna bring up this argument. A second ago, we're talking about legality, and you want to bring it up against Trump. So should there be an amendment?
Wait, by the way, I can disagree with the amendment. You said that there should be amendment. You can have that position. I disagree with that position, and I don't think it's realistic that you're going to get an amendment. But yeah, you can say that you want to change the amendments. There's no issue with that. Did you just figure that one out? Did you feel like that was an own?
No, it's just ironic the things that you're willing to fight for as opposed to others. Do you like exploiting immigrants? Do you like that we're exploiting them for their money and that low-skilled workers are experiencing, lessened incomes because of these things?
I believe that undocumented immigrants in the country who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship. Legal immigration actually has positively impacted wages for low-skilled Americans in terms of what's classified by the
law
studies.
just by crossing our border, Parker.
By the way, when you say low skill, like all you're really saying is like their labor produces less money. That's it. I just want to clarify.
Uneducated. So you believe? So what
Well,
are you
that's
like?
typically Trump supporters then.
So you appeal to like
So Trump
oligarchs.
supporters are less skillful. That's what he's saying. Because Trump supporters are less educated on average.
What are we saying? Do you understand that there are
do you have
liberals
wait, I have a question. How old are you?
I'm 21.
21. Are you going to college right now?
I'm not.
So talk about
Studying
education.
independently. Studying independently.
He's studying independently at what? TikTok University?
No, I
Trump,
read
Trump
all the
University,
time. You
studying
just brought up a
independently.
TikTok
Bro, I
economist,
just,
buddy.
I just got your fucking buddy in the back to laugh at you. How does it feel, bud? Your buddy just laughed at you
We're
so hard,
laughing
bro.
at you and your TikTok economist, you goofball. What are you
No,
talking
he
about?
said
You wanna
I
talk
literally
about
made fun of the fact that you're on TikTok University because you aren't educated after saying that literally education is preferable, right? Again, you must be Trump Academy on fucking literally TikTok. Streamer University. That's where he's being educated. Aiden
Well,
Ross's
no, I
live
mean,
stream.
I think
Hey,
the people
I
that
watch Aiden
educated
Ross a
you did
lot.
a very
I watch
poor
Aiden
job.
Ross so much. I'm
You're an
really I'm really informed. I watch Aiden Ross.
You have
Yeah,
an
yeah,
economy
you sound very
degree,
smart.
and you're a socialist Democrat. I'm sorry, what do you
I'm
what
not
do you
a
say,
socialist.
social
I'm a
Democrat?
social Democrat. You just don't
There's a
understand
huge
what liberalism
difference.
is.
Okay,
You don't
buddy.
understand the
So do you
difference
think
between
that you should be
liberalism and
taxed higher?
socialism.
Parker,
What's
how
up?
much more should you be getting taxed? You know what? I'm a social democrat too if it means getting you a tax to the highest extent.
Well, I
Catch
live
me.
in
I'll
Los
trade sides right
Angeles,
now.
so I think that the tax rates that exist in California should exist across the entire nation.
Should you give your money to me, Mr. Uneducated, that won't go get a college degree because he's so ignorant? So you
Yeah,
have to
inevitably
reallocate your
speaking, the money
resources to
I am
take
paying
care
into
of me?
taxes. Yeah, inevitably speaking, the money I pay into taxes will go to people like you. Yeah.
Is that not absurd to you?
No.
No, so you're sitting here doing labor for yourself. You're a private entrepreneur. You have your essentially a business that you and you alone are working on, and you should have to
Hey,
give
Chris,
your money
Chris,
to me.
you want to know something
I'm
crazy?
not doing anything for you.
Chris, you want to know
Nothing.
something crazy? I care about the society that I live in. I love America. I
So
know,
I'm
I know
entitled
that you
to your
don't.
labor?
I know that you don't, and you don't give a shit about this country. But I actually fucking care about this country.
What,
Crazy
what
idea,
are our
right? I love this country.
Individualist ideals, right?
I'm not individualist.
The right to pursue
No,
freedom.
no, our entire society is somewhat collectivist within nature and has individualist elements. Wait.
see-
Everything. Wait, you rely upon other people in society. Do you want to go fucking live in the middle of nowhere? Not in society? No, you want to live in society with other people. You depend upon other people doing things. You buy stuff at the store that you don't get yourself. Okay? You depend on other people. We live in a society. Crazy concept, right? We rely upon other people. Whoa! Oh my God! No way! Oh my God! If you don't want to rely on other people, go fucking live in the middle of nowhere. Go live in the woods.
Of course, so we rely on others, but we're also entitled to their labor. I'm entitled to your labor. Is
Yeah.
that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, absolutely. You are entitled to a portion of specifically what I make through taxation, right? And that specifically is to pay for the society that we live in. It's not just you that is entitled to it. It's the society that we live in, and you happen to live in the society, so you're entitled to a part of that.
So are you actually a nationalist and an isolationist, and you believe that we should take all this money that we're utilizing in foreign expenditure and reallocate it to our and influx it in our own social programs? $32 billion, Parker. That's how much we spent in 2025 on foreign aid. And you know what? That conveniently aligns with the exact higher end estimations of what it might cost to provide housing subsidies and things alike. So how do you feel about that?
So I think that you're focused on the wrong thing there. Look at the military budget. Trump wants to increase it to $1.5 trillion a year. I think we could cut the military budget in half, get significantly more funding, and then we'd be able to do more for the people and bring that back home. How about we talk about that?
So you would rather cut our own military spending to defend ourselves to give money to other countries for
We seek to
condoms
defend
and
ourselves.
Gaza?
No, we have way too much money anyway spent on the military. That's for defense contractors to increase their assets, right? $1.5 trillion a year is unnecessary. We could cut the military by $1 trillion a year at that point and have the largest military in the world by over $100 billion. I still want to have the largest military in the world. I'm not disputing you there. I do just think that we heavily overspend. And we could still have the largest military in the world without specifically, right, literally spending as much as we do.
I can definitely agree with you on that. I think there should definitely be cuts in the military industrial complex. It's how it's not
thank you for the
necessarily
concession.
having we do, our disagreements are different, but they're still fundamental. Right. So there are some things, when a Republican tells me we don't have the money for social programs, but apparently we have billions to send to Israel or any other country, then there you go. I mean, maybe that money would be better utilized here. I would rather see the man that's starving down the street get fed before we send condoms to Mozambique. Okay.
Okay. Well, I just want to let you know, like, specifically, like, giving broader condom access could be relevant towards things that would affect us here in the United States because we don't want the spread of
Really?
disease.
And
Things that
Mozambique.
can, yeah, you understand that condom use limits the spread of STDs. Okay, STDs can spread globalized and not just
Okay, well
internalized to
then
those
I want to
countries.
see a condom caddy driving down my street being handed out to the homeless people on my street that are actually directly next to me.
Okay, if there's a threat specifically of there being mass transmissal, absolutely. Yeah, I believe in expanding access to contraceptive use. By the way, so
Okay.
that's
Do
a
you
good
believe
thing.
that there should be any
So let me just clarify
checks
that
and
that
balances
specifically is
utilized within the
okay.
system?
That's such a small portion of the budget. Let me just clarify. What is the larger portion of the budget? The corporate subsidies that we give to the largest companies in our society. That's specifically significantly more.
Okay,
The
so do
massive
you
tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires through the big beautiful bill, while he's simultaneously cutting over 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month through the big beautiful bill. You say you care about feeding people, then tell me, why are you okay with supporting Donald Trump's administration where his main economic policy, the big beautiful bill, cut children off of free school lunch and breakfast to the tune of 420,000 children on average every single month, according to the Congressional Budget Office, a bipartisan committee from the federal government?
This is complicated. You're leading me into a specific spot here. Let me ask, can we have disagreements, outside the lens of Donald Trump? Or do you have to bring that up as your gotcha because you understand that your policy prescriptions can't stand on their own and you have to do it through the lens of, look at this guy, I can point to him, he did something wrong, so therefore all of your arguments are invalid.
So that's actually not even what I was saying right now. I was just critiquing your position, and you decided not to engage with my criticism. What did I say?
Well, I mean, look at your prompt, Parker. So
what
we
did I
have
just
to
say?
disagree through a certain lens. So
What
you
did I just
said
say?
that Donald Trump cut children off from school lunches, right?
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah,
you're saying
so I'm saying, do you support the big beautiful bill, or do you support Donald Trump, given the fact that through the big beautiful bill, his main economic policy, that it cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month, while giving massive tax breaks disproportionately to the rich and wealthy? Do you support Trump, given that happens? Is that crazy?
Yeah, okay, so there were good policies and there were bad policies in that bill, just like there are for literally every single president, Parker.
But that should be overall worse, right? If you cared about funding, literally feeding children, then that should be your main goal. Your main goal shouldn't be giving tax breaks to the richest Americans. It should be to be feeding the children that need food, literally, like in schools, to help them learn and educate, to increase social mobility.
You know what? I agree with you again. I think what we could do there is reallocate those foreign subsidies, and we should internalize
Just foreign
them.
subsidies. So not the trillions of dollars that Donald Trump is spending on the military over his 4 years in office, not the specific trillions of dollars in subsidies that we've given out to companies and corporations, but
where we can
specifically
make
the fucking
strategical
36
cuts in those
billion.
areas,
By the way, Doge tried to do that, and they spent more money trying to do that than they fucking saved.
I'm not for unfettered expansion of the military-industrial complex, so I don't know what
That's what Donald Trump has done to a significantly greater extent.
Again, we have to recycle the narrative through Trump because your policy prescriptions on their own can't stand. So let me ask you a question.
What policy prescriptions can't stand? What did I say that's a prescription that it couldn't
how do you
stand?
believe that we should go about instituting social programs?
No,
Should
no.
there be
Answer-
checks
wait,
and
answer the question.
balances within these systems?
Wait. What policy prescription didn't stand?
Oh, I'm asking you right now because I
You
know
said
they
that.
don't stand.
You said that I had a policy prescription that didn't stand. Which policy prescription?
Well, that's why. Listen, this is a Socratic method here. Lock in with me, Parker. Listen. So
I don't think he has a specific.
Listen. That's because you never give too much out about yourself. That's something about you. So you'll say the baseline of what you need to get to pander to your audience, but you won't actually give real policy prescriptions. You just argue with actual Cro-Magnons on the internet all day, and you're like,
If you think I've never engaged in policy positions, you haven't watched my live stream enough.
Well, then I want to hear your policy prescriptions because maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so how should we go about the institution of these social programs? Do we need checks and balances, or is every human being entitled to a house whether they work or not? Period.
Yes, every human being is entitled to housing.
You're an idiot.
Oh my god.
I'm not an
So
idiot for saying every human
I
being
should be able
is
to
entitled
sit
to
on my
housing.
ass right now and collect your money from working, Parker? Oh, come on,
Chris,
guys.
Chris,
Are you
Chris,
guys
I'm sorry. I
serious?
believe in basic human decency. By the way, probably you're gonna say you're Christian after this. I believe in basic human decency. Everyone should have shelter. Everyone should be fed. Everyone should have healthcare access, regardless. Regardless, every single person.
Is
Okay?
that practical? Are
Do
we
you
living
think?
in reality?
Yes, I am. That is practical. Other countries do it, right? So we can do
So,
that. We are the richest
do you
country in
not
the history of
believe
the
that there
world.
are
We have the
predatory
capacity to do
entities?
this.
Do you not believe that there are predatory opportunists within every society that will sit down? Because Parker, if
Like
I'm
Trump.
getting paid enough to live and actually live comfortably tomorrow without working, I'm not working. I'm gonna read and I'm gonna draw, I'm gonna paint, I'm gonna learn music. Okay. And I'm not gonna work, and nothing is actually going to happen within the supply chain because everybody with a brain will do that. Except they
So let
won't,
me
because
explain
everybody
something
with
to
a brain
you.
understands we all have to
You say
work.
that there will be no incentive to work if everyone has access to housing. Why, in other countries around the world with greater access to housing, socialized housing, do they have higher levels of employment? Why do
I'm
they
sorry,
still
can
have
you
high
repeat that
levels?
one more time?
Why do countries around the world still have high levels of employment even if they increase access to socialized housing?
Unfettered access. They're paying for people to literally sit down and live in their houses. Is that what you're telling me? So if I look this up right now,
So
do you
by
have
the
any
way,
sources to show
so
me this?
housing, so the fact that people have access to social housing is an important thing for people to have access. No one should have to live on the street. That is ridiculous. Is that crazy to you? Like, I have a
You should
question.
have
I have a
access so
question.
long.
I have a question. Do you
Huh.
think murderers should have a fucking cot to sleep on in prison? Do you think they should have
You're not gonna
shelter?
like what I have to say about that.
No, just tell me.
Really? I mean, you might kick me immediately. I mean, honestly, most of the time, if somebody can be unequivocally proven of murder, we shouldn't waste tax dollars on them. That's all I'll say. So you can fill in the gaps there.
Okay, but in the situations in which they haven't been unequivocally proven, would you
Yeah,
say?
they should have a cot to sleep on.
Okay, so people that you have most likely evidence indicate murdered someone, you'd be okay with them having shelter paid for and them being able to sleep on a cot in a place with food, everything paid for them, but you're not willing to do that for Americans who have not committed crimes?
So this is where you're
Being
just being
homeless is
ignorant,
considered a
because
crime
I
to
can
these
agree
people.
with you. Listen, but it's all about compromise, because I can agree with you. Most people, especially in this economy, especially where we have, the
You
troubles with
give
the
more
housing market that
dignity
we
to the
have.
to the fucking people who have murdered and assaulted and
Let
done
me
the
get a
worst of
couple
the worst
words out of my
crimes
mouth
than
before
you
you
give
make
to
an ad
people
hominem attack.
simply just not for being able to afford housing.
You got to let me get this. So again, no, people should actually, especially in this economy, be entitled to housing on prerequisites. They should, maybe within but you're telling me just anybody that's sitting on their ass.
Wait, I thought you just said that no one's gonna work. No one's gonna work. Everybody's gonna stop working.
Parker,
I'm gonna stop working tomorrow right now if I don't specifically have to. Wait, okay,
So
listen. So the point that I'm making is that yes, everyone should be fed. Yes, everyone should have a house regardless, and people are still going to be incentivized to work on top of that. One, right, because of the fact that we want more things than just that.
So
and
capitalism?
Two, yeah, we want more things than just. Do you want more things than just to just live and have a house?
Yeah, I think that's what capitalism is. I think you just cracked the code, dude. I think you're actually a lot smarter than you like to pretend.
Dude, I am a liberal. I am a capitalist. Are you just learning this?
No, I know this.
I
You're a
believe in social
Democrat.
safety nets and regulations
But you
on
think that we
capitalism.
should pay for people to literally not work and live in their house, and do nothing?
Wait, I'm
and
not
be
paying people to
completely
not work.
dysfunctional?
You're misunderstanding. I'm not paying people to not work. I'm paying for access to housing and social services so that everyone has a basic standard of living, and then people are still going to work on top of that.
What kind
Wait, I have
of
a question.
optimist
Do you have a
are
job?
Do you really?
Do you have a job?
Yeah, I have a job.
What do you do for work?
I serve.
You're a server, okay?
Yeah.
So do you think that you'd stop being a server if everyone in our society was given housing?
And I didn't have to work as a server 1,000, 1 billion %, Parker.
So
I would
all
no
you have is
longer be a
basic
server.
housing. So if you just had basic housing paid for, social housing where you have to live in communities with people, right, and specifically, right, and food that the government gave you, you're telling me you wouldn't work at all. You wouldn't strive for more than that.
Dude, there are people on Section 8 right now that do anything but work. Yes.
Okay.
That happens.
But listen, I'm asking you, would you do that?
In our current society and given how Section 8 works, that's why I'm a server, and also because I believe that as a member of society, I
How
have
about this?
responsibility
question.
to work for my
No.
fellow man.
Would you want to be able to provide more for your significant other than just living at home on the government provided basic things? Would you want to provide more for your significant other?
But there are people that aren't going to, and then should I have to provide
I'm
for
not
them?
asking
That's
about
what
other
you're
people. I'm asking
overlooking.
about you right now. What would you do?
Oh, but I don't exist in a vacuum, and
I understand you don't exist in a vacuum, but I want you to answer the question, and then we can have a conversation about others.
So if we're looking at things properly, rationally speaking right now, would I go out and work for my significant other and everybody else that is living with their significant other that does not work because
You're
there are
not
men out there
listening.
that
He's
do
like
that?
not listening. I'm asking, would you want
You're
to
like
provide
not
more?
listening.
Would you want to provide more than the basic standard that would be given to you from the government, right? By working more for your significant other to ensure that you can have a better standard of living, not just your significant other, your children in the future. Would you want them to have a better access to education, for example? Would you want them specifically to have greater access to things that they would want? Would you want them to be able to have opportunities in life that would extend, right, beyond just the bare minimum?
Why can't you literally just admit that those people should have to work if they're being given housing subsidies? Why is that not in your vocabulary? Is that
Okay,
because that goes against the grain of what you
watch.
have to be?
No, I can believe what I want. I believe this because I genuinely think. Listen to what I'm saying. So I believe, regardless whether someone works or not, they should absolutely be taken care of with basic amenities. But does that mean I don't think people should work if they can? No, they should still work if they can. Absolutely. I would tell people that they should work if they can in that circumstance. There are plenty of mental and psychological benefits that come from literally doing stuff like work as well, that can come from these things that are important to people's lives, right? To a certain extent. You understand that for many people, they might not like their job, and that's for them, but for others, there's a fundamental purpose that they feel in fulfilling a task and doing something and going out there, right? And being able to provide more in purpose, right? For their family and for people around them, so that they don't have to worry in certain types of ways.
So you're
They
an
feel
optimist.
good doing
Do you
those
just
types of
believe
things.
that every
So-
individual, in fact, you believe the majority of individuals will do soul-crushing labor that does nothing, it doesn't fulfill who they are as a person, will go out and do those things simply to provide an excess. You don't think there are any people in this society that will willfully sit down and do nothing because they don't want to? You don't believe that in your heart of hearts.
Yeah,
Everybody
I do
will
think
work.
that people will still do those jobs, even if this exists in society, because there's natural market
Oh, so you
circumstances
can't
that
say there will
respond.
be people that sit down and do nothing and create a vacuum in the
No,
in
I mean,
the
there
economy.
there already is. Okay, but I just
Exactly.
want to. I think that more people will feel open to actually be able to go out and to get a job because of the fact that literally they have the ability to, because they have shelter, because they have access to basic amenities, because they're treated with decency and they're given community. I do think that more people specifically will engage with the system, given that we provide these amenities and literally aren't so cruel to each other. Treat
Why
other
do you
people
want-
like human beings rather than treating them like dog shit. Literally.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that we don't treat those people with dignity now, at least people with a decent moral compass. I know you're a subjectivist and you don't believe that objectively we morally need to treat those people with respect, but I think that most people already feel that way. But that aside, I mean, I'm totally with you on this, man. There's a lot of people that can't get housing that should actually be able to have housing because it's an artificially skewed economy right now because we have oligarchs and corporations buying, mass
Wow. Oh my
plots
God,
of housing.
it's almost like you literally have the core tenets to understand that like we should provide it as a basic amenity for everyone.
Well, it's like liberals don't understand that both the government and private entrepreneurial, entities should be limited in their power and their scope. You're right. You know, maybe Elon Musk shouldn't have trillions of dollars at his disposal. I'm sorry, $1 trillion at his disposal.
Oh, but we should give him tax breaks.
I mean, I'm more willing to work with you guys than you might think. We're experiencing oppression on both ends. Are we not? The reason why capitalism is messed up right now is because we're not properly enforcing checks and balances. It's really simple. Just like
And, you
we're
know,
not
Trump's
we're also
fundamentally
not
undermining
properly
those checks.
enforcing those.
Dude, oh my God. Hey, man, I agree with you. But what you're not understanding is that Trump is undermining those checks and balances. He's literally the threat to it. He's the reason why we have to strengthen them.
He wants to be oppressed so bad, dude. You guys sound like capitalists half the time. You're so Jesus. You have literal protozoas in your comment section.
Hey, dude, I'm a liberal. I still am a capitalist. Is that complicated for you to understand? I'm not a socialist.
You're a social democrat.
Yes, dude. Is that complicated?
But you believe that we should literally fund people that are doing nothing. You're a socialist.
I
You're a
believe
socialist,
everyone
Parker.
should be
That's how
taken
that
care of.
works.
Wait, by the way, you think that of murderers in prison. You think that of people who have done horrible things in prison, but you don't think that of people who simply just can't afford their access to housing.
You're actually literally
So I think
worse
your
than a
priorities
socialist. You
are
know that?
fucking
You're
dog
worse.
shit. Are you Christian?
No, I'm not.
No, you're not? Okay. Well, do you care about your community?
Yeah, I do, so long as they care for me. I don't care about anybody that won't work, genuinely, because they're
Okay.
useless.
So would you be okay with mass execution camps set up for people who don't want to work?
They kind of execute themselves, Parker.
No, I'm asking you, would you be okay with mass execution camps for people who don't want to work?
No, that's absurd.
But you just said you don't value them. You just said you don't care about them.
I'm not working for them. I don't care if they want to go sit and die on their own. I'm not going to pay for them to live a happy life while I actually work and grind
do
my
you think
Benz
that we
to
should have
dust.
K through 12 education?
Yeah.
Why? Because why do you want to pay for other people's education?
Because we are producing members of society that can actually be useful, that we can utilize. That's exactly what those are. Those are
So
just
if you're
mills for
providing adequate
successful,
housing,
productive members of
if you're
society.
providing adequate housing, if you're
Why do
providing
you guys
adequate
value education?
Watch. If you're providing adequate housing, healthcare, and the basic things that people need in their lives, you're creating conditions that people need to be an effective worker, to be an effective member of society, to help out others in their life. So what you're doing is actually you're creating conditions where people feel like they have dignity, where they're treated better off, where they have a sense of community, where they feel like everyone is there to take care of each other, and that will give them more of an incentive to take care of others. So you understand this idea is not hard for us to be able to achieve. We can achieve this. We can push for this to a greater extent. It's not going to be perfect. I'm not advocating perfection. I'm saying we can do better. We can ensure that less people in our society are negatively disenfranchised by not being able to afford housing, by not being able to get access to healthcare, by not being able to afford childcare, by not having proper education, by not having basic things that they deserve, that every single member of our society should have access to. And that is the pro-American thing to say that you love your country so much that you want the members of your society to be given the basic, adequate things that they need to flourish.
Your fundamental rights boil down to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Okay,
Yeah,
none of those.
And our society right now does not fully uphold to the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness because we do not have the total ability
Because we
to
won't pay
literally
for people that
flourish
won't
in a
pursue their
society
own
in
life,
which
liberty,
people
and
literally
happiness.
die because of lack of access to healthcare, because of lack of access to childcare, because of lack of access to basic amenities, because of lack of access to food, because they can't afford things that they need, and that's why we need social services in our society to ensure that people have access to these things. Under society that you're advocating for, we wouldn't have Medicaid, we wouldn't have Medicare, we wouldn't have Social Security, we wouldn't have basic amenities that people need. And if that was true, people would
we would
literally
have
starve,
all of those
people would
things.
literally
We would
die,
just have
and it would be
minimum
very, very
requirements
rampant
to
within our
receive
society
them
that
are
would happen
very
because we
heavily
did not advocate for a
enforced.
society that ensured these basic standard of living for everyone within our society, not just because of the fact that they can afford it, but because they're fucking a human being. They're a human being that deserves this basic level of fucking treatment and dignity.
Where do
That's
you
what
get
I
this moral
believe in.
code from?
That's what you should believe in. Myself.
Where do you get that
Myself.
moral code from? That
Myself.
they're just From yourself?
Yes, literally.
Okay,
Is
well,
that complicated to you?
I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you.
Why not?
What if a lot more people agree with me than you? What's going to happen
okay.
then?
Okay,
Since you're a
where do
collectivist.
you get your belief system from?
A higher power.
Okay, so you do believe in God.
That doesn't make me a Christian, but yes.
So what religious view do you hold to?
It's a subjective moral system, but I believe that we are innately ordained
So it's from
/
yourself.
imbued with a moral compass from our God, from our Creator. Yes.
So by the way, so what religion, and also if it's subjective, then it would be based upon your own position.
Why do we know that doing something that
What
is
religion?
wrong
Wait,
is wrong, though?
what religious view do you hold to?
I have a subjective prescription to God.
Yeah, that's your meta-ethical view. I'm asking you, what is your religious? Are you saying that you don't have a certain religious denomination or religious worldview, that you just
Right.
you believe in like a deist notion of God, for example?
Yeah, that's how I would say.
Okay. So then
I think
you have
that
no
we
evidence to
have
say that they
very
ingrain.
obvious moral.
So by the way, if you're a deist, you have no evidence to say that they ingrain morals into us. That would be a theist. So
Why do we know that things are wrong? But should it still be based on a head count? Should it still be collectivist? Like, this many people say this, so therefore this. Okay, so what about Nazi Germany when
no,
the
I don't
majority
believe
of
in.
people
I don't believe in
that the Jews were
collectivist moral
subhuman?
views. Hey, dude, I don't believe in collectivist moral views. I believe it's predicated
But you're
off
a
of my
subjectivist.
psychological preferences.
So then it's also predicated on my psychological precedences.
Your view.
And so therefore, if I
Listen,
convince
listen,
enough people
listen,
that
listen,
committing
listen.
an atrocity is morally...
Listen. You're not listening. Listen. So your position is based upon your view. My position is based upon my view. What's complicated about that? That's just describing reality.
You're so smug. Look at you in your eye. You literally know what I'm saying is correct because you're not stupid, and I know you're not, but you have to play this game. So
I just genuinely think that
me
you're
and
pretty
you
stupid,
don't
and
exist in a
you're not.
vacuum.
You are clearly not. You are clearly not tracking the conversation.
We don't exist in a vacuum, Parker. There are people around us with their own
Really?
subjective moral
I
views.
thought
yes.
everyone was an
So when we
NPC. I thought every
organize-
single person was actually an NPC.
So what happens when we organize enough of these people, like in Nazi Germany, and we all go, the Jews bad, let's go kill all the Jews? Then what? Then what happens?
That's wrong. I consider that wrong.
But it's subjectively wrong. What do you mean? That's your subjective
from my
opinion, and
position,
you're
they are in
outnumbered.
the wrong.
Get outnumbered, buddy. There's no third party objective moral
So
standard.
you're just talking about
holding
what
us to
does exist
anything.
in the world. So you're saying, descriptively speaking, people who have a certain view can subjugate others who hold a view to a lesser extent. Yes, that can exist in society, and that's why we should have a society that protects freedom so things like that cannot happen. That's quite
But how
literally
do
what
we
Trump's advocating
decide
to do.
what
Is he's
is a moral
advocating to
freedom
subjugate
that
others.
we are? Then how do we describe what a moral freedom is that we're entitled to if there's no third party
Based
objective?
upon our own determinations of how we think the world should be viewed.
Then it's
That's
based
ju-
on a head count.
I'm sorry if this hurts
And
your
it's
feelings,
collectivist.
but this is literally what. Wait, so you might say that our systems of legal systems are formed through collectivist action. That's true, but our own moral positions are founded based upon our own psychological preferences. Is that
Do
a
you not
complicated thing?
understand how that can be utilized?
Wait,
poorly?
you're criticizing my view as if it's like a fucking prescription about reality of what I think it should be, not about like what's descriptively true. This is descriptively true.
It shouldn't be prescriptively. I mean, what we should really have is religious nationalism, and we should have a third party, again, moral objective standard of what. So what happens when people come over here of a different moral prescription and start doing things that we're fundamentally against and completely turn our society upside down? What happens then? So if a group of people come over here that are morally prescribed to do X, absolutely morally unconscionable action, then what? What should we do with them? Let them carry on with what they're doing?
So
'Cause
I
it's their
want to
subjective
form views
morality?
based upon my own position. You already know I'm going to say everything that is going to be deemed as wrong is deemed as wrong. I'm confused how you don't understand what I'm saying right now. Well, this is
But
descriptive,
it
not
seems like a lot
prescriptive.
of people in our government collectively agree to they love pizza. It's kind of like they really like pizza.
Don't do the
And like
Pizzagate bullshit. That's stupid.
subjectively, I mean, they
I
all,
mean, dude, you support a guy that's credibly
the
accused.
kind of verbiage I have to
You
use.
literally support a guy that's credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files.
I have to say whatever I have to say to get on your stream, Parker.
So then you
It's
don't support
literally
Trump.
in your title.
So you don't support Trump.
No, I did. He's my favorite. He's literally my chancellor in chief.
Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's how old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're such a kitty potato!
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
High peel.
Oh my gosh, it's the literal fetus that keeps doing high peel. Isabel, by the way, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, Isabel, like, I don't know why people acknowledge that this is, like, temporary for most people, specifically to provide them a baseline so that they can take care of themselves. David as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, though. Exactly. As well as Aaron, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That would have been really funny, David, if I said that to him. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Aaron, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Oh, yeah, you can't copy-paste the comment. I'm sorry. It is TikTok. Like the mods will ban you if you spam things. Oh, you must have
Parker.
accidentally did it on accident. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
I was just wondering if you think the One Piece is real.
Let's go on the next individual. Only set a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Rebecca, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
He's like,
Thank you. Kelly as well. Thank you for the $5. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
+1. Like, what?
Okay, let's go to the next individual. You just give us a quick second. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. For the 4,100 people here on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. It help get out to more people. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. We're pretty close to it, actually. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Douglas, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Katie, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Thank you, Loretta. Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. True, I really appreciate it. Thank you, Katie as well. Thank you for the $5. Douglas with the $5. Thank you. Modern, thank you so much for the $2. Kelly with the $5. And Rebecca, thank you so much again for the $1. I have some people I think on YouTube, but let's get this next person up here real quick before we do so. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Parker. Hi, Parker.
Do you support Trump?
This picture is not me. Yes, of course. First of all, he's not anti-Semitic at all. He's not anti-Semitic at all. And this picture, not of me. I chose this picture because I don't want to say all in English. He look good, beautiful, but he did to us problem because he wanted that our whole country will have only murderer, only bad people, that people will help him to attract to white boys. This all the game. So this is why I chose this.
Okay, so
picture.
I have a question. So then, okay,
Yes.
so if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Say it again.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
What?
If the election were held
What's
today,
that? Say it
Harris versus
again.
Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Election?
If the
Choose
election
another
were
word
held
I don't know
today,
what is.
hold up. If the election were held today, Harris
I
versus
don't know
Trump.
what is election. Choose
Okay,
other
I'm sorry.
word.
I don't know if we're
Other
going to be able
word.
to
I
have
don't
this
understand
conversation.
this.
I do apologize. I'm going to go into the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
January.
I'm sorry. There's no way. There's no way, right? Like, genuinely no way. Has to be a zygote. What's up? How old
Parker,
are you?
you didn't answer my question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I added you up again. Am I answering the question? No. Never answering the question ever. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're such a kitty patootie!
Let's go to the next individual. Luna, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. When you have time, can you please explain why trickle-down economics is a failure? My friend insists it works. Yeah, the reason why it's a failure is because there's no incentive for the business owners to pass down their money to their employees unless they profit off of it. So really, you created a greater incentive by providing higher marginal taxes for the top marginal levels of income, specifically by imposing higher taxes at those higher levels of income, because it incentivizes them to do a tax deductible, which would be like passing their money to their employees, for example. So rather than getting taxed on it. So if you don't leave it up specifically in terms of the increased marginal tax rates with the highest taxes or highest levels of income, then you don't retain that incentive. And then obviously you're just going to see less wage growth. So there's actually a lot of good studies that indicate higher wage growth with higher top marginal tax rates for the largest corporations. And then trickle-down economics in general, again, if they don't have an incentive to pass it down because they won't profit from it, then create that incentive by engaging in taxation. That's the best way to do so, kind of. And under trickle-down economics, they have the incentive to do whatever is, profit maximizing for themselves, which isn't necessarily going to be what's, bestly impacting for the rest of the population. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
And do you support Trump?
So I do, but like I'm open to views.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
To be honest, I would still be with Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I mean, as far as him being a leader, or
okay,
what he has done already. I mean, think about saving other countries of like him.
How is he saving other countries?
Like I would say like the cartel, or like the president from Venezuela and stuff like that.
So
being more
so you
safe.
think engaging in war.
Correct.
So you want him engaging in war. He ran on no new wars, right?
I mean, I didn't watch everything. Don't get me wrong. Like, to be honest, I'm new to politics. So, I mean, you're going to win a debate. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just trying to open up is what I'm trying to get at. So, why should I vote for Kamala? Is my question for you.
Because she cares more about helping working class people in need, whereas Donald Trump cares more about helping the rich and wealthy and the well-connected.
I mean, do you honestly think she should be a president of her inviting people to her debates, or her I don't know what the fuck shit's called, the election shit, where she had Megan Thee Stallion shaking ass? You think that's what
by the way,
country should want?
You're willing to vote for a guy that's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, that's a fascist, that literally tried to undermine our democracy in 2020, that pardoned people who violently assaulted police officers and called them patriots, called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, is credibly accused by a victim who's a minor in the Epstein files, right? Who's literally protected PDFs in the Epstein files by redacting co-conspirators' names. You're saying that guy you're willing to vote for because Kamala Harris had Meg the Stallion perform on stage. That's it? Really?
No, I mean, there's other stuff. I mean, right now I just can't think of on the top of my head. Like I said, I'm still open. I'm just asking you,
But
like,
like, come on,
why?
come on, come on. Like, what seems worse? It clearly seems worse that like someone's trying to undermine core fundamental American values than like literally having Meg the Stallion perform. Like, I'm sorry, does twerking really hurt your feelings that much?
No.
Okay. So then what's the big issue?
I mean, to be honest, I don't know. That's why, like, like I said, I'm open up for, to pick, Democratic or
Okay. So
Republican.
what leans you towards Trump?
I mean, I would say, also like living wise, prices go down and stuff like that.
Okay, so prices have not gone down. There's been upward pressure on prices still because of the fact that Donald Trump has imposed tariffs that cause prices to go up.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I'm in the state of Florida. I mean, I've seen gas prices go down. I've seen.
Well, gas prices are about to go up a lot here because Trump's war with Iran.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that. See, that's what I'm saying.
That's a really important factor to take into account. Like the only thing that Trump supporters have been parading right now as like evidence that Trump was making the economy better off is going to go away because of Trump's war with Iran.
Okay, and then I don't think I got your answer from like why I should vote for Kamala.
Kamala? I told you, I did give you that answer because she cares more about working class people and people in need and providing for those, like in terms of the child tax credit increase, $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out, no tax on tips deductible. She wanted to do that as well. And no tax on overtime deductible. She wanted to keep all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year and only increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year.
Okay. Now another question is, what about ICE? Like, what's your thoughts on ICE?
I believe that ICE should be abolished because of the fact that the way it's structured in the federal government allows for these abuses of powers to happen. I believe that it should be controlled by and have to be changed by Congress, not by the legislation, or not by the executive. Sorry, by legislation, not the executive.
Okay. Okay, I mean, that's all. I mean, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Okay. Alrighty. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone, for the nearly 4,100 people. Let's try to hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everyone. I'd really, really, really appreciate. We're probably near 2,000 right now, I'm assuming. Let's try to get to 3,000. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Let me know how many we're at in the YouTube comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 21.
And do you support Trump?
I voted for him in the 2024 election, but like right now I'm like a little bit iffy on like the whole like just like the war with Iran. I mean, you had a good point earlier with he promised on no new wars. And I don't want to see American lives getting lost. That's a big one.
Yeah. And I think that he's fundamentally going back on one of the main things he ran on was no new wars. He was not going to bring us to war, that Kamala Harris was going to put us at risk of war. And it seems like right now she's advocating against the war and he's advocating for the war. So, yeah, it does seem like he's going back on everything he was advocating for. So would that be a reason for you to like stop supporting him?
Not a reason to stop supporting him, but it's like, so I'm currently in the military right now, and like, I people, and like, it's
So
you see a different aspect. Yeah, so you see a different aspect of it on that side, but there are some like arguments though where I still like say I support his policies when it comes to the border. That's like a strong thing that I will still support. I think there's not a good Democrat that I would even say that would remotely compete with like a Republican view of like the border.
So what do you dislike about the Democrats' position on the border?
So I think the border we should not be letting thousands and thousands of people into the border. I grew up in El Paso. It's a border city. I've driven and you see people cross thousands at a time. They'd come in, especially like back in, was it when it was Biden's policy, they had people come in, thousands of people. They would get processed in, and then they would come in like the caravans and all that. Like it was it's a mess, and it's a burden on like tax dollars and on all that.
So actually, immigrants have decreased the deficit by $14.5 trillion in the past 30 years. Undocumented immigrants contribute to that as well. And if we provide them a legal pathway to citizenship, if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime, they would be paying into the system to a greater extent as well. So actually, immigration is very positively impactful to our system and our ability to be able to take care of our population.
Yes, immigration is. I see. I've read that stat, but at the same time, it's some of these people are. You see the people coming in versus like
Saying
the
some people are
violent
doing bad
crimes.
things. Well, I would say that undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the country compared to natural born U.S. citizens. And legal immigrants are less likely to commit crime than natural born U.S. citizens. So if you care about crime, well, then you should be caring about like holding Trump accountable for the crimes that he's committed, rather than saying that undocumented immigrants who are less likely to commit crimes are guilty of doing so.
So also, I had the big argument of, like Trump, right? Biden had access to the Epstein files for 4 years, and they could have put in that against as a political tool against Trump, especially when he was president and his Kamala was running. So I don't know why Kamala, that she was running against. I don't know why that Trump was the one who declassified the files to begin with, and he's the one that pushed for the declassification of the files, as well as why didn't, if that was such a good power tool or power move, why didn't the Biden administration release the files sooner?
Few things to take into consideration. The DOJ was independent under the Biden-Harris administration, meaning the Biden-Harris administration wasn't dealing with the ongoing doings of the DOJ on a daily basis. This right here is actually proof that the Democrats did not weaponize the DOJ against Trump. If we want to reference reasons why, though, that could be relevant to Merrick Garland, who I would apply some accountability to, absolutely, is the fact that it was completely sealed through 2024. And then there were investigations into it through 2025, right, into co-conspirators and appeals into Ghislaine Maxwell. So there were limitations, but any file that they had the ability to release Merrick Garland and didn't release, he should be held accountable for, right, given that he did have the ability to do that. And there were things that he did have access to that he could have released, right? And I think he should have, and it would have helped our win for the election if we could have, right? So I believe that they should have been a lot hard. I believe there's plenty to critique Merrick Garland on, especially the fact that he didn't hold the individuals accountable to the degree that they should have after January 6th.
Yeah, and that's a big argument. Like, if that stuff should have came out sooner, I think it should have been pushed. I mean, yes, it was independent, but he could have very well pushed for releasing the files, because you're the president of the United States.
He didn't know about them in the same way that like you would reference that Trump would, because he's dealing with the daily doings of the administration. Plus, I believe that Trump is implicated within them, and he believes that he's trying to prevent them from being released in the manner in which it implicates him. So that's it. That's his goal. So I believe that the Biden-Harris administration would have followed the law. There's the Epstein Files Transparency Act that mandates that they release all of the files with all of the explanations of the redactions. I believe the Democrats would have followed the law, and I believe that Trump is acting lawlessly and instructing his administration to not release all of the files. And the DOJ's actually scrubbed certain allegations against Trump, right, that have come from a credible accuser that got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
Okay, so I understood that, like, yes, the files were like, the DOJ was ran different, as I understand. I know a lot of it was like, there's still like it was like 55% of like the files, or 56% of the files are only out, and there's still a lot of it that hasn't come out, and they're still in the process of like.
They said that they're not releasing anymore.
Okay, yeah, I'm not up to date, but from what I read, from what I've seen a little bit, that was going on.
Okay. So what else is a reason for you to support Trump?
What is his big well, like, one of the things he did for like the military was he gave everyone that 1776. I think that was, paying the troops is always good in that sense. I know people who benefited big off of that, and I've never seen that.
They benefited big off of what? Repeat that, sir.
He get that 1776 paycheck. through the
Huh.
he claimed
That
for
was
the
just reallocating aspects of the military funding
yes,
that
I
was
know,
already
but
there.
I think you see a junior enlisted in the military, they benefit a lot. We don't get paid much in like the military, especially when you start off, like especially
But
during the
this was
holidays. I
stuff that
think
would have gone to them either way.
it was a pushed
Plus,
it was pushed
also, like
through
if he's
Second
sending you to
War.
war, how is that? Would you take 1776 to go to war?
That's why I don't support casualties getting lost, but the money overall depends on your job. People do multiple jobs. Some people won't be involved in the war. Some people are like logistics, admin. Those people are completely separated from the war itself.
Okay, so then like would you still not want war, right?
Yes, I
Yeah.
think war is always bad. I would
Okay,
agree,
so
and
if you would
I
not
think
want
Israel.
war, then why wouldn't you say that you would prefer Kamala Harris, who wouldn't bring us to war?
I think, and this is my disagreement with both parties, is I think both parties support have like an Israel tapered point of view, and I
So you
think
disagree with the state of Israel? Okay, that's good.
yes,
I
that's one
agree with
thing I
you
would
there.
disagree.
That is a disagreement I have with Democrats as well, vastly. I do think that Democrats are more likely to be able to be against that, especially because their party is more likely to be against it.
Yes, and that's the one thing that I would agree with you there. And if we had like a party that kind of taper away from that view, I
Yeah,
would
how do
strongly
you feel about
agree.
Ro
And
Khanna?
who's that?
Ro Khanna is a progressive that is leading the charge with Thomas Massey to release the Epstein files, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, and he's an anti-Zionist candidate, and he's running. He's not running for political office for presidency. I think you should, and I think he would be a great candidate that's shown to work with the other side, right? That clearly people can point to and be like, oh, this is someone I would take seriously, you know? And I
Yeah.
think that there's not much to criticize in terms of Ro Khanna. I think he's really a preferable candidate to look for.
Yep, and someone like that I would very be open to, because I think that like I think because we align with like the Israel views, and I think that kind of brought us towards war. And I don't think someone like Kamala Harris, I don't think that
Kamala.
Kamala Harris, I don't think that would have much have changed like how the outcome of this. I think this was always bound to happen.
Wait, she literally says that she disagrees with this.
I think she says that, but I think if you were put in the same position, would you get like, I'll say like the like Jewish donors and all that, they're the big through the APAC, they're the biggest funders. So I believe that through that, like you, in essence, like you are going to support Israel.
Okay, and Trump is literally said by Netanyahu to be the greatest ally that Israel's ever had in the Oval Office. What is the reason to support Trump based upon this?
That's what I would disagree right there. I would disagree with that.
Yeah, I understand. Of course, Trump, you disagree with Trump doing that, but what you're not understanding is that you can't bring this up on behalf of Democrats if it's worse on behalf of your side.
Well, if you look at like these Democratic supported policies, like the one things that Republicans and Democrats both agree on would be that like stuff like that.
And that's bad, right? But again, Democrats are more likely to call this out. I just gave you a candidate specifically that is likely to call this out. Who's probably going to be the candidate for the Republicans? It's likely going to be Marco Rubio. I actually have come to the position now that I think that JD Vance is a complete smokescreen. There's no way they're running him. And if they are, they'll get dog walked anyway. I think really they're prepping to run Rubio.
I would think it. I don't. Yeah. From what I've seen, it looks like JD Vance probably. I mean, he's probably the top runner right now, but I don't know if he will. If he runs for 2028,
I don't think
know.
people take JD Vance seriously enough.
Yes, and I don't know. Like, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know if I would vote for him in 2028.
Who would you vote for? Little Marco, or would you vote for Ro Khanna?
I would have to like listen, because like right now is the most open I've ever been. Like,
What about Gavin Newsom? What about Little Marco or Gavin Newsom?
Probably Little Marco.
Okay. Alrighty. Why?
I don't know. Like, I think right, like we're in the
Wait,
time.
actually, how about this? Ro Khanna's anti-Zionist. Lil
Yeah.
Marco is literally a pro-Zionist individual. Given that you know that, would you support Ro Khanna over Lil Marco?
If that's how if that's what their whole party's going to be based off, or their whole
Yeah,
running's
like
going to be based.
if Ro Khanna were the candidate, that's what the Democrats would be running on. Would you prefer Ro Khanna with that position over Little Marco?
Depends. If like the border policy would align, I would say yes.
Okay. So if you're, what do you mean if border policy aligned? So what border policy?
Was it the remain in Mexico?
So they're not going to maintain that. So that's for the asylum process. That's a legal process of immigration. You're saying people who legally claim asylum should be forced to stay in a different country?
Asylum seekers get the biggest benefiters I've seen.
Yeah, they're legal immigrants.
They're legal immigrants because of family.
No, because they're seeking asylum.
They're asylum seekers. All they have to say is danger, and they get asylum.
Not true. You have to pass a credible fear interview, and you have to literally go through the context of a court process to ensure that you actually meet the criteria of being subjugated based upon a certain protected class.
They go through a court date years later, and most of them don't show up for the court date.
That's just not true. You want to bet?
Yes.
You said most asylum seekers do not show up to their court dates.
Yes, if you could.
Are you locking that in?
Yes.
How much do you want to bet?
I don't know what there is to bet.
How much?
I'm not putting the money on the line.
You don't want it? Why not?
Because some of these stats are probably overinflated.
They're overinflated? Really? So what about independent monitors?
I don't know.
Okay, if they corroborate the same thing, would you accept it? And you're not willing to bet on this?
No.
Okay. So it is overwhelming majority of people specifically who go to their asylum with an attorney. Asylum seekers with legal representation go to 98% of their court dates. Did you know that?
No.
98% of their court dates when they have a lawyer.
Do they all have a lawyer?
Nope. Which they should. They should have legal representation. That's a right that should be granted to everyone. And also, by the way, if you want to increase court dates, showing up to court appearances, then you would advocate for providing legal counsel. And by the way, still, even without legal counsel, even unrepresented, a majority of individuals still show up to their court dates. Overwhelming majority, still.
Is there a stat for that?
Yes. Do you want to know the number?
Yeah.
So for families that are non-detained, it's 85 to 90%. And then for unrepresented individuals, it's between 60 to 75%.
Okay,
Unrepresented, by the way. So when they have legal counsel, it's 98%.
Okay, so yeah, that's the number, and that's the number I'm familiar with. A lot of them don't show up, and probably most of them don't get
because they don't have legal counsel, and literally due to the fact that what's it called? It's still a vast minority of individuals, right, that specifically are not showing up. Now, you claimed a majority of individuals who are seeking asylum do not show up. Do you admit that that was incorrect?
What stat is this for? Where are you reading this from?
Let me go back to it. Give me 1 second. I got you. I am getting this from The Department of Justice and the TRAC, Syracuse University.
What are your thoughts on ICE wearing face masks?
That's bad. They should identify themselves and have a badge. Why are we pivoting?
Because of doxing. These agents are
okay. So why do police officers have to identify themselves and have a badge?
There's no doxing. I've seen websites of people.
You don't think police officers can be doxed?
Not the same. Not to the same
Wait,
extent.
by the way,
absolutely.
can you acknowledge that you just pivoted? By the way, you knew that you got cooked, so that you just pivoted.
Okay, but let's go back to. Okay, I can see that argument, but let's go to this argument.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I do have a few people to thank real quick. Siri, thank you so much for the push. Esther, thank you so much for almost Siri just came off. Thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciate it. Thank you. They said they're asylum seeker that's been here since 2012, and they show up to every single court hearing. All right, and their next hearing is in May. And they pay taxes every single year and renew their work permit with no criminal record, no DUI, no speeding ticket, and it costs them and their husband $30,000 so far. That's ridiculous. That is absurd. Isn't that absurd?
Yeah.
That is ridiculous. Jasmine as well. Thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, off to see. On the war, I wish she would come back and ask her for an update. Oh my God! I remember that! Does anyone remember that one person that came up to me that was furious, absolutely furious, that the Democrats were going to send their kids to go die in a war in Ukraine? I would love to hear an update on that. I would love to hear an update on that. I would love to hear the update on that one. I would love to see that one, actually. I might actually repost that one. I wonder where they're at right now. I wonder where they are right now. Seriously. Jesus. Does anyone remember that? That's ridiculous. That's actually hilarious. I want an update on that, too. Thank you for reminding me. Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous. Callie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. And then Rebecca, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. I think I actually completely caught up already. Thank you so much, everyone. As well as Keith, thank you so much for the $2. Yes, it's very good. It's very good. Alrighty. Continue with what you were saying.
Okay, so I was saying doxing is a big thing, especially for ICE.
Well, you need to cope because police officers have to deal with that, and they can. So I don't know why ICE agents are so weak that they can't.
There's websites of people putting the lookout. They'll give the lookout.
Isn't the same thing for police officers?
I don't think that to the same extent, no.
So maybe that's actually just evidence that ICE has destroyed their reputability.
Why would you say that?
Because if even the police officers are treated with more reputation than they are, then they're definitely doing wrong.
I think the people are making websites of these agents, and they have their
the reality of the matter is that you decided to become an ICE agent, that you need to identify yourself, you need to have a badge in order for you to have the enforcement abilities within the context of the law, because it allows for people to have too much impunity, too much lack of accountability if you do not have proper verification and identification. Okay, people in these places, in service areas, like specifically, we can reference members of Congress. They can get doxxed.
But to the extent of where people are doing political violence to a point.
Yeah, that happens. The Hortmans. Do you remember the Hortmans got murdered?
Yes.
That happens.
But you think so? You think that because of that they have no right in the
and by the way,
protection?
you disagree with political violence, correct?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So then how do you feel about Donald Trump pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th?
I think that the whole was a whole blow up. There was like, was it one police officer? Was it only one person died?
Wow. Wait, hold on. 140 police officers that were harmed.
I think all of these claims were like, oh, some of these people didn't do anything, and they're getting charges.
Wait, I'm talking about people who assaulted cops. So explain to me, do you support Donald Trump pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers and calling those people patriots?
Pardoned like everyone from January 6th because almost everyone got like their crimes were like I think what was it?
I'm talking about the people who assaulted police officers. Do you think that Donald Trump should have pardoned them?
Probably not.
Okay, so if you agree with me that he should not have pardoned them, well, then you agree that he has promoted political violence. Not only just that, but he's called for the execution of some Democrats unreasonably, just because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders if they are ever given one.
Every Democrat, I think, they don't incite political violence, but they don't help. They add to the fire. They add to the flames.
How?
They say stuff like Trump is the next. He's the next Hitler, or he's the next.
That's actually exactly what J.D. Vance said. Unironically, that's exactly what J.D. Vance, your vice president, said.
But when stuff like that,
I am not trolling. Verbatim, that is what your vice president said.
But when people say that,
can you name one Democrat in Congress that said that?
I can't.
So the only person in government that you can mention has said this is quite literally your own vice president.
But there is countless times. I'm telling you, there is countless. If I just do a quick Google search, I'm gonna see tens of hundreds of clips. A lot of people saying, and
yeah.
It's not
So you're comparing random Twitter comments to the president of the United States. Is that really what you're doing right now?
It's NBC. It's mainstream. It's mainstream news that are saying this.
What's up?
It's mainstream news. You know what? Everyone
saying
calls
what?
him
Mainstream news saying what?
He's a racist. Like, I mean, you say that he's like the next Hitler.
He is a racist. So saying he's a racist is accurate. Saying he's a racist is not saying he's the next Hitler.
Accurate.
What's up?
How is he a racist?
Yeah. His administration literally posted a video of Michelle and Barack Obama depicted as apes. He popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya because he's black, to undermine him being president of the United States when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States. He specifically said Kamala Harris turned black, indicating that she wasn't black prior. He specifically didn't rent to black people in the 1970s. He called for the execution of the Central Park Five, even though they were exonerated based on DNA evidence. So there's plenty of things I can bring up specifically in terms of how Donald Trump is racist as fuck. Okay?
The definition of racist is to believe one race is superior over another. And do you think Trump believes that the white race is superior than all other races?
So I don't think that it's defined as thinking that it's superior. That's white supremacist. Okay? Racism specifically is about power and prejudice. So it's having prejudice specifically based upon race, and then having a power structure specifically in order to enforce that within the context of society that reinforces that prejudice. So that's typically how we can refer to it. You can also refer to it as just racial prejudice, but I think typically speaking, we refer to it within the context of power and prejudice.
I don't think saying, because he put a funny clip, I don't think it was like an intentional thing. It's like, oh, he put a funny clip of the Obamas, and then it happened to be that, and then people take stuff out of context. I don't think that makes him a racist.
So you think he's funny for engaging in referring to or depicting Michelle and Barack Obama as apes? You think that's funny?
I don't say that's funny, but it's just a clip.
That's racist. That's literally racist.
I wouldn't say so.
You don't think depicting black people as apes is racist?
I think it was a clip, and
do you think that depicting black people as apes is racist?
If it's with context, I think
what context makes it okay? Makes it okay to depict black people as apes?
If you put white people as apes, does it make it racist?
Has that historically been used to marginalize white people?
No, but if you
No,
put
so that's
when
exactly why it's different. Historically, this has been used as a racist trope against black people to marginalize them, to justify racism against them.
I don't think he intentionally said, "Oh, yeah, the Obamas are black. I'm gonna put
Wait,
a."
do you think it's okay to depict Jewish people as rats?
I've never even seen that depiction. I'm not gonna
That
lie.
was done by Nazis. So do you think that's okay? Do you think that's okay to do?
Since I've never seen it, I don't even know. I've seen
So
some other
obviously that would be
depictions.
wrong. Obviously that would be wrong.
Yeah, and I'm gonna make this quick. Jacob, it's racist as fuck. Like you can sit here and you can try to be willfully ignorant or whatever the case may be, but I don't know. Is that me with the echo or you? Hold on. All right. Does that sound better?
Yep.
Okay. All right. You can try to pretend that it's not racist or whatever the case may be. Yeah, Jacob, you got an echo. Would you mind muting?
I
All
got
right.
you.
Yeah, appreciate it. I was just saying that Jacob, you can try to pretend that it's racist or whatever the case may, or not racist, but depicting black people as monkeys when you talk about the history and the way that this has been weaponized as far as black people being animalistic, right? Even if you talk about the creation of race, when Gomez de Zurara actually went to the Catholic Church and looked to get the permission to engage in chattel slavery. And that was one of the things that he said about black people, that they were animalistic, that they were hypersexual. And that's why the two papal bulls were published by the Catholic Church. So this goes back to the actual creation of the structure of race. So you can pretend as if, oh, it's just funny. It's never funny to depict black people as quote unquote monkeys or apes or anything like that. And if you're going to do that to the pinnacle of what we would say black success would be in the history of our country, a black man and his wife making it to the White House, like there's no other more successful group of people than the Obamas. And if Donald Trump was willing to depict the Obamas that way, then that speaks to how he looks at all black people. So yeah, you can let that one go. Just hang that one up.
Oh, I'm gonna stand on the fact that it's just yes, in context, yes, but I don't think it was an intentional thing of, oh yes, I think this is hilarious that these are monkeys and let's put the Obamas. It's not as like a
That's
racist
what the White
gesture.
House staffer said. Didn't he said something like it was like miraculous or something?
Yeah. Also, I think like pretending as if we shouldn't hold the president of the United States to a higher standard, to like have the intelligence to like not do things like that. Like you can't just say, oh, it was a mistake, or oh, he thought it was funny. He's the president of the United States of America. Like just because you guys have low standards for Donald Trump doesn't mean that you should have low standards for the office of the presidency.
He's not going around blurring out the N-word. He's never even. He's never said it.
Wait. Do you think that's what racism is? You think racism is just
No,
saying N-word?
racism is the belief of one race is superior than the other. That is racism.
Parker's already covered that with you.
That is racism, and
no, you don't understand racism.
If someone says like, oh yeah, they inherently think they're better, like a white race is better than every other race.
That's white supremacy, bub. You don't understand.
But let's say you believe. Let's say I believe Hispanics are better than everyone. That is still racism. If I believe Hispanics are better,
Hispanics isn't a race. You don't even know what race is.
It's an ethnicity. Most Hispanics are Native American. A Native American mixed white people. Yes.
Yeah.
So they're a mixed race.
They're
a mixed race.
Wait. Hold the fuck on. There's no such thing as a quote unquote mixed race. It's not mixed. That's dehumanizing as fuck. Like again, you don't understand race. I mean, you should.
I do
really
understand
try to make sure you understand.
Hispanics
are. Why was race created? I just gave you
race is
as a matter of fact, hold on, take a step back. That's fucking wrong. You're literally wrong. I just told you who created it. Like it was literally created by a person.
But evolutionary determines traits, and then that's like
hey, what is race?
Race, as we know it, is we say the color of skin.
No, you don't know shit about race, racism. You don't know any of this, but yet you're sitting up here speaking like you do. Race is character, your phenotypical characteristics. It's a socially acceptable phenotypical characteristics that was created for the othering of non-white people. It was literally created to have a free or cheap working class. It was created by a Portuguese man by the name of Gomes de Zurara. He was a chronicler for Prince Henry the Navigator. And again, he created race. He went back to the Catholic Church, told him like, hey, these people are the lower hemisphere. They are animalistic. They're hypersexual. They need to be civilized. And they put out 2 papal bulls to give authorization for other countries to engage in chattel slavery. Prior to Gomez de Zurara doing that, no one was categorized based off of those phenotypical characteristics. So the construct of race was created by a white Portuguese man and it has been used ever since then. Prior to that, they didn't classify people by race. Fucking Stunlock.
No, I could go over, like someone said, does race determine traits?
Can you engage with what I just said?
Yes, we say race, but the fact that you're saying that now, so does that belief, when we're going to circle back to the Trump argument, are you going to say Trump is racist based off that description?
No, Donald Trump is racist based off of multiple things. He engaged in racism while he was portraying the Obamas as monkeys.
Yes,
he's a racist for other things.
What's another thing that he's racist
I've explained to him already multiple things. His comprehension of the conversation is very
very bad.
You
only explained the monkey one. That's all.
No, I didn't. I literally gave you multiple different examples. I showed you how Donald Trump literally didn't run to black people in the 1970s. I referenced the fact that he popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya because he's black to undermine him being in the position of the presidency, right? I talked about the fact that he called for the execution of the Central Park Five, even though they were exonerated based upon DNA evidence. He said that Kamala Harris turned black, indicating that she wasn't black prior. He also, by the way, created depictions of Haitian immigrants, specifically that they were coming to the country eating cats and dogs, right, and your family pets, right, with literally no evidence, just because you saw a video of a woman who was black from Canton, Ohio, specifically who was a U.S. citizen, having a mental breakdown, right? And they tried to portray that as Haitian immigrants coming to our country. This person wasn't even Haitian, but he assumed specifically because they're black that was the reason.
Which put a target on all black people's back, like literally. And I've been sitting here listening since you started, Parker. You absolutely went over there. Jacob is being willfully obtuse at this point.
Does it make sense now, Jacob?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. That doesn't sound very confident.
I could go over what I'm saying.
Like you would be wrong. I mean, you could, but you would be wrong because you don't understand things.
Because people are saying, like, does race determine traits? I say absolutely it does. Evolutionary traits.
Oh my God! So do you think race?
Traits.
Do you think race is genetic? Do you think race is genetic?
Yes.
Okay, so cool. If race is genetic, tell me how people of different races, i.e., like someone who is Asian and someone who is white, can actually have closer genetic traits and closer genetic markers than people of the same actual like ethnicity within Africa. So like, how does that happen?
I don't think that's true.
It's literally true. Go look it up, Bubba.
If you look like evolutionary,
to be totally honest, there's more genetic diversity in Africa than there is amongst specifically someone who is an African American and a white American.
Race is not genetic, slap nuts. It's a social construct.
Race is a genetic thing. It's evolutionary.
You think it's genetic because you don't know things. Give us any proof. Anyone who actually has charted DNA markers that shows race is genetic.
You could look at evolution. You look at thousands as a Europe.
That you keep saying that, but that's not actual proof.
If you look at Europe, people didn't start losing their skin pigmentation until tens of thousands of years ago. So around 10,000 years ago, people started losing pigmentation, which causes like a mutation of the colored eyes. Colored eyes is a mutation, and that was a thing of race, and that's how race gets established through.
That's literally not what race is. I've already covered to you what race is and when it was created.
You think you have a scientific description of race? You don't. What is this? Like it's incoherent. Where are you getting it from? Your ass?
No,
It's gotta be his ass. Gotta be his
Literally,
ass.
he literally just whipped it out of his ass.
No, I'm saying what race, how race becomes like how one set of people become what they are, and that's what the race.
Where did you get this information from? Fox News, Newsmax, Infowars.
I don't even watch Fox News.
Infowars.
You are
It's
not
gotta
good
be-
at this, Jacob.
It's got to be Infowars. I knew it.
Race is a genetic thing.
Prove it.
It's Infowars.
Okay, that's fine. Like prove it. Prove it. Give us anything that proves it. Anything. I can actually. You know what's funny? You remember me mentioning Gomez Days of Rah-Rah? Can you mute your? There we go. Gomez Days of Rah-Rah. Like literally, the two Papa Bowls, you can still go back and read them. Which I think was like 1452 and 1457, somewhere around there. But like you can read when they made the decision to start categorizing people by race in order to engage in chattel slavery. Like they wrote the shit down.
Yeah, literally. As well as Ashley, by the way, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's a point. That's also another point. As well as Andrew, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate the W's for Andrew in the comment section. This is absolutely insane. They said that they have spent 15 years fighting an order of removal because of a computer error. They spent nearly $200,000 to become a citizen. So how badly the broken system is, and every single undocumented immigrant who has not committed a crime should be given a pathway to citizenship now. I absolutely fundamentally agree with you, Andrew. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's fucking crazy. I am so sorry to hear that. Everyone get some love and support for Andrew in the comment section. No person should have to go through that. That is actually, that right there shows how horribly fucked up the system is. Right there. And Justina, by the way, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much on the YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. True. That is very true. That is very true. Let me unmute him because I don't think he knows how to unmute unless I send him the invite. Jacob, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Do you have a response to what we were saying prior?
Also, Jacob, are you connected to like a Bluetooth or have your phone in a case? Because your echo is horrible.
Yeah, I don't know why my echo is bad.
Are you connected to Bluetooth?
No, I'm not.
So you're speaking through your speaker on your phone? Okay, try turning it down. Sometimes if it's too loud, then it'll do that as well.
All right, hopefully lower the volume. That helps.
Okay. Alrighty, well, Cammy, thank you so much for the $5, by the way. Thank you on PayPal. Alrighty, so, I guess, Jacob, how do you feel about Trump starting war in Iran?
Not too big on it. I think it puts a lot of military assets out there, puts a lot of people's lives at risk.
Wait, actually, pause. Let me just go back. Let's go back. Let's make sure we fully finish that. Because, like, genuinely, wait, hold up. Do you agree with us now that Trump is racist?
I wouldn't say. I say he has race. Like, there's racist remarks. There's acts of racism. I don't think him believing that he is superior.
That's not racism.
We've already gone.
That's white supremacy.
I wouldn't say he's racist. I say that maybe there is some acts of racism.
So can you tell me what a racist is?
Someone that believes that one race is superior than other. So like the
Oh my fucking god.
So let me ask him this question. You don't think that someone who creates caricatures of black people specifically to treat them in a negative context and to harm them is racist?
I couldn't tell you if that was intentional or not
Wait,
intentional.
I actually have a question. Do you think someone who does blackface is racist?
Probably. I think that's.
Are they racist?
I'd say that's racism. I don't say that.
If they came up to you and they were like, I don't think black people specifically are inferior to white people, would you say that they're racist still?
I would say that what they did was an act of racism, but what I think they're racist.
You wouldn't call them racist.
It depends. If there's more context to it, if they believed, like if they truly believed, like
he needs more context. You need more context. Are you serious?
Exactly, and like being a racist or engaging in racism doesn't actually it doesn't. You don't have to like believe in it, and like you were even talking about intent. Intent only matters to the person that's doing it. Like we don't care what Donald Trump's intent is. Like if he engages in racism, then he's engaging in racism. Like it doesn't matter about intent.
Literally, this is so ridiculous. I don't understand how people can't realize this.
And you were saying that, yeah, like he's acting in an act of racism, that whatever his intent, that was racism, but his intent, if he's racist, like.
How about this? Would you accept the definition of racist that someone who willfully engages in racism?
I'm sure you've acted in some form, way, shape, or form of racism.
Would you say that someone willfully and intentionally engages in racism is racist?
Have you acted in a form of racism any time in your life?
Yes, I would say that I have, and that I think that you can acknowledge that that's bad and that you shouldn't do that and change over time. And what I'm acknowledging, you should advocate against that. And what I'm saying specifically is that can you acknowledge that right here with Trump that he hasn't? And that he specifically done bad things and continues to do so intentionally?
So if you've done one bad thing...
Hey, Jacob, can you just answer the question? What the fuck is happening? Be direct. Like Parker threw it out there 3 times. He even answered your shitty ass question, and you still can't answer one question.
His question was, do you think Trump's a racist? No.
That wasn't the question, Slapnuts. Listen.
Is he gonna?
Which question do you? Can you repeat that question one more time? I'll answer.
Wait, Jacob, are you asking me to repeat the question or Santana?
The question was, can you agree that someone who engages in acts of racism is racist? Who willfully engages in acts of racism is racist?
I'm sure everyone in this section has acted.
That's not the question, Jacob.
Let me answer. So I would say no, because I'm saying maybe I have acted.
Wait, just to verify, someone who willfully engages in acts of racism is not racist.
Like that's obviously racist.
That means they're intentful. That means they're doing it on purpose, Jacob.
Yeah, they're purposefully engaging in racism, and he's like, "That's not racism."
When you acted in, if I acted in a form of racism when I was a kid, does that make me a racist at that time? Am I a racist? Am I racist now?
Holy fuck! You keep running from the question.
I answered the question.
Do you think the racism was wrong?
Yes, racism is wrong.
Do you think that you shouldn't engage in racism?
No, I think racist. If we have a racist society, it's bad for it's bad. Like racism is not good.
Racism is bad. Okay, we got you to there. So you can acknowledge that it's bad. You can acknowledge that you shouldn't have done that, and you can take accountability. Is that different than what Trump is doing, where he's willfully and intentfully, purposefully continuing to engage in it, knowing its implications?
So I would go back. Like, was that his intent? Was he intentful?
He's intentfully not apologizing. He's intentfully standing upon it.
Also, like your premise of intent is bullshit. He's shown a persistent and consistent record of engaging in racist acts. We have history going back to the 1970s all the way up until this year. So I don't give a shit what you think his intent was. He has shown a proven track record of engaging in racism unapologetically. He has never tried to change. He has never shown remorse. He's doubled and tripled down. Even after being sued by the exonerated five, he literally said the same shit about them at the debate, and they sued him again.
Do you have a response, Jacob? Or is it just like he doesn't, he's not racist? That's the only argument.
He's the most publicized person in the world. I'm pretty sure you
Wait, can you give me an example of someone who is racist?
Tom Robb.
Who the fuck is Tom Robb?
I have no clue who that is.
Did you just make that up, Jacob?
Did you just say a random name?
He fucking just made it up. Ain't no way, Jacob. You are fucking fried.
The KKK Grand Wizard.
Okay.
Tom Robb?
Wait, so hold up. Would you say that at least Trump's dad, because he was at a KKK rally, was a racist?
His dad was at a KKK rally?
Yeah. He was arrested at a KKK rally.
That would probably make him racist, yeah. I would say that.
Okay. So then does it make sense that he was probably taught racism from his father?
Yeah, but...
And if he unapologetically engages in racism throughout his life, wouldn't that probably tell you that he's racist?
If
there's intent, I would say that there's racist.
And not to mention one of his biggest acts of engaging in racism was, with his father back in the 70s, who again Parker already connected that yes, his father was arrested at a KKK rally. So if he and his father were actually engaging in acts of racism that was so substantial that the Department of Justice had to step in, wouldn't that show a record and a baseline of him engaging in racism?
I think the big thing here is intent, and we're arguing his intent. That's all we're arguing.
No, you're arguing his intent. Intent only matters to the person doing it.
Yes.
It doesn't mean if you intend to run someone over and hit them with your car. That's not going to help the person who got hit by a car. Intent means shit to anyone else that's impacted.
So yeah, I would say there's active racism, but to make someone a racist, I think there has to be intent. So yes, when you posted the video of the
so how do you know his intent? If you're arguing that,
let's actually ask him this. What do you think his intent is when he says he's not going to apologize for the video that was posted?
He's just doubling down what he did. I think it's just that's Trump as a person. He doesn't.
So if he doubles down on racism, is he racist?
No, because it's a video you reposted.
See this guy, man. This guy will never say
it. Wait. Hold on. You just said no, but if you can we agree that if he doubles down on a racist act, then he's racist?
Wait, let's ask him this too. Do you think that Nick Fuentes is racist?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if he were to tell you right now that he's not, quote unquote, intending to be racist,
no.
would you say that he's not racist?
I mean, Nick Fuentes says he's an extremist. I mean,
what are you categorizing as racist from Nick Fuentes? The fact that he says the N-word?
The fact that he says that the browning of America is happening. The fact that he says that we need to send people back to Africa.
Which, by the way, is something that Trump has said about Europe.
Also, I literally, while Nick Fuentes may say bad words and all this other shit, Donald Trump has the actual power to disenfranchise non-white people, and he has used that actual power to disenfranchise non-white people, black women specifically. In the first year of Donald Trump being in power, over 400,000 black women have lost their jobs. He has passed executive orders and specifically targeted DEIA programs that are overwhelmingly trying to disenfranchise Black and brown people, because he's weaponizing into people thinking that quote unquote DEI means Black, and it doesn't. Like literally, Donald Trump has the ability to inflict racist acts on a large scale, and he's been doing so since he's been back in power, but yet he's not racist.
So the DEI argument is something that
You don't know what it is. I promise you, I don't want to have that argument with you. Like, if you what's A? What's the A? What's DEIA, Jacob?
DEI is diversity, equity, and inclusion. DEI.
No. What's the A? The A.
The A?
Yes. What does the A stand for?
DEI.
No, DEIA. What does the A stand for?
What does A stand for?
Yeah, you're not equipped for this conversation. Like, just let it go.
People are underqualified getting positions.
It's
not that
accessibility
they're
and wait. So name one specific DEI policy that you disagree with.
The pilots. There's pilots that were underqualified flying
Wrong.
planes.
Wrong. One, you need a pilot's license to do this. Two, the policies that you're referencing for these airlines, those are for people going into the training programs. What are you talking about? These are people going into the training programs.
These people,
they're going to be trained to be. What are you talking about? This is to the academy. And they're saying 50% of people that are going into the academy should specifically be a woman or someone who's a person of color. That's it, which is still underrepresenting these groups.
Also, wait, Jacob. Also, like FAA regulations dictates like a certain amount of flight hours as far as like training. So they can't even reduce that. Like literally, they can't reduce the standards.
I didn't say unqualified.
Listen,
unqualified.
Just stop for a second. Just stop for a second. You don't know what DEIA is. Like you're not equipped for this conversation. You're not even equipped for like this race conversation at all. Like you would be way more. Listen, you would be better suited trying to pick some stupid ass like, oh, build a wall or something like that, and having that. You don't know any of these things. Like you're just talking and you don't know shit. Like honestly, it's wild that you would do this.
Honestly, the build a wall argument would be better than this. I'm not gonna lie. It actually would be. It actually would be. That's fucking hilarious.
Listen. People, I'm saying not that they're unqualified. I'd never said they're unqualified. They're underqualified. They'd prefer someone with diversity. Like they prefer the white person or a black pilot.
Jacob, wait, hold on, Jacob.
Hours.
How about this?
I'm underqualified. That's the big word.
Jacob,
I never said unqualified.
Jacob, I'm willing to accept what you're saying. I'm willing to accept it. Give me one source to prove it. I'll accept whatever. I don't give a fuck what you say, Jacob.
I didn't come in here with sources, but if I came in with
if you can't prove it, then stop saying it.
Can you give us any evidence that pilots, due to these particular programs, are less qualified?
I wish I came in prepared because I know I could tell you.
I feel like that's an incredibly important fact to determine whether or not what you're saying is true.
Also, we could give you all the time in the world, Bub, and you still wouldn't be able to prove this shit because it's not right.
I would.
It's not right. It's okay. You got a fucking phone in your swipe up,
and it doesn't just apply.
Go look it up. We'll talk to some people in the meantime. We'll talk to someone in the meantime. Just go look it up. Trey Mav, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I know that it's under this idea that only people that can be qualified specifically are like white men. It's ridiculous. Mr. Burnside, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Mr. Burnside in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. This is a race social construct used to group people. Race was constructed by hierarchical human grouping system, generating racial classifications to identify distinguish, and marginalize some groups. That's from the National Human Genome Research Institute. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Serena, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though. I just don't understand why they don't acknowledge that. Trey Mav, thank you so much again for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And make sure I'm fully caught up everywhere else. I am on PayPal. And am I on Venmo? I think Venmo.
I have a couple of quick thank yous as well.
Go for them real quick.
Joy, thank you so much for the 10. She said that I'm doing great. Thank you, Joy. Cammy, thank you so much for the 5. Yeah, no, listen, I try to do that as much as I can. Lauren, thank you so much for the 5. Yeah, mixed is absolutely a term that shouldn't be used biracial. Mixed is dehumanizing, as if, you know, you're a puppy or something. Benjamin, thank you so much for the 10. It's definitely a pattern of behaviors. Sean, thank you so much for the 5. Yeah, Charlie Kirk was a racist POS. And Marie, holy shit, thank you so much for the $40. Marie, holy shit. Marie said, you deserve to get an hour as a school teacher because Jesus Christ is the dude is the most frustrating student I've ever heard. I've been doing this for 13 years, and I'll take a room of 36 middle school monsters during a full moon before this. This guy sucks. At least he's going to look something up now.
Kat as well, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Who told you this as well? Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now as well. Alrighty. I think I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube as well. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Make sure to support Santana while he's up here as well.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, Parker, unironically, I actually, like, I'm not even saying this for sakes. I have to go. like unironically. I know.
Alrighty, have a good day.
I would like to go on longer, but it was good talking to you. I like talking to you. I mean, the first time, but I've heard you in the past, and you're good talking to.
All right, for sure. See ya.
All right, see ya.
All right, bro, I'm gonna drop down and keep listening. I was live last night, and I've been using a soundboard, and like I couldn't figure out why my sound has been dropping out since I've been using Studio. Come to find out, there's a known issue with my soundboard, and like it continues to lose all sound. I had to buy a mixer, and I'm hoping to get it today, but like it's been frustrating. So I'm working on equipment. So I'm gonna drop down.
I get you there. Equipment sucks to deal with. It took me so long to figure out how to use this mix amp. I had to figure out how to turn like one little thing to make it so that you could hear on both sides, because this mix amp wouldn't do it on both sides of the ears. And it took me so long to figure that one out. So good luck on that one.
I had to call Dean because he said he was going to help with my mic. Apparently, it's some setting I don't have right, and like it's all fucking frustrating. So anyway, I'll see you, bro. I appreciate you.
Good luck. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Let's get this next individual up here. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people, as always. Let's get this next individual up here. Alrighty, do give it a quick second. Everyone, let's get this next person up here. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I don't know. I think Dean's still not live yet, so he still probably is going to be taking a little minute. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Do just give it a quick second. Everyone, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Erica, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Totally agree. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Well as Pierre, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, they just left as well. Let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. Yo, Tommy, thank you so much for the $75 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Tommy in the comment section right now for the $75 on PayPal? That is so kind of you, Tommy. Seriously, W's for Tommy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much, Tommy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, so kind of you, Tommy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, fetus. Tony as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I try. But yeah, W's for everyone in the comment. W's for Tommy in the comment section. Thank you so much. Again, if you're on YouTube, everyone hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people as always. Let's go into the next individual here real quick. Only send a guest request. If you meet that criteria, list in the TikTok screen. I am near 5 hours, so we'll see. I'm going to see if Dean, ask him if he's going to go live soon at all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 18. I didn't want to actually debate. I wanted to ask you.
I do appreciate you very much. I am just looking for some debates right now. Thank you very much. I am just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request. If you meet that criteria, list in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd still vote for Trump.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2005.
And you said you're how old again?
20.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Trump?
Because I support unitary executive theory. And
have I just talked to you recently?
Yeah.
You can't run the exact same argument and expect me not to realize. Come on. Come on. Diabolical. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, I'm playing Rocket League, bro. I did not mean to join.
You're good. Don't worry. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Play Farm Sim Park.
Let's go to the next individual. Just give us a quick second, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Confetti, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you.
What's up, dude?
Thank you.
What's up, dude?
I got another troll. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Do you mean people around my age? Confetti? Is that what you mean? Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
32.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, a lot of reasons. Just everything he's doing right now, protecting our country.
Okay, how is he protecting our country?
Well, you know, everything that's going on right now with the war and stuff, like people threatening us.
So,
He goes at them.
By the way, we threatened them first. There was actually U.S. intelligence, according to the White House, that literally said that were individuals in the White House, the advisors and stuff, that specifically said that there was no threat from Iran, that they were going to attack us at all, and that we attacked them without provocation.
I mean, I feel like that's not really factual.
It is. U.S. intelligence did say that Iran was not going to attack.
Yeah.
That's
I
just
don't know.
factual. Like, so I don't understand how we're protecting our country. I actually think U.S. Americans or lives are on the line now. Multiple Americans have died so far because of Donald Trump doing this. That's Trump's fault. Plus, all of the Iranian civilians that are completely innocent, that have been literally murdered. The death toll is already unspeakable.
But I'm also like not a communist either. I don't believe like
I'm not either.
we should just. Oh, you're not?
No, I'm not a communist.
Oh, so you don't support Madami?
Mom Donnie's not a communist.
Yes, he is.
Mom Donnie's a democratic socialist. He's advocating for social democratic reforms within the context of our system.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
He's not a
it's like
communist?
Bernie. Bernie calls himself a democratic socialist. It's that type of democratic socialism. So we completely agree upon like the fiscal policies in terms of right social democracy being implemented within the context of our system. I
Oh.
love Mamdani. He follows me on Instagram. It's pretty sick, actually.
I mean, he doesn't like hate Trump. It seems like they're on pretty good terms.
I don't think he likes Trump. I mean, he smiles in like every other picture, but then when he's around Trump, he's not smiling. But Trump has the largest grin ever. Trump loves Mamdani.
I mean, but do you actually believe like everyone isn't all in it together? Like, you know, the Dems aren't actually friends with the Republicans. Like it's all kind of just
No, I don't, especially not under
fake.
Trump's administration. Maybe prior to Trump, but like, no, not now.
I mean, I feel like everyone's kind of all in it together just to like
No.
make everyone have tension.
No, I don't think everyone's in it together. Like Trump's called for the execution of some Democrats unreasonably. So I don't think that's being in it for everyone. I think that's quite literally like stoking
So you
the
don't think
flames of
there's like
division.
evil people on both parties? Like you don't see that? Because
I will
mean,
call
I would
out any
obviously
evil in the
still
Democratic
vote for
Party.
Trump,
I
but,
have
like,
no issue with calling out evil on my side. I think we should call out evil on our own sides, but I also think it's important for Republicans to be able to call out themselves, and they seemingly like never do so.
Yeah, but what
So
about
that's why I'm doing this.
Harris? What she was doing before? Like, wasn't she, you know, wasn't she in law, and then she was basically locking people up for crimes that they didn't do?
Do you have any evidence of that? No.
I mean, yeah, you can look it up.
No, like
I mean,
the
if you just,
situations that
I'm
you're
sure,
talking about
I'm
are
sure,
the
I'm sure you have
situations where
AI
people
up
were
right
in
now.
prison under her specific thing was specifically people who violated probation, right? Which was already just enforcing the law that existed. So is
Yeah,
your
but
issue with
she
Harris
was,
that she wouldn't enforce the law or that she would enforce the law?
wasn't she locking up a lot of African Americans for?
There's no racial demographics on the statistics of locking up of people. And again, like I said, it was 45 people they were situations of violations of probation based on laws that already existed, and that she was just enforcing the law that already existed. She wanted to legalize some drug. That's one thing to take into consideration. Secondly, also, like when it comes to Donald Trump, I mean, he's literally a convicted criminal. So why would you support the convicted criminal, convicted felon over
Yeah, but
the
I'm not gonna
prosecutor,
like
the
vote
former
for someone
prosecutor?
if I it's like, how can you vote for someone based on knowing or thinking they're a good person? We don't know what people really do from day to day. I mean, you can't actually say you know these people on a personal level and think
Wait,
they're
no.
good
Who do you
people.
think is more likely to actually uphold the law? The convicted felon or the former prosecutor, the former district attorney, the former attorney general?
He was convicted as a felon?
Yeah, he's a convicted felon.
Yeah, but wasn't that dismissed?
No, he was convicted. It has not been dismissed.
Okay, but like, I don't know, like the Epstein files isn't
He has 34
Hillary,
felonies. He's also
isn't
credibly
Hillary
accused in the Epstein
them?
files.
Yeah, but
Hillary apparently, according to her own testimony, had no knowledge of this at all. It was not really close
so you don't
specifically
think her
with
husband
Bill.
Bill was involved?
I mean, Bill doesn't claim that, but I don't know how much I trust him because of the fact that he's lied, right, in these situations.
I'm
We
not
don't really
sitting
have
here
evidence to
saying
not
each-
believe Hillary in
I'm-
this scenario. I think we actually looking on it, like we do have evidence to believe Hillary until we have reason to believe otherwise. But when it comes to Bill Clinton, I probably wouldn't believe him because he's lied under oath before. But like also,
Yeah.
if Bill and Hillary Clinton are going to be someone who has to speak in front of Congress, explain to me why Donald Trump doesn't have to.
Well, I'm sure he's going to have to.
What do you mean?
Eventually, you have to say something.
Okay, so you think that he should be put in front of Congress?
Well, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you think that he should be put in front of Congress to talk about this, and he should be under oath to talk about the Epstein files, why doesn't
For
he do that
sure.
right now? No, I think of the MAGA.
I don't know, but I mean, even if he wasn't it, that's not going to sway me from not voting for him. Because at the end of the day, like, I don't think anyone's innocent, right? Like, I don't think anyone's actually a good person.
You don't think
You can't
anyone is a
really.
good person? There's
I
no
mean,
good people?
not that's high up there. No, I think they're all in it together. But
Okay, so
I would
what has
still vote for
Kamala
him.
Harris done that's bad, under your view?
I was telling you what she was doing. She was arresting and locking people up for
Wait, so
crimes they didn't commit.
your issue is so by the way, there's no evidence it was crimes that they didn't commit.
Also,
Your
wasn't
issue is
she
that she's
wasn't
enforcing
she
the
having an
law.
affair with someone that was married?
Nope. They were illegal, or they weren't legally separated, but they had been separated for 10 years at that point.
Okay, well, they were still married.
Okay,
Right?
they had been separated for 10 years.
Like, that's just an opinion, right? Whether
What?
whether you think
They were
someone's a good
they were
person or
physically
not.
separated from relationship for 10 years.
Yeah, but they were still married.
Okay, you know how dishonest that is to say? Like, no, they weren't. At that point, I would not consider them married. There's a legal recognition of a marriage, but they're not actually married.
I mean, I
Trump
just don't
cheated
know how
on
you
every
can sit
single
here
one
and
of his wives.
That's not, you don't, you
And he
can't
tried to
prove that.
cover it up by falsifying business records. So the
I'm not
story
sitting
wouldn't
here
come out
saying
about him
Trump's
paying hush money
a
to
good-
Stormy
a good
Daniels.
person, but like, I still would rather have him in office because obviously, you know, he moves on stuff. He's
Oh,
gonna
okay.
protect us.
So you see how you overlook when a man does it, but when a woman does it, then there's a big issue?
I'm not saying it wasn't bad for him either. I'm just saying, like, I'm not, no, that's not my point there. Like, it's wrong is a wrong, right? Whether it's a man or a woman, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that neither of them are perfect. I don't know them personally. I don't know what they do every day, but I'm not going to vote for someone just because I think they're not a good person.
Okay, so then would you vote for Donald Trump, or actually, how about this? Would you vote for Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies, or Kamala Harris?
Probably Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. I'm just being honest. Yeah.
You're a cult member. You would support a known pedophile and child sex trafficker as president,
If he's gonna protect our country,
who's convicted of this. He's not he's not protecting our country. He's putting our country at
You
risk
said
by
the same
starting war.
policies.
But
I'm not-
also,
I'm not
a
voting
known
on him
pedophile,
by the-
child sex trafficker. You just said you would support him
Yeah, but how
over
do you know they're
Harris.
not all-
What
Yeah,
did
but how
Harris
do you
do
know
that's
she's
at all
not doing
comparable to the fucking child sex trafficking?
Yeah, but how do you know she's not
By the
doing
way,
that either?
what is up with all the Trump supporters that used to be like, oh, we're against child sex trafficking and these libs are trying to uphold it. But now she's totally okay with supporting Donald Trump, literally, even if he's literally child sex trafficked children and is literally a P3DO. She literally said she would vote for Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies over Kamala Harris. You're fucking crazy. That is the most anti-American bullshit I have ever fucking seen. That is disgusting. The fact that you feel okay saying that is so unbelievably concerning. It's fucking ridiculous. There's no argument to say that she was going to destroy the country at all. It's fucking ridiculous that you say that. But to say that while simultaneously supporting literally someone that we know is a convicted pedophile and child sex trafficker, one of the most notorious convicted child sex traffickers, is fucking ridiculous. It's ridiculous. How do you feel okay with yourself? Genuinely, after saying that. How do you feel okay with yourself? Unmute yourself real quick. I sent you the invite. How do you feel okay with yourself?
I mean, why are you being so dramatic?
Because you just said that you would vote for a known convicted pedophile and child sex trafficker.
There's nothing like.
Why are you being dramatic right now, Parker? Why are you being dramatic? Shouldn't it just be like normal to like vote for people who are like convicted pedophiles and like have child sex trafficked children?
I think they're all doing it. That's
do you
my
hear
point.
yourself right now?
I mean, I think they're all doing it. That's my point.
Do you fucking hear yourself right now? No, they're not. There's no evidence Kamala Harris has sex trafficked kids. Can you give me evidence of that?
I mean,
Has she
I'm
been
sure
convicted
there
of that?
will eventually be evidence.
Oh,
of them
there
all
will
doing
eventually
on
be
it.
evidence. Okay,
Yeah, they're all
Alex
in
Jones.
on it.
Okay, Alex Jones, do you work for InfoWars?
no, but I mean, how can you?
So okay, I think you're working for it then.
What?
Yeah, you worked for it. You said all of them work for it. You can just believe things without evidence. Well, I believe you are. You're a part of the operation.
I mean, I think they're all. My point was, I think they're all crooked, right?
Yeah, like I
And
could say
I'm
that about
just-
you. What stops me from saying that about you?
I mean, that's fine. That's your opinion. You don't know me personally.
Come on,
You don't
that's
know what I do
ridiculous.
every day.
So I'm clearly not justified in saying that then, right?
I mean, if you honestly think that there's a big difference with the characters for the Democrats and the Republicans, because there's
There
not.
is. There is. There's a significant difference in character. Yeah, there is. That's a fact.
I mean, I just don't see what they're doing that's so great. I feel like all the Dems like that were out in California, now it's destroyed. People, I mean, I don't know what Madami's going to do to New York City.
Name one policy, right, that exists in
And
California
also
that you
he
did.
was
Can you
like
name one?
lying,
Wait, name
saying
one
that he was
policy.
gonna do
Name one.
free-
Wait. Name one policy in California that you disagree with.
I mean, I don't know what they're doing out in California. I just know that they were like,
Can you name one policy Mamdani advocated for, or supports, or has passed that you disagree with?
I mean, like I said, I don't know what's exactly going on in California. I just know that there's a lot of homeless people out
Zohran Mamdani is not the mayor not a mayor within California.
I know
He's
that.
a mayor
He's in
within New York.
I understand that. I get that. I'm just saying there was mayors that were Democrat in California, and they were all fleeing to Florida. Everyone was going.
No, we're not all fleeing to Florida. You're delusional. Okay? California's population is increasing. People are moving to California. Hell, I grew up in Iowa and I live in California.
Right.
Like literally, I literally grew up in Iowa, which is currently a red state, and I live in California. And practically a bunch of people I knew left Iowa.
I don't want to
A
get
bunch of young
booted
people
for
are leaving
asking
Iowa.
you this question. Do you think? I don't know if I'll get booted for asking this. Do you?
You honestly should be booted already. You're like incredibly morally bankrupt. I'll let you say this, but like genuinely, like I wanted you to be like, wow, I actually do think it's wrong to sex traffic kids, and I shouldn't support that.
I do.
I
think
was
it's
hoping
wrong.
that you
That's
would.
not- that
I was
wasn't my
hoping that you'd
point.
fucking come to that determination.
Well,
like genuinely,
of course I think
the
it's
fact that
wrong.
I have to tell you this is disgusting. Like seriously, where the
No,
fuck are your
what-
morals?
Of course, I think it's wrong. I was just saying that they're
So then
all
why would you
probably
why
doing
would you
it.
support Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies over Kamala
I don't
Harris?
support Jeffrey Epstein.
You said you would support Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies over Kamala Harris.
Well, my point with that was that I think they're all corrupt at the end of the day.
So can you give me a response to my question? Would you say that they're all corrupt? Do you have any evidence of Kamala Harris engaging in this behavior?
I mean, not yet.
So not yet. So you have no evidence of Kamala Harris engaging in this behavior, but you do have evidence of Trump engaging in this behavior. And also
We don't
we're in
have
this scenario.
evidence. I mean,
Yes, we do.
Mar-a-Lago.
Not only that, but also we were talking about Epstein. Epstein is a convicted pedophile and
Yeah,
child
but
sex
why are
trafficker.
we even talking about Epstein? Wasn't this about asking if I would?
Because
vote
I
for
was trying to get you to
Kamala?
realize that you do vote on character. You do care about character. And if you think that someone has met a particular standard, that they specifically have done such horrible shit that they shouldn't be supported, you obviously could apply that specifically to Trump.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, but
You don't know what to tell me? You know what you should tell me right now? Yeah, I wouldn't support a convicted pedophile and child sex trafficker over Kamala Harris. Maybe you should start with that.
Okay, not a baby rapist. What these people
Yeah,
say?
that literally a child rapist. Like we're talking about this. So like would you like to address that?
I wouldn't actually vote for Jeffrey Epstein. I was just
Okay. You were trolling?
No, it wasn't trolling. I just don't know what your point was asking me that.
Then why would you ever respond that way? Why would you ever respond with saying that you would vote for a convicted
Because if I
pedophile
didn't answer,
and
you'd
child
keep
sex
asking
trafficker?
me the question.
Because I asked you a hypothetical question about whether or not you'd support them or Harris.
I mean, I was just saying that I would vote for Trump over Harris.
No, we were talking about literally. I asked you the question: would you vote for Jeffrey Epstein with Trump's policies over Harris? And you said yes, and doubled down on it, tripled down on it. And
My point, okay.
so, are you
know what you're
backtracking on
doing
that now?
here.
Do you disagree with it now?
I just don't. I wouldn't. I'm just saying that they're all corrupt. But I
Okay,
would
so
rather.
would you vote for Harris over Jeffrey Epstein with Trump's policies?
Sure.
No, not sure. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to thank some people. Jesus Christ, the fact that it took that long is unbelievably ridiculous. That is so insane. Then we're going to tie that into how you could say that Trump is disqualifying. We'll do that here in a second. Let me say thank you to some people here real quick. Zaggy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as ask yourself, thank you to $5 as well. Thank you. FDR, thank you to $2. Thank you so much. A is for accessibility. Absolutely. Trevor, thank you to the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Serena, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. As well as Petty, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Chris, thank you for the $5. Russell with the $2. Fit Dad, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. These people make any excuse to protect child traffickers. It's unreal. American and children first. My butt. Literally. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Mama Lisa, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. Honestly, totally agree. As well as Fit Dad, thank you so much for the $50 as well. Thank you so much for name one policy Mom Donnie has made that you're against. Best I can do is tell you he's the mayor of Los Angeles. True. Bruno, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know how I do either sometimes, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we some W's for them in the comment section? Alex, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. As well as Bruno, thank you for the $2.50. Thank you. So you used to think Afghanistan and Iraq were our Vietnam. Now I'm starting to think that they were our Korea, and Iran might be end up being our real Vietnam. Great job today, Parker. Thank you so much, Bruno. I really appreciate it. Put 2 W's for Bruno in the comment section right now. Thank you. As well as Aaron, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm so sorry to hear that. Aaron. I'm so sorry. I'm glad that they ended up changing their mind there. As well as Bill, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Bill. I know, right? As well as Michelle, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Good W's for Michelle in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Good W's for Michelle in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said I've been watching and listening to you, Dean and Santana, and I give you guys props for educating everyone. It's sad to see some people can't see what we all see. Stay safe. Thank you so much, Michelle. I really appreciate it. Good W's for them in the comment section. Sarah, thank you for the $2, by the way. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I think I am fully caught up. Alrighty. Go back to what you were saying. Or actually, no, we were saying, so given that you would say that you wouldn't vote for someone based upon their character in that circumstance, would you say that Donald Trump, given that he's been credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files, he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing Eugene Carroll by unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury, he's been accused by 26 plus people of sexual misconduct, and he has admitted himself to grabbing women by the vagina without asking, which is literally sexual assault, would you say that there's enough reason to say that you wouldn't support him? You gotta unmute.
Hello?
Would you say that based upon that information, that there's enough reason to not support Donald Trump?
Wait, ask it again? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, would you say based upon the fact that Donald Trump's been credibly accused in the Epstein files by a minor, held civilly liable of sexually abusing Eugene Carroll by unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury, has been accused by 26 plus people of sexual misconduct, and he's bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, which is literally sexual assault. Would you say that's enough evidence to say that you would say that he's someone you shouldn't support for president based upon that?
Sounds like a lot of accusations.
Literally, he was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people, forcibly penetrating Eugene Carroll's vagina against her will, and someone who got a settlement with the Epstein estate literally determined that, or said that Donald Trump did this to them, and that Epstein trafficked them to him.
These are
Who is that, by the way?
That's my husband.
So he just ran away, didn't even care to engage with the rest of what I said.
No, he's right here. He's listening.
Okay.
No, he actually could debate you and probably win.
Really? Because
Yeah.
yeah, he can try. I'll dog walk him.
You'll dog walk him?
Yeah, he's probably an idiot. He sounded like one.
No, he's not an idiot. He's super smart.
I mean, well, he's married to you.
So he's a lot smarter than me.
Okay, well, let's try it.
He said
And I highly doubt that. I mean, he's a man. I'm just
No,
kidding.
he's very smart. Smartest guy I know.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
He won't debate you because he says he's in the middle of
I'm
work.
literally on a call right now. I'm on the other line.
Yeah,
You want me to
but-
argue with Parker on
Yes, I think you could destroy him.
Another time. Another time.
No, do it.
No, I'm good
Parker,
right now.
we'll send you money if you beat him.
I will. So
You'll
it's
send money
gonna
if you'll send us money if he beats you.
Oh, that's not gonna happen. So I won't ever have to send money.
You won't let me in. I really know he could destroy you.
Okay, well, you're welcome to come up on a different day that you can get him to debate me, but I promise you I'll dog walk him.
No, I really want you guys to debate because he's actually all about facts. He's super smart. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't think that there are any legitimate things that you could say to support Trump. And just to be totally honest here, do you think that he's going to really stand a chance when I debate every single day for 4+ hours every day?
All right, he won't debate you.
But I'm just like saying, like, do you really think that he's going to be able to stand up to me when I literally debate for 4 hours plus every single day? I've been on for 5.5 hours.
Yeah,
today.
because we hear the people that debate you and they don't have good arguments.
Yeah, I know they don't have good arguments, but
They have terrible
I don't
arguments.
think he
He
would
actually
either.
has a good one. No, he does. He's really, he actually
And,
does.
wait, he does support Trump.
Yes, he supports Trump.
Yeah, then he definitely doesn't have a good argument.
Yes, he does.
Okay, well then have him come up on a different day and I'll debate him.
Come on, Brandon, just debate him.
On a different day. Parker's not going anywhere.
There
He'll be
you go.
around.
There you go. I said, I'm totally fine. On a different day, I'll do that debate. I'll be waiting for you. And we can do this another time and we can debate then. We can finish our conversation and then another day you're welcome to come back and I can debate him.
Well, am I allowed to join your? People are so mean in the comments.
Are you
Am I
allowed to join back to have him on? Yes.
You won't kick me?
I won't. No, because I just told you you're allowed to do that and I gave you the authorization. Because we set this up and you wanted me to debate him. And I also, again, I'm always willing to debate other people that I haven't debated before. I haven't debated him, so he'd be a new person.
Yeah, he'd be a new person. Wait, my last question before you boot me off.
You can still stay on. I mean, how long have you been on? You've been on for
my last
25 minutes or
question,
so?
really quick. I just want to
As
know.
long as you can stay on if you want.
Do you think the whole Erica thing is weird?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. I mean, I generally hold the view that like we probably shouldn't be going after someone that we unreasonably like can't establish is doing something like especially like when they're coping like with specifically like a loved one's death and whatnot. But like I mean, what she's doing has been obviously ridiculous. I mean I mean some of the videos are like
Okay, so
really
then
really suspect.
are you a conspiracy theorist at
No.
all?
No.
You're not.
I don't think that she was involved, but like some of the videos are like that's a little bit weird, you know?
Okay, so you believe everything that's in the Epstein files. You don't think, is that what you're telling me? You believe everything that's in the Epstein files?
Some stuff in the Epstein files are just tips that have been determined to be not credible, but there are credible accusations in the Epstein files targeted against people, yeah. And there are things that incriminate people in the Epstein files, absolutely.
Okay.
Especially that Donald Trump has helped literally try to redact.
Right. I mean, I don't know that much about, I'm not going to sit here and, I don't know. I don't know too much about, my family's always voted Republican. So, I mean, maybe if you could sway me, but I don't know. My whole life.
I grew up in a conservative Christian household. I used to be a Trump supporter when I was in high school. I changed my mind. You can change your mind as well.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, if you give me some solid reasons of why I should vote for, other than like, I don't know, that you're sitting here saying she's a good person. Because like I said, I'm not going to vote off. Yeah, I'm not going to vote for someone
I
off
got
like
you.
character.
I'll
I'm
give
just
you.
being honest.
I'll give you policy reasons. Donald Trump is increasing taxes disproportionately on the lowest income Americans and then decreasing taxes disproportionately on the richest Americans. Kamala Harris wanted a plan to be able to help out families, increase the child tax rate to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just for people who are on Medicare. Plus, she was also advocating for a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out. Plus, she wouldn't have started a war with Iran, which is going to cause gas prices to massively increase. She wouldn't have imposed tariffs that have been negatively impactful to the real GDP growth, which has been lower in 2025 as compared to 2024. The lower real median wage growth that's been lower in 2025 as compared to 2024. The worse off job growth that's been the worst off in the past 4 years. And we saw unemployment increase along with real domestic manufacturing investment declining every single quarter of Trump's administration after massive growth under the Biden-Harris administration, alongside the fact that we can also point to real business investment declining under Trump's administration. So all of these factors got worse off because Donald Trump imposed tariffs, which puts upward pressure on prices, which limits the ability for the Federal Reserve to reduce interest rates to stimulate investment in the economy.
Yeah, but didn't he put tariffs just for like a negotiating thing, like just to?
No. He said he's going to bring revenue to this country and bring back manufacturing to this country. And we've seen domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration. Plus, it was shot down by the Supreme Court, and Trump has imposed new tariffs that literally within 100 days or so, 150 days, I think, Congress has to vote on and clearly won't continue to support.
But did you actually think Biden did a good job?
Preferable to Trump by a fucking huge measure on domestic policy, for sure.
Right. I mean, I didn't hear any good things about Biden running. I mean,
So, like, I'll tell you. So, Biden passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, some of the most legislation in the modern era. I can mention significantly more things that Joe Biden did in terms of meaningful policy that benefit the American public comparative to Donald Trump. I can also reference the Safer Communities Act, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act.
okay. And then, well, also, I think with everything that's going on with ICE, didn't Obama deport 3 million people?
Obama, under the 8 years, deported 3.1 million people, yeah.
So why wasn't that ever talked about?
It was talked about, and that's significantly less on a yearly basis than what Trump's doing. Plus, he was using due process to a greater extent and going after disproportionately more people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
Well, I mean, he's getting rid of a lot of people that are doing bad crimes, right? They're the people that are bringing drugs and stuff.
Okay, well, only 5% of those that have been detained by ICE have committed a violent offense, have been convicted.
Only 5%?
Only 5%.
Really?
Yes, that's according to their own statistics.
Well, how did we do it last time?
So how many has he deported so far? What's the percentage?
Over 1.1 million.
I mean, I mean, it's sad how they have to leave, but don't you think they should be here legally?
I would prefer people to have legal status in this country if they're undocumented. That's why I think they should be given a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, so that border enforcement can focus on those that have actually committed violent crimes and bad crimes and are a threat to the safety and security of our population, rather than specifically what we see under the Trump administration, where they're going after people who are just coming here for a better life.
Yeah, but don't you think they should go through the same process as everyone else, like paying
Well, I think the legal
fees and
process
doing the
should go
paperwork?
quicker. I think the legal process should go quicker than what it has been. It's taken way too long. It's cost way too much to go through. And the legal process should go quicker. Also, Trump's violating due process rights, which is the law in terms of deporting people. So I don't understand why Trump supporters constantly apply the standard to undocumented immigrants that they need to follow the law when coming to our country, but Trump doesn't need to follow immigration law when deporting people. To me, that's a double standard.
I mean, my grandparents had to do it and their parents had to do it the right way, right?
And by the way, the process historically for your grandparents was probably quicker. Like, for example, Ellis Island, right? Literally, it was 3 to 7 hours
I understand that,
3 to 7 hours. Can you imagine if that's what it was?
but without people being here legally, we don't know anything about them. It's a little scary. And then also, like, if I were
So
to
then
go to
let's.
Europe, I
But
would
wait,
be kicked
my
out.
process vets
But
people to a greater extent because people who are already in the country and documented will be given a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime, which means that they will be vetted.
where in Europe, you're saying?
No, I'm saying in our system.
Okay, but what about like if I were to go to Europe, right? They would kick me out of if I was stayed there longer than I should.
Okay, this isn't Europe. I'm not saying we should run our system exactly like Europe, but I am
Yeah, but isn't
saying
that like
if wait, you want to run ourselves like Europe? Then do you want a universal healthcare system? Because Europe has universal healthcare systems. So if you want to run us like Europe, let's do it.
I mean, no, because I heard it's really like you can't even get in an appointment like to be seen because the healthcare is so bad there.
You can.
Same with I
You
know,
can.
like I
You can't
I
do
have
that here in
friends
the
over
United States because it's
Canada.
so costly. You know that
Yeah, but I
people
have
skip
friends
out
in
on medical
Canada.
appointments. You know people skip out on medical appointments to a greater extent here in the United States because they can't afford it. That's why
Yeah,
we
but
don't get preventative access to healthcare in this country.
I'm just saying, like I have friends in Canada and they said it takes like probably over a year to get seen by a primary.
Yeah, for the people who are in chat, specifically who are in Europe and in Canada,
I'm not saying
who
Canada is in
disagree with
Europe, bro.
disagree with the guest, type 3 in the comment section, because a huge portion of my viewers are from Canada and from Europe. So watch the chat real quick. These are getting me my EU and Canadian viewers that are typing 3 in the comment section. Look at that.
What does the 3 stand for?
They disagree with you.
Oh.
So I'm not saying that wait times aren't categorized as higher. What I'm saying is that people still are able to get access to care. It's just access to care is determined by severity, which is the exact same thing we do in the context of the emergency room. Okay? You're like the
Right.
person that is advocating for people to specifically be able to buy their way to the front of the line in the emergency room. That's quite
Well,
literally what you're saying.
I mean, if you're paying a lot in healthcare, then yeah, you should be seen.
So you think that people who are billionaires should be seen before everyone else in terms of emergency healthcare?
No, I'm not a billionaire. I'm just saying, like, if you're
Yeah, so then, like, I don't know what you're arguing. Okay? We don't think that in terms of emergency healthcare, that people, based upon
Well, why
having
do
more money in
people
the
say
bank,
that
should be
Obama
taken care
ruined
of to
our
a greater
healthcare?
extent.
Well, my question is then why do people, because my family always says Obama ruined our healthcare.
Because they're probably fucking stupid. No offense.
That's not nice. That's not,
I apologize. I shouldn't have said that.
that's not cool.
I agree. I
But
apologize.
I'm really asking you, like, is there something you know, like that people said that affected the healthcare?
Yeah, it's because the ACA expands access to healthcare access for people who had pre-existing health conditions. So although it's not perfect and there's still issues with it and people especially are not taken care of across the board, it is preferable to the system that exists without it in the first place. Plus other countries around the world, they have better health outcomes and they spend almost half as much as what we do per individual.
I mean,
So
look,
I don't mean to say that like your
vote-
family is dumb or something, but what I do mean to say is that they're propagandized or
Yeah,
misinformed.
you're trying to sway me to vote your side, but you're calling my family dumb.
Yeah, I know. I just apologized. I actually I'm sorry. Like they are
I mean,
misinformed.
I would probably vote for a Dem if it made sense. Like, I'm not against Democrats. I don't know. I think it all got a little weird too. Like the whole like pushing the. I don't want to get kicked. Oh no, it just got weird.
Do you think the 2020 election was stolen? Is that what you're saying?
No. What do you mean?
Okay, so
no?
then what were you saying?
I'm just saying, like, I'm not against voting for the other side, but it was a little weird with Biden and Kamala. I don't know. They were being like Kamala. I'm sorry. I'm not against it, but I'm not for the whole like woke. I
Okay,
don't
so
know.
what is woke that Kamala Harris supports?
I mean, she was saying like, let's all be more woke. It's just weird.
Okay, so what specifically is woke that you disagree with?
I don't want to get kicked. I don't know what I can and can't say.
You're not going to get kicked for telling me what you think is woke.
I don't know. It was like the men allowed to use the women's bathroom and putting tampons in the men's bathrooms.
Okay, so what you're talking about in terms of the tampons, That's just that people
I'm
who are
not
menstruating.
anti.
Listen. The tampons thing that Tim Walz advocated for was just that people who are meant. Thank you so much. Appreciate Zuzu for the whale diving. It's just that people who are menstruating would have access to menstrual products. That's it. It was not mandated they were to put it into boys' restrooms. Secondly, you
also,
voted for
like-
Donald Trump. Secondly, you voted for Donald Trump, who bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. Where an 18-year-old came out, so there were 4 girls. He's young, he's 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. And yet
Yeah, it's
you're
a
going to
little
say
weird.
that you want to restrict men from going into women's restrooms? You quite literally are supporting a person who did it.
I mean, I don't know that for sure. That's not a fact.
He admitted to it himself. Do you want me to play the audio of him admitting to it?
Yeah, play it, because I don't believe that.
Okay.
What were you saying?
To do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Was that real?
Yes. That was literally something that he did on Howard Stern's show. There are people that watched it live that are in the comment section.
Really?
Yeah.
That's disturbing. Like I said, though, I don't think he's a great person. I'm not sitting here saying like he's, a god or a saint, but I don't know. Kamala, I just want to.
You did just get a flag for hate speech.
For what?
Wait, was that you?
Hate speech?
No, that was someone else actually. Why did they just randomly get a flag? Someone else, not even you. What?
No, I'm trying my best not to say anything to get kicked.
Well, you didn't. It actually wasn't you. I was confused because I typically when I get a flag, like it would be the person I'm talking to, this far into our conversation. I mean, we're like 30 minutes into our conversation, right? Yeah, we're like almost 40 minutes into the conversation, and it flagged someone from the prior conversation. What? That's unhinged. I've never seen it do that before. Okay, don't worry. That it wasn't you.
Ooh.
Okay, well, yeah, and then like just pushing people like also I think it's weird how like as I don't want to get hate speech like kicked, how they won't admit like there's just a man and woman.
So I think trans women are women and trans men are men. Now, what specifically is wrong about that you dislike so much that you're willing to vote for literally Donald Trump?
I just think it's weird that they won't admit that men can't have babies.
Trans men absolutely can. They have a uterus in some circumstances.
What?
Yeah. Trans men are
Are
men.
you trolling me?
Trans men are men. They're biologically female, and they can absolutely have or get pregnant if they have a uterus.
You're saying if a man or if a woman turns into
Here's
a
what
man.
I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. People with uteruses can get pregnant. People without
Right.
uteruses cannot get pregnant.
Oh, you're saying that if a woman transitions into a man, they can have a baby.
So it's not. So when you think of it that way, that's just from your understanding of the person that you'd probably know. For a trans person, right? For example, for a trans man, they always were a man. They always were a boy. It's not
I
the
see
case
what
that
you're
they
saying.
were a girl. Now they were socialized in a society and they were treated like a girl, but they always were a boy. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I guess, yeah, I didn't look at it from that.
Okay. So that's all we're saying. So again, gender is just sociological within this context. Okay. And by the way, you can disagree with me on this, and that still doesn't mean you should support Trump. And by the way, that's still ridiculous. I see no reason to disagree with me. This is just how gender operates. This is
I'm
just
not,
facts.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I just think it was weird how it was so like pushed. Like everyone can do their own thing, but why was that like so?
How are we pushing it on you?
Just everything was getting weird.
Like
The
what?
movies.
Like be specific.
I don't want to get kicked.
You won't be kicked.
Do you have anything specific? How it was getting to? Why won't you speak with me? Why don't you speak with me? Come on. He doesn't want to do it.
He's playing video games and ignoring you? That's diabolical.
No, he's not playing video games. He's working.
Yeah, I was just making a joke. Because it sounded like he was
Oh.
using joysticks in the background.
No. Come on, help me debate him.
He's right now playing Fortnite.
No, yeah.
Now the whole chat's gonna spam leave him, you know? Like
Yeah, but
it's-
my question is, why do you guys hate us so much? Like, we're cool with you guys. Like we still support you and watch you guys.
because
but
we're
you guys-
likable. I'm sorry to
What
break
do
it
you
to you, but
mean?
because we're likable.
I'm not likable?
Yeah, when you straight up come on the live stream and you say that you'd vote for someone who literally has been convicted of P3DO and like literally child sex trafficked children, yeah, that's pretty unlikable. I'm just gonna be totally honest with you.
But that's not what I meant. Can I take that back?
Yeah, by the way, so given that you don't believe that anymore, can you become likable if you don't support Trump, for example, and you change your mind? Absolutely. But by the way, I just want to be for real.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
you
just because you
used to-
disagree
you
with
used to
me.
sure-
Listen,
you
it's not
used
just
to
because you
support
disagree with me.
Trump.
There are countless people that disagree with me in the comment section. I have very, very good disagreements with people all the time that specifically are in the coalition of people against Trump. That's completely fine to have disagreements. The point I'm saying is that the disagreements that we have come to people fundamentally their rights, comes to fundamentally how they're treated in terms of their basic character, right? And like things that should be illegal to run for president if you've done. Like if you have been held civilly liable of sexually abusing someone, if you've been literally credibly accused in the Epstein files of assaulting a minor, it should be illegal for you to run for president of the United States. Literally, it should be illegal. Whether you're on the right, whether you're on the left, this should be fucking bipartisanly agreed upon. It should be illegal, okay? Literally illegal.
Matt, what do you think? Should it? Come on, I need your opinion on this. No?
Playing Fortnite.
By the way, he can give up his opinion. He's just choosing not to, by the way, because he knows it's probably not great.
No, he has a great opinion. He's the reason why I voted red.
So then he doesn't support Trump anymore.
He's the reason I voted red. Or I probably would have voted for her.
Okay, so then we need to have a conversation with him. And by the way, you can think for yourself as well.
No, because that's, I'm more traditional. I have the man lead.
You can still think for yourself. You understand that you are a person and that you make determinations with the other person.
Just tell him our reasons of why we voted.
Do you not compromise ever? Are you like hurt in your relationship?
Yeah, certain things.
Certain things, it should be everything. Well, what's wrong with you having a say on how it runs? If you want.
Yeah, he's listening about all your good points that you're making so far. We were both listening.
Noted.
Parker agrees it's weird what's going on with Erica. He's not a conspiracy theorist, though.
Erica?
Yeah, I don't think that like she was involved in his death or anything, but I do think like the way that she was like parading about making a bunch of money in sales like 11 days after her husband died is like really weird, to be totally honest. I don't know if it was exactly 11 days, but it was very soon after. Like it's a really weird thing. I feel like that's just a basic take.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, that's 501.
Okay, well, is there anything else you want to add or talk about or explain why is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him you could bring up?
Is there anything? Come
Well,
on,
I'm asking you. I'm asking you. I'm talking to you. Right now, he clearly doesn't have an opinion, and he shouldn't have an opinion right now. We can talk to him later. I'm talking to you right now. I'm asking you for your opinion. I don't want your opinion to be filtered through him. I want your opinion to be what your opinion is and to stand for itself.
Yeah, but he reads all day. He knows. Don't sit
Okay.
there reading all day.
Okay, but like you can still have your own opinion, and he might end up convincing you on certain things, but that doesn't mean that you don't have your own opinion.
Give us an opinion of why
I
we're
debated with Dean before about this, about how I don't vote for career politicians. I'd rather vote for businessmen that try to take office. So if somebody would stand up on the other side, like a Cuban or someone like that, then maybe I would be more open to.
Okay, what is a career politician?
Somebody who has made all their money being a politician.
Okay, well then Kamala Harris is not a career politician. Because she was a prosecutor? That's not like a political position, so
She didn't make much.
That's clearly not a career politician then.
She didn't make much
Oh,
money.
so now it's not didn't make as much money.
Well,
So
she's built her entire net worth as a politician.
so is Trump. So is Trump. Trump's built half his net worth as a politician.
No,
yes, he
that's
has.
ridiculous.
Yes, from this
claim.
presidency, he's gone from 3 to 7 billion.
That's because his assets have increased in value.
Yeah, because of the fact that he literally dropped a meme coin and rug pulled it under his administration. You're laughing at that. That's literally what he did. It's literally from corruption. He's also had new assets as well.
Yeah.
So I'm confused.
They're all crooked, Parker. That's that's the reality. They're
So
all crooked.
how is Kamala Harris crooked?
I'd have to find you some examples. I'm sure there's examples of stuff she's done.
So you don't know any examples. By the way, I asked
I'm
the
not,
same
I'm
question
not
to your wife, and she said the exact same thing.
Yeah. I would be more likely to tell you why I like Trump, not why I don't like Kamala.
Okay, so why do you like Trump?
But I'm not going to do that right now.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Come on.
So you like the guy held civilly liable of sexual abuse that tried to undermine our democracy, that undermines basically every core fundamental American value that we have, such as rule of law, our democracy, our constitution.
Yes.
Yeah? You want him to undermine core fundamental American values?
He asked a question.
Yeah, I know. I know he asked the question, Rachel. Can you get the debate out of my?
So you see how he's running away? Because clearly I've debunked him.
Yeah, I'm debunked.
You were. I mean, do you have a response? Like unironically. Person to person right now. Do you have a response?
No, I'm not really looking for a political debate right now.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you'll have to take that one up with my wife.
Oh no.
He's too busy playing Fortnite.
Yeah.
He can't satisfy what his wife wants.
Oh shit.
Answer his question. We want to know.
I'm not a master debater. I debate topics in which I know. Politics, that's Parker's specialty. I'll let you guys debate that.
So what specialty do you debate?
Don't worry.
Is it like religion or something? Are you Christian?
No.
Okay.
He's Jewish.
Okay. Do you have like hyper support for the state of Israel or something? Is that what you're saying? Well, I don't know why you'd bring that up.
Rachel, go away.
Was that what you were trying to say?
Well, you asked if he was Christian.
I just want to clarify. I do think that being a Zionist and being Jewish are different.
So you debate him. All right, you guys are on.
Wait, are you getting cooked by one of your friends telling you to debate me?
No, my partner wants to debate you. Business partner.
Your business partner wants to debate me. Okay.
Yes. Not the type of partner that you guys think of.
So your business partner is making fun of you for not debating me, or you phoned a friend because you are scared of debating.
No, we've been on the phone the whole time.
I'm just messing with you. So you bet on the phone. Okay. So now he wants to debate me. Is he a Trump supporter?
I am a Trump supporter. Always have been since
Okay.
day one.
So why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump? Because everything do you not see anything good he's done, or do you just see everything bad he's done?
I mean, there's very few things I could point to that I slightly agree with, sure, but like I think that most things are absolutely atrocious and horrible, and he's gone back on basically everything that he said he was going to do.
What did he go back on?
No new wars. That's an example. He said he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. He said he was going to repeal and replace the ACA.
He did strategical attacks, didn't last long, and he took out very bad people. Didn't last, right? I mean,
He's currently at war with Iran right now.
he's not at war. It's been 2 days.
He's currently at war right now. There have been U.S. service members that have been killed in conflict, right? Right, due to the fact that they've led to bombing us, right? Due to the fact that we bombed them. That's a war. It's been.
But they've been attacking our embassies all
Do you accept
all
what the BBC says?
I don't know what the BBC says.
BBC News says it's the war. You can look at their recent articles. Their titles literally indicate that it's a war.
Who declared it was a war? Congress didn't declare it was a war.
Yeah. So, you say. So, do you think Pete Hegseth thinks that we're at war?
I'm not sure.
Because I'm pretty sure that they're referring to this like it's a war, right?
Listen, you guys are against dictators. He's taking out dictators, no?
Okay. So I don't think the U.S. has been effective. I don't think the U.S. has been. So actually, he didn't take out dictators because he kept the same regime in office in Venezuela. And then for right here, we're talking about in terms of Iran, right? Who's going to take that position? We don't know. They're claiming regime change. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to bring about democratic processes. Plus, you're expecting the guy to bring about democracy who literally tried to undermine our democratic elections and got 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen in 2020?
What are you supposed to do? It's tough to build a democracy in a third world country, you know?
Okay, so then explain to me how you're going to do it and why you're the one specifically to do it rather than the people that exist in those countries.
Well, he's giving it to the people.
They asked for help.
You say he's giving it to the people, but there's actually no basis to say that's going to happen. I just want to clarify real quick that the original engagements that we did, specifically in coupping their country, right, and overthrowing their democratic elections originally, is what led to the expansion of radical Islam within Iran. You know that, right? So actually our involvement has destabilized the region. What makes you think our involvement now is going to stabilize the region?
I honestly don't know. I don't know. Hopefully, you know, you got to hope for the best and hope somebody good in the area takes over. And I don't know. They have no political system there really. It's just whoever's got guerrilla freaking warfare over there takes over everything.
So again, the American people are done with these forever wars of, oh, maybe there will be something different this time after what just happened the past 20 years. And we can even go well beyond that because we've been doing this for well longer than that.
Yeah.
So it's like these are forever wars.
Nobody wants war. Nobody wants wars.
Okay, if we don't want war, why do you support Trump starting war after claiming that he wouldn't start war at all?
I mean, there was a threat to Americans. They threatened Trump directly.
How so?
What do you mean? They straight up said that they were going to kill him.
Wait. You said that they made this threat recently. U.S. intelligence indicated that Iran. Wait, let me just clarify. U.S. intelligence just came out and said that there was literally no belief that Iran was going to attack. So we started this unprovoked. Seriously. So you might argue that it's strategic to do it at the time we did, but you can't say that it was because we thought they were going to attack us.
Do you think Trump has a motive?
Yeah, I do think that he has a motive. Yeah, his motive is to distract away from the Epstein files.
That's ridiculous.
Come on, everything's
That's
about
not.
the Epstein files.
That's ridiculous.
No, I'm not saying everything is, but it's like when it's the think about it this way: when it's the main thing being talked about on social media, and Trump is trying to say it's a hoax, and Trump is trying to limit it from being released in the first place, right? They're clearly trying to limit it from being talked about, right? They've done this specifically with Venezuela. They've done this with Iran, right? Clearly, I think that's the reason why they're engaging in this, because he knows that's effective. And by the way, I just want to clarify: I actually do think it has been effective in general for getting people to start talking about the war rather than to talk about the Epstein files, when the Epstein files was the main thing that we were talking about.
Yeah. Do you really think that Trump touched little girls?
I do absolutely believe he's been credibly accused in the Epstein files by a minor that literally got a settlement with the Epstein estate. So if we believe specifically that the accusations they made about Epstein were accurate, then the accusation they made about Epstein specifically that says that they were trafficked by Epstein to Trump, right, would then be accurate. Okay, so based upon what we would already accept, based upon the settlement, we would accept that that is true. So why is the DOJ scrubbing that information?
It needs to go through court.
Well, you say it needs to go through court, sure, but they're not even going through court because the current administration isn't allowing for that. So until we get into office, there's not going to be litigation there. But then you guys are going to claim we're weaponizing the DOJ after there's blatant evidence that we weren't weaponizing the DOJ, because if Merrick Garland did weaponize the DOJ, if the Democrats did weaponize the DOJ, they would have released just the files associated with talking about Donald Trump that indicated that he engaged in this behavior, and it would have led to more people voting for Democrats. So clearly, if there were weaponization of the DOJ, that would have happened.
Yeah, I mean, listen, no, you can't really say anything till it does go to court, if it ever does go to court, right? Because you have to go through due process.
Oh, so we have to go through due process, but Trump doesn't have to do that for immigration. Plus, he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll by a unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury.
Because that's in the Constitution that you have to come here legally, no?
No, in the Constitution, it says everyone within the jurisdiction of the country is granted due process rights. That's the 5th and 14th Amendment. I'm pretty sure it's 5th, yeah.
Listen,
5th and 14th.
I have employees that all went through the process to become a citizen, and now they're citizens.
Okay. That doesn't mean that we have a quick legal process that everyone can get access to.
But yeah, I agree. It should be an easier process to get your citizenship.
Yeah, and that's what Democrats agree with, and Republicans are the ones that undermine that, because we had a bipartisan border bill that Democrats and Republicans working together to be able to make the legal process go quicker and to secure the border. And literally, Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that bill and said, blame it on me if the border bill fails, because he didn't want the Democrats to get a win on the border, and he wanted to run on that as a problem.
But the Democrats did nothing about the border.
Wait, I just gave you an example of them doing something, and it was undermined by Trump so that he could make the Democrats look bad.
Wait, what did they do at the border?
Yeah, there was a bipartisan border bill that would have secured the border, built more wall than Trump ever built under his administration, made the legal process for immigration go quicker, and Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that very bill and said, blame it on me if the border bill fails, because he didn't want the Democrats to get a win on the border, and he wanted to run on it, being a problem.
Why did Biden stop the border wall?
So you're saying, why did he prevent it for after, like when he was leaving office?
Yes.
Yes. Well, yeah, I think that would just be like an FU to the Trump administration, like, just to be totally honest with you. Like, after. Yeah. That was just kind of like an FU, like him.
FU to Americans as well.
No, it was an FU to Trump, because he undermined the bill that literally would have built more wall than what they. By the way, they're saying that they would build more wall out of a compromise, not because they support the wall. So yeah, like they're gonna do that if you aren't willing to let the compromise go through that they were willing to compromise on. So actually, it's Trump that's undermining what's good for the American people. We haven't even gotten legislation on that since then, only executive orders. That's not long-term address for the border. And next administration comes by, we're going to get rid of all of the shit you guys did through executive order. All of that shit's gone. I promise you. The next Democratic administration will get rid of every single aspect of it that's executive order because you guys didn't want to do it through Congress and ensure that it's long term.
And then the next Republican will redo it.
Yeah, and like then you want to do it partisanly rather than working together, compromising to do what's best for the American people.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Democrats really didn't want to work with Trump at all on anything.
Well, they didn't have to work with Trump. They had to work with people in Congress. And Trump is the one who undermined him. Undermined Biden from being able to do this. So I don't think that it's Biden's fault there. I think it's actually Trump's fault there. And I do think that they wanted to deport those that have committed violent crimes or bad crimes. There were still restrictions on the border. There were less than 4 million people that came to the country undocumented under the Biden-Harris administration, according to Pew Research. So, I mean, there's really no good reason to believe that the border was such a vastly big problem to say that you would support Donald Trump, right, over Joe Biden when he's undermined our democracy, our rule of law, our Constitution, and our core fundamental American values.
Who says their research is correct?
What research? Pew Research?
Yeah.
Well, they're a reputable institution in terms of the data. They're literally referred to as the best data source of data for this number in particular, for the undocumented immigrant population. If you'd like to provide any other source of data for the undocumented immigrant population, go for it. But this is a nonpartisan source, I would say.
Yeah.
Pew Research is widely reputable.
Yeah, we just need unbiased opinions these days, you know? We need unbiased opinions.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why I often try to give evidence that is bipartisan or has some sort of independent basis, because I'm not just trying to give you partisan information. And I'm trying to give you something that you can verify as not partisanly biased.
But you're genuinely spewing facts about why Trump is not a good president. You're not really backing him up on any data sets, so.
Well, I mean, because there's not much to back up on Trump. Like, I'll tell you things I agree with Trump on. For example, Operation Warp Speed. I think that was a good thing. I agree with them with the AI deepfake thing where they were trying to go after people making, sexualized things of people without their consent, which I don't think it was truly enforced. They did try to do something for it. I think that should be expanded. Should be something that limits that. And, we should be going after Twitter specifically for allowing Grok to do that. It's absurd for that long. Now, I can also point to the fact that I agree with the no tax on tips deduction, no tax on overtime deduction, and any tax cuts that were applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with limiting the cost of pharmaceutical drugs. I don't think Trump's going far enough in terms of that, but I like being able to address it at least. That's a good thing. I do think that Harris and Biden would have put a cap on it, which would have actually limited the cost to a greater extent. But I like the idea that he's addressing it. I like that he's keeping Social Security and he's not trying to cut it right now. I think inevitably in the long run, he's going to lead to it not being funded because of how his immigration process works. But I do think that he is trying to maintain it, at least in the short term.
Yeah, but what does immigration have to do with the Social Security? Because
I'll tell you,
hurting Social Security.
I disagree. Actually, according to the Cato Institute, a libertarian source, by the way, immigrants over the past 30 years have decreased deficits in this country by $14.5 trillion, which allows for us to address the debt to a greater extent. Right, so immigration is actually very beneficial for being able to address this. And according to the Congressional Budget Office, a bipartisan committee from the federal government, we're going to be decreasing in population size, stagnating, and decreasing by 2050 because our fertility rate has been below replacement rates since the 70s because of the fact that people are choosing to have less children because of increases in quality of life. Which again, Kamala Harris had policies that actually would have increased fertility rates by literally helping support families through expanding access to childcare, expanding the child tax credit, expanding access to housing, right, through the housing tax credit. Those things help build families. And so we want immigration to be able to help with the fact that we're going to have a stagnation and a decrease in the population size. So yeah, I agree. We should increase legal immigration. We should provide undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime a pathway to citizenship where they go through a vetting process where they don't have to leave the country to ensure that we are focusing on people who are actually a threat to the safety and security of our population rather than people who are just coming here for a better life and make this country a better place.
The problem with that is you open it up to be taken advantage of by people. That you're giving them incentive to sneak over the border. Now when they're in the country, it's easier for them to become a citizen.
No, because it's only for people that have been in the country already, not for people that are coming over now. If you make the legal process quicker, right, to go alongside the mass amnesty, it would mean that people will just go through the legal process because you will be treated better if you go through the legal process, and it's quick enough where they are justifiably going to do that.
Yeah, I agree. People that were already in the country to, help them push it along.
They've never been in
Yeah,
trouble.
because like I want to focus on the people who are like the worst of the worst, who have committed the bad crimes, and I think it hurts the reputation of border enforcement, especially, right, to literally be going after people that are just coming here for a better life, and it limits them from actually being able to hold the worst of the worst accountable when specifically that happens. And also, I think that the abuse of power under the immigration enforcement under the Trump administration have been ridiculous, and I think that it should be only able to be changed by Congress. I don't think it should be able to be changed by the executive. I think it grants the executive too much power because there's a lack of oversight over the executive. So I do think that there should be an abolition of ICE to then build up a border enforcement agency that exists, and it can only be controlled by the legislative branch to have more checks and balances over how border enforcement functions.
The judicial branch will take care of it.
Well, I think there's a lack of enforcement on behalf of the judicial branch because who enforces the judicial branch? The DOJ. If Trump takes over the DOJ and it's not independent anymore, then he can literally just limit himself from being held accountable. And that's the issue. That's when there's an issue with the checks and balances. So we do need to address the DOJ as well.
They struck down his tariffs.
You said they struck down his tariffs. Well, that's the Supreme Court, yeah. And he just placed in new ones that they're going to have to, the Congress will have to vote on here in like 150 days or so. But yeah, that can happen. The Supreme Court can do that. It's just, again, there's a lack of enforcement mechanism when it comes to it.
What's your opinion on estate tax?
Estate tax?
Yeah.
Yeah. So by that you mean inheritance tax, right?
Or lifetime gift exemption. It's the same thing. It's not inheritance. It's the gift tax limit or the estate exemption.
I'm okay with like a deduction for gifts and stuff like that. Like I don't think just typically giving gifts to people should be taxed and whatnot, especially amongst family members, right, that are below a certain amount. But I do think high amounts of estate and inheritance should be taxed. Absolutely.
Above how much? And at what rate?
I think it should be individual income and or capital gains tax rates.
Above how much? How much do you need to be worth before you're taxed?
So it depends on how much you make. So in terms of the net worth in the estate, it should be treated, actually I disagree. It should be treated slightly different than income, because I do think that it's a bit different than income. I think it should be taxed at a slightly lower rate than income tax. But I do think it should be taxed probably, for the highest levels of income, we're talking 40% at least.
That's what it is now. You get up to 15 million, right?
Yeah, and there should be brackets that extend beyond that. So like for people who are making, in terms of an estate, $100 million, they should pay a higher tax rate than the people who are making 500,000 or $1 million.
Well, it's generally based on the value of the assets, not the income of the assets.
Yeah. So, well, technically, it is based upon sell, right? For like what is like considered a capital gain, for example. But for estate tax, you're saying you're taxed on the asset value.
The value. When you die, they add up everything you're worth. If you're over 15 million, it's all taxed.
Yeah, so they when they just take some assets, that's okay. I don't really mind. I think that's for estate and for inheritance at the highest levels of wealth. Yeah, that totally. But like for the typical person's wealth, no, I don't want that heavily taxed. Like I mean, like we're talking passing down homes or passing down land, right? I don't think that typically speaking, basic stuff that is passed down through families like that should be taxed at very, very high rates, right? But like, yeah, we're talking about like the highest levels of wealth. Absolutely, there should be very high tax rates for the highest levels of inheritance wealth, because it's not something that they like did to earn, right? It's something that they're just inherited for being in that position. And we're talking about the highest levels of wealth, things that are well beyond what you would need as a person.
We don't agree with that.
You don't agree? I mean, we're just talking about the highest levels of net worth. I mean, maybe
Well, it's
you don't agree
really
with that
not
if
the
like
highest levels, right? Because there's a difference between someone who's worth 25 million and someone who's a billionaire, right? Somebody
yeah,
who's
of course,
who's
and there should be tax brackets that reflect that. But
Well-
25 million is still a lot and should be treated differently than 1 million or 500,000, right? There should be vast differences amongst how that's treated as well.
Well, as it stands right now, everything over 15 million is taxed at 40%. And the Republicans are trying to raise that number while the Democrats are constantly trying to lower it. Of course.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. I think it should be adjusted with inflation. But yeah, I mean that's fine.
Well, then it
That's,
sounds
if
like
anything, I think that there should be for higher income than that, it should be even higher than 40%. Like we're talking about people who make hundreds of millions, right? They should be paying 60+%, right? When it comes to inheritance tax. Absolutely.
I'm saying we lost the debate.
We're at hundreds of millions, by the way. These are people that, and by the way, we're saying adjusted for inflation too. These are people that, this is so much money that you are never going to be able to use in your life. And that we can vastly increase the quality of life and standard of living for people in this country that are being bankrupt due to healthcare bankruptcies. 67% of bankruptcies in the country due to medical bankruptcies. They can't afford that, right? There's 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance. We're taking a little from people specifically who are the richest of the Americans, which barely impacts their quality of life, to then positively impact the quality of life of the poorest Americans in our society.
It sounds that simple, but it's not, right? Let's say you've got a 101-year-old man that dies with $100 million, right? And he's taxed at 40%, which he is right now.
Yeah.
And let's say he's got 4 kids and they each have 3 kids. So they pay $40 million in tax. They split
So
$60 million.
let me clarify. When the estate is divided, I think that the individuals who are getting the estate should be taxed based upon how much they get from the estate. Does that make sense?
Well, the estate pays tax as a whole. That's not how it works. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Like, does it make sense that I think it would probably make more sense to do that? Because if someone gets a small amount of the estate, but yet the entire estate was worth a very huge amount, I don't think that they should be taxed at the same rate.
It's the same thing as paying the tax at the top level and then distributing it out based on ownership. But yes, effectively, it's the same thing.
I get your point, but like when it comes to things like that, I think that we can easily make a distinction there.
Yeah, but the reality is, the point I'm trying to make is it's complete wealth destruction. You take somebody who's built $100 million net worth over their years, and you chop it up after estate tax, and each of their heirs gets $1 million if they're lucky, right? It's just complete wealth destruction. And
by the way, and you get well more than $1 million. I just want to clarify. Let me just clarify real quick. So someone has $100 million, right?
Yes.
You get taxed at 40%. You have $60 million left.
Yes,
okay,
but
$60 million to distribute amongst what, 5 kids?
That's
$12.5 million per.
That's enough.
Well,
That's nothing? Shut the fuck up, dude. Are you kidding me? That's nothing? You can put that in the fucking stock market, and you will make so much money off that you can passively live off that money for the rest of your life on such high levels of income per year.
Yeah, it's not as much as you think. Let's say
as much as shut the fuck up, dude.
Well, let's say they each
$10 million. Well, let me just tell you right now, I definitely don't have $10 million, and I'm very successful.
Well, why don't you give 40% of your wealth away?
I give more than that in income and tax. What are you talking about? I pay that in income tax. You're not paying that. I actually worked for my income. You're talking about inheritance. I worked for what I did. I built what I'm fucking doing right now. I didn't get put in this position by anyone.
How does it feel to work 6 months of the year for the government? You love it?
Great. I absolutely love my country.
Good.
I want to do what's best for my
it.
country. I want people specifically to have access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, and basic things they need. It is my duty for the society that gave me everything I have for me to pay back.
Yes. I'm glad you feel that way. Keep paying.
Yeah, I will. I live in Los Angeles.
And the reality is, this is all just.
This is no joke to me. I'm serious. I live by what I speak.
Mm-hmm. We all pay our taxes. question is the allocation of the budget, right? That's what everyone's arguing.
I agree, but if we had the same tax structure like we have in California across the entire nation, we'd be able to literally have fucking universal access to healthcare in this country.
But look at all the problems California has. Yeah.
We pay billions of dollars into the federal government. We don't get out because we're paying for red states that literally do not pay their fair share.
But the tax rates are so high there, and
We're the fourth largest economy in the entire world alone, with 40 million people.
Why is it such a mess compared to Florida that charges?
Why is it a mess?
millions
What do you
of
mean a mess? Wait, name one metric Florida is better off in.
Homeless.
Wait, okay, so you're saying homeless people specifically.
There's
One we could reference that.
less homeless people in Florida than there is California.
So proportionally speaking, if you get more social benefits, you're going to go to an area because they're literally shipped there by buses in the United States that ship people to California to go there. Florida has worse off weather, right? So it has literally throughout the context of the year, hurricane season that LA does not have to deal with, that California does not have to deal with. There's significantly better weather in California, even compared to Florida.
That has nothing to do with the policies.
Wait, no, it's policy and weather. That's both.
Well, look, I don't think raising taxes is as clear as an advantage as people think it is.
Wait, why is the fraud rate higher in Florida than in California?
Fraud rate?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Probably because Miami.
Yeah, probably Miami is concentrated there.
So you're just going to try to blame it on a Democratic area or something?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so, well, let me just let you know, rural areas have significantly lower GDPs than blue areas. Your entire GDP is carried by every blue area. We carry you guys.
Where do you fall? Where do you fall on the political compass? Show your score.
What? You mean I haven't taken the political compass in a long time.
Well, where do you land? You might be a little more right than you think.
I doubt it. I'll unironically take it later, and I will do it on Twitch. So you can go to Parker Get a Job on Twitch later, and I'll probably do that if I have time.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I fall about center, but I still vote right.
Okay. So, but like, it doesn't seem like you have good reason to or evidence to.
Well, if you're voting strictly on what's economically best in terms of financials, then it's pretty obvious, right?
Yeah, Trump's worse. The average American's better off under the Democrats' administration. Maybe if you're getting like tens of millions of dollars inheritance. And by the way, based on the fact that you guys referred to the inheritance that way, I know damn well that you guys probably have like fucking massive inheritances that you're going to get yourself, and you're only saying that because of the fact that you have an inheritance yourself. I can tell by the way that you referred to it.
Maybe we work in estate. Maybe we work in estate planning for people, right? Maybe we help people with financial.
No, I can tell based upon the response. I'm not dumb.
No, he really does work.
What are you talking to your wealth manager right now? Is that your business associate? Yeah, you laugh. I'm probably right. You see what I mean, dude? So like, dude, I'm telling you guys, like, dude, that's probably why. And I get it. I understand. But like, dude, think about what this does to society.
We're not going
because of fucking how self-interested you are on that little amount of extra money that you're going to get. You're still going to be incredibly wealthy. Better than practically everyone else.
Most people are self-interested and vote for what benefits them, right?
So that doesn't mean that you should.
No, but I think that's what brings checks and balances into the world, right? Otherwise...
No, it doesn't. By the way, this is like literally people specifically. I just want to clarify. Like, I don't mean to like make this and say this is so obscene, but like, you're literally putting your wealth over literally children being fed. I'm not trolling. The big beautiful bill cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. I pay the highest fucking tax rates in the nation. Okay, I pay into the system. I speak everything and believe everything that I'm doing. You should pay into the system. Why? Because it benefits the American people. If you actually love your country, you'll be willing to put in a portion of your money that you make that you're already going to be okay based upon, right? In order to ensure that your country does well.
Well, we already do. We pay enough tax already. Eventually, you start to lose incentive to generate profits, right? So you tax people enough, and there is no incentive to work. Just give us all the same amount of money then. Everyone get the same, right? Build little boxes for everyone, and everyone gets a house, and everyone gets a fridge, and everyone gets food, right? Is that Parker's world?
Yeah, everyone should have food. Everyone should have shelter. Everyone should be taken care of. If we're willing to provide that for murderers and rapists in prison, why don't we provide that for? Wait, listen. If we provide it for murderers and rapists in prison, why are we not providing it for people who just can't afford?
Should everyone have to work then?
Yeah, I do think that people who can work should work. I'm not saying that people shouldn't work. I'm just saying that we should provide basic amenities for everyone. Like, is that I don't think that's a crazy thing to say, that we should provide basic amenities for everyone. Is that despicable? Is that crazy? No, that's not communism. It's liberalism.
You can't say for sure that raising taxes is not going to decrease the amount of jobs available, because you don't know if that relationship exactly exists.
It increases jobs. So if you look at the top marginal tax rates for corporations, if you increase them, it actually puts upward pressure on wages and jobs. Why? Because it creates a greater incentive for business owners to pass down their money to their employees through a reinvestment into their business, because it's tax deductible.
Yes, but there's
so instead of being taxed on it, they'll pass it down through their business to profit more in the long run.
There's an inflection point where raising the taxes start to diminish the returns on those.
Sure, but like we're not at that yet.
Okay, but that can change. That curve can shift, right, depending on economics. So it's impossible for you to build a model.
Yeah, what you're saying is the Laffer curve, but no one knows where the Laffer curve is in terms of Q star. So we do know that the quantity that we'd want, that is the specific greatest amount, is the most optimal point to put it. I totally agree. But there's no good data establishing what that point is, and it doesn't seem like we're below that. It doesn't seem like we're above that point. I mean,
it's a little bit of a guess and check game, right? So
it is.
If a company hires more people, they should get a better tax rate.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, you could say that. You could say that. There could be slight tax helps out for like hiring more people, right? Because that would be in terms of like a benefit, an incentive to specifically hire people. There's no issues with writing incentives like that.
All right, that's the debate.
All right, Rachel's got a dentist. Used her name. Dentist appointment. I guess everyone knows your name already.
Alrighty. Well, is there anything else you guys want to say before I get off for tonight? Oh, they left. Okay. Alrighty. Well, I have a few people to thank me. I thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. No, it's ridiculous. As well as Barbara, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much for the 3-on-1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, of course. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I have a good time doing like 3-on-1s. Like I actually genuinely, it's more stimulating than the 1-on-1, to be totally honest, I guess. Like, it's more mentally stimulating. Benjamin, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Bill, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Brooke, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Casey, thank you so much for the $2. Sarah, thank you for the $5. And Rebel, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Put some W's for them in the comment section. Cammy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much on PayPal. Dylan, thank you so much for the $10. Appreciate it. Thank you. Pamela, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Pamela. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bruno, thank you for the $3.30. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Allie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Ellie, thank you. All right, thank you very much. I just saw that now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Asher, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much, Asher. Thank you. Good to see you as always, Asher. As well as Bruno, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. I guess this is a bit late, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Alex, thank you for the $20. Thank you. Forgotten, thank you for the $5. Kata, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Megaroni, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give W's for them in the comment section right now. Literally putting people's lives at risk who are at embassies around the world. Literally because of what Donald Trump's doing. I'm so sorry to hear that, and I hope that they're doing okay and that they stay safe. Jamie, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jamie, thank you. Thank you so much. As well as Cons, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe. Very true. Great. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. JDO, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Mr. James Bond, thank you for the $5. Cornell, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Christmas Cat, thank you for the $5. Abel, thank you for the $10. Trish, thank you for the $5. Rodney with the $10. Mr. James Bond, thank you for the $5. Mia with the $5. Zumba with the $10. Thank you very much. Heavensley, thank you for the $5. Confetti, thank you so much for the $5. Idiot, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And Christmas Cat, thank you for the $5. And Abel, thank you so much for the $10. Trish with the $5. Rodney, thank you for the $10. Alrighty, everyone. Thank you, everyone, so much for coming through to the live. I really appreciate it. We did like 6.5 hours today. That was a pretty long live for today. I might do Twitch later. We'll see if I feel like it, if I have time even. I have like an hour before my girlfriend gets back. I got to post videos and stuff, so I probably won't. But I love everyone so much. Thank you, everyone. Subscribe if you haven't already on YouTube. It's absolutely free to do so. If you're on YouTube, make sure to follow if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day. Tomorrow, I should be live later in the day, I assume. Tomorrow, I should be live later in the day. Just letting everyone know. Sorry, I was responding to Dean. I will be live tomorrow, probably later in the day. I'll let everyone know. I'll keep everyone updated. Dean should be live very soon. Look up Dean Withers, spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker as soon as he does go live. Love everyone so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I just want to say I really appreciate everyone so much. I'm incredibly privileged to be in the position I am, to be able to come here every single day, do what I love, and genuinely, I'm able to express a part of myself that I really has always been there, that I've never been able to express, never been able to have conversations like this in public in general, and like been able to talk to people about this in my personal life until like literally this has been a part of my life where I feel like that's opened up even, my personal life. I've been able to have these conversations more. So I just want to say I love everyone so much. This seriously means the world to me, doing this every single day. I wouldn't trade it for the fucking world. I love this so much. Obviously, I mean that figuratively, not literally. Like, of course, I would fucking trade the world for this, but like meaning like I would put the world over this because like what this is for is to benefit the world. Of course, like that's what I'm doing here. Of course, I feel the need to be over-explain and be hyper-specific, but I love y'all so much. Thank you, everyone, so much. I love y'all so much. I'm so grateful for this. I love every single one of y'all. Have a good day, everyone. I'll see everyone later. And thank you for 500K on YouTube, everyone.